Alan Scotthorne is the guest on the latest Fishing Gurus podcast. 5 times world champion. And can you believe this man won 3 of them in 3 years? Simply phenomenal.
5 times world champion. No one's ever done that. Bet anything you wanted me to that no one will ever be able to do it again.
Talking about this now, I can feel hair standing up at the back of my neck. And it's come to the side and he's gone. He's forgot to put his landing net on.
No!
It's a World Championships. And he's not got his landing net. He's forgot. After the match, he wanted to smash your gear up because I knew that I'd made a massive error. I'd done something really wrong. I shouldn't really tell you this, but right, 10 minutes later, plop, this bomb lands in again.
No.
Right, it's Dennis.
It's Dennis.
Yeah, it's
always Dennis.
So, when I think back to it, I think, oh my God, I've hooked this fish. I could not ship back.
Welcome to the Fishing Gurus podcast and something very special for our 50th show. I can't quite believe that I'm saying we've done that many. We're 5 years deep into this project. We've had nearly 3.5 million views, and from myself and everyone at the podcast and Tackle Guru, it's just a massive thank you, because without the support, the views, the comments and your interaction, we couldn't make this magical project happen. And trust me, on a personal level, I get so many messages that make me realise I know it impacts people's life, whether it's from an entertainment point of view or even helping with things like mental health. It really does make a difference. And for this particular show, you might see I'm sat in my Drennan shirt. There's a reason for that. I try my very best, and we all do at this show, to bring you the best possible guests that we can. And sometimes companies, for whatever reason it may be, will prevent their anglers coming on. Now, the guest that we've got for this latest show is a Drennan-sponsored angler, and Drennan have been massive supporters of the podcast. The likes of Grant Albert, Wayne Swinscoe, Dean Barlow have all been on and brought you some amazing podcasts. And the latest one, I'm going to say, is one that probably means the most to me. He's my inspiration, my angling hero. He lives close to me, and I even fish in the same team as him. But more importantly, on paper, he is the greatest angler ever to walk the planet. Alan Scotthorne.
The Fishing Gurus podcast.
Al, fantastic weekend to kick off with.
I mean, what can you say really about, I think the weather change turned what could have been a complete and utter disaster into a great match. I think, certainly a great match on drains. I mean, as you know how difficult it were. I think, did you have ounce and a half the week before and won 2 sections?
Ounce and a half over 2 matches, 10 hours fishing. And then this week there were fish everywhere. Of course, we're talking about the Angling Trust Winter League final.
Yeah, great for us to win that again. I mean, you've already said to me this morning that, we've won 4 Winter League finals in 5 years. Which, that's some record, that really.
I think it's a really hard match to win, Almy, because obviously 5 men on the drains, 5 men at decoy, back end of winter. It's some going, 10 different men.
It's the ultimate test, really. I think it has been a test because we haven't caught anything in practice. I mean, in practice it's just been a joke. But I think for us, the fact that we've fished every year on decoy in the drains, that we've built up, some understanding of how it changes and what you can actually do to catch fish on some even, most difficult pegs.
You had an interesting match. Didn't you end up fishing hard pellets?
Yes. The thing was, I were on one of the strip lakes and we've fished the strip lakes a number of times, and Oliver had my son Oliver had worked out that if you left an area, I mean, I shouldn't really be telling anybody this, should I?
They'll forget. They'll forget.
Yeah. But if you left an area you pegged to fish, then often that some fish would congregate in front of you. So I fished short for like 45 minutes with pellets and swapped it to maggots after a little while. And I had one F1 and half a dozen roach, but I left my long line for a long period, 45 minutes, where most people had gone out fishing out there. And when I went out, I fished hard pellets because the year before, when it warmed up, hard pellets were definitely the way. I mean, I think I won my lake on, not the year before, 2 years before, actually. I didn't actually fish last year. But I won my lake on Cedar with 50 kilo-ish about, and I caught on hard pellets. So I was quite confident to start with pellets. And I started with 4 mils, just loose feeding, actually just tapping 4 mils in out of a pot, but finished up pinging pellets, which I never saw anybody really pick a catapult up and feed on that line further out, to be honest. But I think pinging pellets just drew an odd fish, and I caught 2 carp on deck with 4 mils to add to my F1 where I caught short. But a couple of times there were an indication shallow.
Never.
Where summer had come in shallow. So I hadn't rigged the shallow rig up, but I quickly jumped up bank, got one out of my box, clipped it on another top, whizzed out shallow. This is probably maybe, 2.5 hours into the match, I would have thought. And flicked it over and sort of sat there fishing maybe, sort of 2'6", maybe 3 foot deep. And sat there for 10 minutes thinking this is a waste of time, and all of a sudden it's gone, boom, got one. So I caught one 8 pound, shallow as well. It only one I caught, but I think after about 2.5 hours, sun sort of went in and it went grey again, and I think they dropped down But I finished up 4th in a section where really I shouldn't have. I think lad opposite me only had a kilo, and on them strips you're fishing very close to each other. But I finished up catching a few fish on maggots off to one side. With it on there, the peg 2 pegs and missed one, and had a spare peg to the left-hand side of me, and I left that area and I went there and caught 1 or 2 on maggots late, and I'd 40 odd pound, which were 4th in section, which were great, really.
Brilliant fishing.
Yeah.
Do you, obviously you've fished for Barnsley for a very long time now, Al.
Longer than what?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Probably longer than I've been fishing or even born.
Oh, you're born, yeah.
Exactly. But does winning with the team still mean as much to you now as it did when you first started?
I think it probably means just as much as what it's ever done, to be honest. I mean, there's team fishing and individual fishing is a completely and utterly different ball game, isn't it? Because a 4th in a section in a normal match is no, it's not to write home about, is it? But 4th in a 14 peg section in a team match is like, a great result. And of course, you've still got to have them really good results to I mean, I think we scored 39 points, which is 3.9 a man. When you think about 3.9 a man over 10 anglers on them 2 venues, it's a blooming good score.
It's not even 2 venues, because really it's different lakes at Decoy and it's different drains on the drains.
Yeah,
you're probably talking about 10 different situations.
Yeah, it's a multitude of venues really in one. So it's it's a great result, and to win it 4 out and 5 times is frightening, really.
Well, that's what I want to ask is how, without letting all the team secrets away, how have you maintained that level of dominance over that many years? Because you've obviously got something sussed to win 4 out of 5.
I think that's for you, Al. What do you reckon?
I look at it like this, me, Toby. If you've got a football team, right, you've got to keep building that football team, haven't you? You can't just settle on the same people all the time. You've got to, and I think over years, that's what's happened with Barnsley. I think the original Barnsley Blacks team that Dennis White set up. I mean, we were called Barnsley Blacks because a lot of lads worked at Pitt, Alan Sefton, Dennis. You know, they were pit workers.
Wow.
And that's
I
why we
never
got,
knew that.
That's why we got the name Barnsley Blacks, because
Oh, there you go.
you know, quite a few lads worked at pit.
I never knew that, because it's quite a controversial name in modern society, really.
Yeah, but
Now it makes sense.
yeah, but that's where the name originally came from, and it was Dennis who, I think they started as a 4-man team and fishing sort of pub competitions and built it up from there. But what's happened over years, we've had people who's been our captain as such as Lee Carey is now, have kept building the team. So instead of just letting it run out, we've added people to it. I mean, yourself, you know, Matt Godfrey, fantastic angler, comes into team. James Dent comes into team, and so on and so forth over years. I mean, I think it was me that actually got James into team, because I went up to Cedar, up to Sesse. And I can always remember a real big lad that I used to knock about with.
Mark Calvert. Great angler.
A really, really big bloke.
Massive.
Frightening.
He is.
It was like, all right, Mark. A really big bloke. And he was sat in this car, and I'd heard about this lad called James Dent winning everything up there.
This is cool, this.
And I actually says to him, I says, who's this lad, this James Dent who was winning everything? And he went, he's here. He was sat next to him like James. And but again, it's like building the team all the time, you know, and keeping it ticking over.
Are you always on the lookout for new anglers then?
Yeah.
You are. So if you're fishing local matches and, you know, somebody smashing it up, you've got half an eye on them.
Yeah, we've just started Rob Swan. I mean, young lad.
Yeah.
You know,
Rob.
but fishing very well, and that's what it's all about. It's trying to keep building everything all the time, and you get old dinosaurs like me that keep adding a bit to it. Like so,
I feel really privileged though. Like, obviously, I was travelling with Lee Carey on Saturday when we won, and driving back, we shut the van doors in car park. We had a hissy fit, screaming together, like we do sometimes when you get in the van from winning. But then when we were driving down to Meadowlands that evening, we both said we were really pleased for Gav, because it's Gav Livers' his first final.
Again, he's another lad that's come into team.
30 odd.
Yeah.
But we also said Big Al were buzzing, like, cause we got a real buzz off. We're fishing in a team, and we've won the match, and ALAN SCOTTHORNE's still in our team and still winning and still leading us now.
Do you know what I got a buzz out of?
Go on.
The fact that the 5 lads at Decoy scored 19 and lads on drain scored 20. It's true, that.
Yeah, there you go.
And I went to Lee, I went, we beat you. But anyway.
No, it was brilliant. It was really, really good. What's your earliest memory of Barnsley and the Barnsley Blacks, Al? When did you join? How did you get into that team?
I used to fish at Worsborough Reservoir. I mean, Worsborough Reservoir, I lived in Birdwell, and Worsborough Reservoir's literally, you could almost walk to Worsborough Reservoir from where I lived. And I sort of started fishing there. And when I was 14, 15, they used to have evening matches and weekend matches as well. And evening matches, I think at one point I won 6 on bounce, right? Which, when you think that, you know, there were Keith Hobson, Tommy, Dennis, Dick Clegg, you know, the nucleus of anglers. There were a lot of travelling anglers used to come to Worsborough as well. Derek Willen and even Paul Newell came up and fished an odd match at Worsborough. Evening matches as well.
All the way from Birmingham.
Yeah. The fishing was very, very good, and I got noticed really from doing well at Worsborough. And I think at 15, they put me in national championships team, and actual match were on the Welland.
This is for Barnsley?
For Barnsley at 15-year-old.
No.
Right, and I were actually reserve. But what happened, one of the lads couldn't fish. I think it was Mick Richardson. He dropped out and couldn't fish. You'll have to excuse me, I've got a bit of...
What do you call it?
That cold. Say again?
What do you call it? You got a name for it earlier.
Catarrh.
Catarrh in your throat.
Everybody's had a bit of cold through
Oh,
winter,
yeah.
and I'd keep clearing my throat.
Don't worry about that.
No. But anyway, Mick Richardson dropped out and I finished up getting dragged into the team. And to be honest, Dick Clegg, who was captain at the time, didn't really want me to fish because he thought I were a little bit young at 15 to fish for Barnsley. But it was Dennis White, who said, "He's fishing." Like Dennis is like, when he says something, Dennis, you know what I mean, he's always a bit abrupt. And he says, "No, he's fishing." So I finished up fishing and I actually came second in my section. If I'd have won my section, I'd have probably been youngest angler ever to win a section in a national championship. But bear in mind there were 70 odd in a section, then maybe 80 in a section.
Wow.
And I was second in my section. I actually got beat with a lad from Lincoln, Maurice Thacker. Right, I'm sure he's still fishing now, Maurice. I mean, he's been getting on a little bit, Maurice. But I had 7 pound 8 on Waggler, and same as I was second in full section. So
Incredible.
Great result. Yeah, good start.
15 years of age fishing for Barnsley.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And where did it go from there? What do you hold as your best achievements with that team? Because you've done so much with Drennan Barnsley.
I mean, if you were to list everything that we've won, it'd be a mental list. I'm not really sure how many times we've won Winter League final, national championships. We've won a lot of things over years, hell of a lot. But I can remember, I mean, we've just been talking about Winter League, and the first one we ever fished, or the first one I were involved with that Barnsley Blacks won, were at Coombe Abbey, Coventry, and it were all bream fishing, fishing at distance. I think we were on swing tips. So you know what I mean. At sort of, I'd have been 16, maybe 17-year-old then, and I weren't actually in the team. I actually run the bank, but I practiced with the team, and I caught about 100 pound in practice of these great big bream. Right, I had a great session, and there were a young lad who fished with Barnsley then called Mick Burrows, and he was quite a young lad as well.
Still about Mick, isn't
yeah,
he?
He is. Yeah. He goes on Trent quite a lot.
Yeah.
And he caught a load as well. We were sat side by side and we emptied it in practice. But we didn't actually fish it match, we run the bank. But there's quite a funny story about this. I mean, in them days, they'd sort of started using catapults for firing ground baiting. Feeders weren't really... There were an odd feeder being used, but not so many. People fed with a catapult and fished with a bomb, fishing for bream.
That's mind-blowing that you sat there going, feeders weren't really
invented. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? But I can remember there were a lad fishing for Barnsley called John Claydon. Mm-hmm. Right.
That's the warehouse upstairs.
Is that the warehouse? Jesus. I wonder, well, I sounded like thunder through these. Anyway, there were a lad fishing for Barnsley called John Claydon. There were John Claydon and Keith Ashmore who used to fish. I mean, there were Dennis, Tommy, Cleggy, and just to name a few. There'd have been 10 in team. But anyway, at start at March, right, on actual day, we were on the Gladding Bank, what they call Gladding Bank at Coombe. And John Claydon were in first section, so I thought, well, I'll start there and I'll watch John because he don't use a catapult. He's very good at throwing. Right. Anyways, he's next to this A4 lad. There were a team that were A4. I think they were a southern team A4. And he's got this catapult. It were a round ring with an handle on, with 4 elastics on.
No.
Right. So it were going to go to distance, right? We were going to fire a long way and fish at distance. And he's got this catapult, and John's like next to him. The short of time, and John's making a ball, right? And this A4 lad's looked at him and he's thought, "Yeah, you're going nowhere, mate. I've got this like special catapult." And anyway, they've shorted time, and John's chucked this first ball of ground bait. And when I say it went a long way, it was unbelievable. This A4 lad watched it all the way out. He nearly fell in. He watched it all the way out, this ball of ground bait. He threw his ground bait that far. His hand speed were ridiculous. Right. He threw this ground bait that far. We announced bomb, he couldn't reach it.
No.
3 feet shorter. It's true, this. It's absolutely true. To feed shorter so he could land his bomb on it. Right.
That's ridiculous.
I actually saw him. Right. Ivan Marks was fantastic at throwing, but he weren't in the same league as John. There were once on Trent and they were side by side and had a bit of a throwing competition. and Ivan were good, really good. But John were a new level. He threw a stone across the Trent that went over a tree on the other bank.
Jeez.
Were he a big lad? Like
No.
just technique.
That's
Just
all
his
technique,
technique was frightening. His hand speed was incredible. Distance he could throw ground bait was stupid.
That's mental.
But anyway, they finished up winning Barnsley. I know Dennis had a big weight. Dennis fished a fantastic match that day, and he were in some really good company. But that was first Winter League final that we'd won.
And you were 16, 17 years of age then?
I'd have been 16 or 17, yeah, but I mean, with quite a strong team. I mean, Hobson were fishing, and there were very, very good lads that were fishing.
You, with Barnsley, you've obviously had some great success on the world stage with that team as well, which for me is quite meaningful because I know you're from Barnsley. You fished for that team from a young age, but in things like the World Club Champs, you individually and the team have took it not just locally, not just through the UK, but on the world stage in the World Club Championships as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, World Clubs, I'm not exactly sure how many times we've fished now, but we've fished a fair few times. And I can always remember the first one that we ever qualified for. Cleggy wanted me to go and fish. I'd have been probably in my early 20s. And I didn't actually go. I was in a period where I'd got a lot on with, building a family and an house and everything else. And for some reason, I weren't that quite far that on, but I was courting. I know I was courting at the time, and I finished up not going for some reason. I can't remember what it were, but they fished on a lake in Palmer, a little round lake with an island in the middle. And literally, when everybody chucked out on a waggler, it were like the wagglers were like this all the way around lake. It was ridiculous. But I think Tommy Pickering won individual. And the team finished second to Italy. Italy won. But from then on, obviously, we've fished quite a number of times. I mean, to finish up winning it like we did. I mean, obviously, you were there when we won in France at St. Quentin. So to go and win that were fantastic. But previous to that, had also fished one in Bulgaria. On Plovdiv rowing course. Yeah. The venue that Tommy Pickering actually won his his world championships at. And, going back there with Tommy were fantastic because he'd obviously won world championships there, so there were loads of stories being thrown about the competition and everything. But when we went back, the fishing was totally and utterly different. And I finished up winning it individual there, so I won the World Club Championships individual on that venue in Plovdiv. But we didn't win the team. I think we finished about 5th or 6th, so we'd got a couple of pegs that were quite close together. I think where they'd done the section draw, two anglers finished up very close together in a difficult area, so we finished up not doing so well as a team. But I actually won the individual there.
Which is basically winning a world champs. For anyone who doesn't know, I think it's important to say a World Club Championship is the best clubs from around the world, which means it's full of international anglers.
Yeah, there are lots and lots of international anglers fishing at club level because, just because it says clubs, it don't mean to say that the club anglers, the clubs that, are the best in their sort of, their area to go and fish really, or their, the proper good teams. I mean, a lot of anglers that fish world champs fish the club champs.
I had something really weird happen to me a few years ago, Al, after we'd won in St Quentin, the World Clubs. I don't know if you know this or not, but I was driving back towards my house. This is 2 or 3 years after we'd won. 2017, I think it were. And as you drive into where I live, my village, it says, "Welcome to Rotherham."
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed anything about the signs?
Yeah, it says twinned with
St Quentin.
St Quentin.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And I had this moment because I'd never realised it ever before.
yeah.
And I hold winning the World Club Champs with you guys and Barnsley is up there with my best ever. I think it's one of the only times I've ever cried when we've won anything. And I didn't realise till a couple of years later, drove into Rotherham and it says twinned with St Quentin.
It does, yeah.
That's mad,
incredible.
that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, you noticed it then.
Yeah, I'd noticed it, yeah.
Matt, I just wanted to throw these out because just talking about the team, I just had a little Google and this just highlights the dominance that we're speaking about. I mean, this is AI, by the way, that's collected all this, so you probably two of the best people to correct it. But some of the the things that you guys have won there is incredible. Is that everything? Is that everything from recent history, or has it missed anything from there?
Tobes, honestly. It's difficult for us to say because you've got the two of the most biased Barnsley Blacks sat in front of you at this table, but we've had some really dominant years the last sort of 5 or 6 years, I'd say.
Yeah.
Definitely. Away from Barnsley, but sticking with Barnsley, Alan, I want to get into a little bit about how you got into serious match fishing. What venues did you fish? Because I know that you had quite a good upbringing in terms of the places you went and what they taught you. And I'd like a bit of background from you about where you fished, what you learned, and how that sort of shaped you as a pretty successful angler.
Yeah. I mean, I started at club level like most sort of young anglers do. I mean, I used to fish for Birdwell Club. And I did pretty well at club level, to be honest. But then I started fishing at Worsborough Reservoir. Now, obviously, because there were a lot of good anglers fishing at Worsborough, you could pick things up pretty quickly. And of course, it was not far from where I lived. So I used to spend a lot of time there, practicing, pleasure fishing, practicing, whatever you want to call it. But early days of fishing were quite difficult at Worsborough. There were not many fish, and what there were big hybrids or an odd bream or a great big roach, but not a lot of fish. It was tough fishing, to be honest. But in 1970s, there was one year when it was really, really hot, and a lot of bigger fish died off. The big bream, hybrids, and some at roach died off. It was that hot that it obviously they couldn't cope with how hot the water were and everything. But they spawned really well. There were a big explosion of small fish in the reservoir that sort of grew on from that point, and noticeably there were. I think the first person to win a match with them was a lad from Sheffield called Bob Walker, who I did travel a bit with Bob, a big bloke. We used to call him Bob the Gob.
Why?
Because he was very, very, he was a bit gobby. But he fished for Barnsley as well, Bob. But really nice bloke. But he probably won at first matches with skimmers, and he caught little skimmers on a waggler and only had about 7 or 8 pound of these little skimmers, but there were a massive explosion on them, and they just grew on and on and on, where when they got to sort of a pound and a bit, maybe a bit less than a pound, there were a lot of them, and you could catch, I mean, even in night matches, you could catch like 20 kilo, 25 kilo in 3 hours of these skimmers.
That's phenomenal fishing, really.
Oh, it was fantastic fishing. I mean,
I thought you were going to say 20
No,
pounds.
no, kilos. Right. It went from, Worsborough Reservoir goes from sort of 18-inch deep at top end to 11, 12 foot at dam head. But of course, in shallows, you catch them like on bottom in shallow water. But in summertime, I mean, a lot of these matches were summer matches because they were night matches, so you needed light. But as you progress down reservoir, you'd still catch them shallow. You catch them sort of, 2'6" type depth. So it was great because you had to feed a lot of bait. I used to loose feed squats and chuck little soft balls of brown crumb ground bait with maybe some kind of, maybe a little bit of world champion or something. In fact, I'm fibbing with that, because there weren't any ground baits like that. That came later with magic. We used to use magic at Worsborough, but that's another story. But main feed was just brown crumb, right? So you'd chuck little balls. I mix a lot. I mix probably, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 kilo of ground bait to start.
For a
3-hour evening match. But you'd literally be throwing a ball all time, right, and then loose feeding squats over it, fishing a white maggot or hook, and you'd catch these skimmers, and it was fantastic. You couldn't wait to get there. I mean, we used to go to work, right, and I'd pack up. We'd pack up a bit early at work. I mean, I started working for myself as such, and we'd fly back to Worsborough, and you couldn't wait to get there because the fishing was that good that you couldn't wait to get up matches. It was phenomenal fishing. Really, really good.
What would you say were the biggest things that you took from Worsborough? Because it's such an iconic venue. It gets mentioned on the podcast a lot, and it's so local to you. What would you say the biggest things you learnt about on that venue were that you've carried forward?
It was a place where... sorry again. It was a place where it evolved. I mean, everywhere you go, fishing evolves, doesn't it? The fish started off small, got bigger, and of course you catch weights to start with on a waggler. Then we started catching them on poles. I mean, poles were really in their infancy. I mean, we had, I think, first poles I started using were SLV glass poles that we had, in early days of fishing. And as things progressed, poles got better, the fish got bigger also, and then it started where you started catching them on feeder, right? You couldn't catch weights same on pole, and so you started feeder fishing. So you got, like at Worsborough Reservoir, you got a mix of everything over years. You got your waggler fishing, your pole fishing, then your feeder fishing. So it was a great grounding really for sort of learning your fishing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'd love to have seen it and fished it when it were like that. I really would.
It really was brilliant fishing.
Talk to me a little bit about some of the other venues you fished. I know that the River Trent is a place that you love now, and you still absolutely take the mick when you go there fishing, but is that a venue that you grew up fishing as well?
Yeah, I started fishing on Trent when I was 15, I think, and my dad actually worked at Pitt when I started fishing competitions, and we hadn't got a lot of money. Money was quite tight really. But my dad used to pay me pools and buy me bait for me to go, on matches. I mean, my dad, everything in them days, my birthdays, everything revolved around getting kit for fishing, Did it
really?
Yeah. You never got anything for birthdays and Christmas other than fishing tackle. But... no, he paid for me to start going on River Trent.
Was he a match angler yourself, your old man, Al?
He fished a bit, not a lot. I mean, my dad he dabbled in it, you know what I mean? My dad's dabbled in all sorts of it years. I mean, he worked at Pitt for a number of years, and then they had a partridge and pheasant farm that, they used to sell partridges and pheasants. And
that's northern, isn't it, Tom? That is northern.
Yeah. But no, my dad were great. I mean, he paid for me to go on Trent, and it was fantastic for me, because I used to travel with some good anglers. I used to go with Keith Hobson and Mick Ward and Bob from time to time, and various very, very good anglers. But you learnt a lot about it, because what I used to do, and it's probably one of the best ways to learn how to fish, as I used to go on matches, and I'd sort of set up and have like 2 or 3 hour fishing. If I felt I weren't going to do any good, I'd get off my box and go and watch. Now, when I say I'd go and watch, I mean, you got anglers like Wayne Swinscoe, John Dean, Dave Thomas, Tommy, Dennis, Cleggy, Hobson, Pete Palmer, Roy Tull. You know, there were like a massive list. John Ollerton, a massive list of fantastic anglers fishing.
You just reeled 10 legends off there.
They're all legends of our sport, really. So if I weren't catching anything, I'd go and watch, right? And I'd watch the other anglers. And you learnt so much. I mean, we used to go on another venue. We used to go on Berrowash, right, on Derwent. I once watched Wayne Swinscore there fishing a difficult peg. He was stood in middle at river, right, catching chub. And these chub were like £1.5, 2 pounders. And he weighed something like £75 a chub. I mean, there were a lot of fish around at times. And it was one of the best displays of fishing afloat that I've ever seen. It was fantastic. You could literally see where these chub were. They were like sort of 3/4 down his peg. And if he didn't get presentation exactly right with a stick float in right place, you wouldn't get a bite to go past him. But you could see when he got everything right and got it in right place, he'd catch one. And at times, wind changed and were awkward, and he'd pick his waggler up, and everything were like, it made hair stand up on back of your neck. You know, it was that good. I mean, I was laid on top of a high bank behind him, so you were sort of looking down on him as well. And it were a fantastic match to watch him fish. So, you know, them type of anglers, you'd glean a lot of information off your John Dean and one or two others. But then as I got a little bit older, I started to compete quite well. And I can remember one match at Burton Joyce. I actually drew on outfall, right? And I'd got quite a lot of gear then. I'd started to build up. I'd be sort of, I don't know, in my early 20s, maybe 20, 21, maybe round about that time of my sort of fishing career. And I'd started to compete quite well on river, but I drew on outfall, and there were a drop on. There were about 2.5 foot on, and when you get 2.5 foot on, that outfall pushes out, and you get a slack, and it was full of bleak. And you could see them topping when I got to my peg, and I've rigged up. I only had one, I think a 3 metre. In fact, it was probably even top kit off my pole, a 3 metre top kit off my pole, I would have thought.
Yeah.
And we used to, you know, it sounds stupid, but we had little rings on his top kits with elastic in. And I think it was around about that period. We hadn't. Elastics were inside poles. I know it sounds daft. Everything. What? I know you know, like now you just put your elastic inside. We didn't used to put as elastic inside as top kit.
We're on the out like a rod.
Put little tiny rings on and elastic on outside.
No.
Yeah, so I'd set up to fish for these bleak, but of course the first couple I caught, elastic were cut, and I thought that's not right. So I tightened it up so it wouldn't come out. So it was literally on top at pole. And I think I was just loose feeding maggots. We used to take a lot of maggots in them days. I mean, it was the norm to feed like 8-10 pints of maggots. So I got a lot of maggots with me. So I was feeding quite heavy for these bleak, and they were sort of boiling on surface. And I've rigged up little tiny double rubbered float, right, what we used to use for bleak fishing then. 90205 must add up, that were a long shanked hook, single maggot threaded on. And I've loose fed maggots for these bleak, and I've caught, I think, 100 in first hour, which were no sparkling, but they were big. They were great big things. We used to call them blubs.
What's a blub?
Well, they're a cross between a bleak and a chub. That's what we used to call them, blubs, because the great big bleak were like, you know, a proper big bleak.
Size of a small chub.
Yeah. It was what we used to call them blubs for some stupid reason.
I think we should get that going again. I like it.
Yeah. But anyway, I got catching them. I reckon, I mean, I fished something like a 3-2 up length, right, which...
3 pound
3 pound 2 up length. I actually cracked off, I think, 4 or 5 times during the day. Now, when you think of that, when you're catching bleak, because of wear and tear on up length, that, you know, you were unhooking them all the time, you come back with a hook on, and you were like, what the?
Yeah.
But I can remember now, I caught 928 in the end.
5 hours?
5 hours. But I only had 100 in first hour and finished up with 928, and they weighed 37 pounds. Right. Now, I think it was Steve Walsenhome.
Yeah.
I'm nearly sure it was Steve Walsenhome. He were in Bay at Bottom Road. And he were catching chub. There were a couple of pegs in Bay that when water were on, they were really good chub pegs for, you know, quite big chub. And a bloke was stood behind him, and then he's netted one about sort of 2.5 pound, maybe 3 pound even. And as he's netted it, this lad said, well, he's turned to this lad. He says, anybody catching? And he went, well, no, not really. He says, but there's a young lad down on outflow that's catching bleak very well. Anyway, as he's netted this chub, he's gone, he'll have to catch a lot to beat this. Anyways, I think he weighed 31 pounds, Steve, and I had 37 pounds and won the match. And he laughed when he were like, I can't believe that.
I bet it were. You call him Clanky, don't they, Steve Walson? I bet he were Clanky. He lives in village across from me.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
Yeah.
I actually saw him at Aston Park, and he went, you don't know me, do you? And I went, and I looked at him, and he's loads of tats.
Yeah.
And I went, no, not really. And he went, Steve Walsenhome. And I went, never.
He'll be listening to this.
Oh, you probably will. Yeah. Lovely bloke.
Good angler. Yeah,
we're
good angler.
Yeah, we're very, very good back then.
What else did the Trent teach you, Al? Because obviously that's just one example of how diverse that river is. You draw a peg, you fish a whip or a top kit and catch 38 pound of bleak. There must have been other methods and species involved.
There were. I mean, Burton Joyce were, again, a fantastic grounding for fishing rivers because there were a lot of methods that could work. I mean, I won one Burton Joyce. In fact, I won actually 3 in the same year once, and I think I were in my early 20s when I did that, and one of them were with the bleak catch. Right, but I also drew on Stone Bridge, which is in the Nelson Field. Right, and I drew, I think I was peg below Stone Bridge, and it was an area that were really deep and pulling, and I fished an 8 number 4 stick float and loose fed maggots a little bit upstream because it were deep where I were, and again I had a great day's fishing. I weighed 19 pound 8 at chub and roach, and won the match, but I can always remember second was Jan Porter.
Wow.
I mean, Jan's not with us anymore. I mean, Jan was a lovely kid.
He gets talked about so much on this show.
Yeah. Well,
so much.
Jan, every time I saw him, he used to say, "You'll cost me." Right. He never actually won a match at Burton Joyce. He never won one. Right. And I think I beat him with like, literally a couple of ounce, maybe 3 ounce. Right, he were at bottom at Nelson Field on that, you know, the peg at right at bottom at Nelson. He were on that, and he had 19 pound, but I beat him with 2 or 3 ounce, and he always said, "You cost me," because he never actually won one. But in that year, I won one on stick float, I won one with bleak, and I also won one in Ferryfield. I were on about 296 peg, which were probably about 8 to 10 pegs. What were not outfall? Yeah, 76, I think, 77 not outfall. So I were about 10 pegs up Ferryfield. Cold day, low river, difficult fishing, and I caught 19 pound up bomb on straight lead. Right, fishing with a tiny little bomb. I mean, it were a great method, like quiver tip. And again, loose feeding maggots, but just fishing a straight lead. And there's some days when the fish just didn't want to take a moving bait, and you know, straight lead what a great way of fishing. You could catch a lot of fish with straight lead. There were a lot of matches won with it. I mean, Andy Sellers, I used to travel with him a bit as well. Andy Sellers,
He's a character, Andy, isn't he?
Oh, it's terrible. He rips everybody to bits. But
has he always been tame?
Oh, he's always been same, yeah. But he hasn't changed at all. but he used to win a lot on straight lead, and he sort of gave me a few pointers towards it.
Well, it's not a method anyone fishes now. I know you qualified for Riverfest on it the other year.
Yes, yeah.
I was going to say, what is straight lead? What is it?
Right, fishing with a quiver tip, a light quiver tip, and a tiny little bomb.
Right.
It often 1/4 ounce little bomb.
Bear in mind your carp boys, Tobe, that you have on the other podcast.
Yeah.
2 ounce, 3 ounce, 4 ounce,
and
a 1/4 ounce.
On the
bomb.
river.
Tiny.
Yeah,
on the river as well.
On the river as well. It never worked when it were pulling too hard. You wanted, I mean, it used to work really well at Longhiggin because there were not a lot of flow at Longhiggin on Trent. And of course, at Burton Joyce, there were times when low flow, and that's when you could catch on straight lead. When if your quiver tip were bent, it were never quite right. You got sort of bites that were never quite right. But of course, when it were low and your quiver tip were fairly straight, you could see little indications, and it were absolutely amazing that sometimes the littlest indication you pick up, there'd be like a great big roach on.
Wow.
Right. It were a method that caught quite big fish at times. It were really, really good straight lead. But they used to use Sigma 1s for it. Can you remember Sigma 1s?
Tiny little soft rods.
Yeah, tiny little soft rods.
Yeah.
So, it were no new, but using it in right place, you could win. I mean, I've obviously mentioned that I qualified for Riverfest at our Imp Bay at Dunham on Trent, and I caught a load of roach on straight lead. In fact, I drew in national there when we won national on tidal Trent, and I think I had did I have over 4 kilo? I had over 4 kilo, and I think at South Clifton where I were, I think 1 kilo was the next best weight, and I caught them all on straight lead.
Shows that it's still a method.
Oh,
it's
a method. It's a method. It works. I mean, I've even fished straight lead down at Whiteacres. On Porth Reservoir.
I remember.
Caught 270 fish on straight lead.
Were you loose feeding?
Yeah, loose feeding, yeah, for £20, £19.
Do you know what you should do? What I think people would love? You should do a straight lead piece for Drennan on their videos.
Yeah.
Like go on river, and I'd love to watch that.
Yeah.
I think it'd make a brilliant video. Little 10-footers, 9-footers. Have a word with Steve Winters. I'd love to see that film.
You see, what people don't realise, often with a float, everything's got to settle, hasn't it? To get your bait down to where it fishes. Now, when you think about it, a straight lead, because you've got a little bomb on, you chuck it in, it's decked very quickly, right? The idea was to tighten up quick. You needed a tight line to your bomb, so you kept tight, and once it's slackened off, you're fishing immediately. So if you can get bites, you can catch fish very, very quickly. I mean, it's almost like if you look at your Tamar, little feeders catching, we fish at Tamar with tiny little feeders fishing for roach short. And it's amazing weights you can catch. I mean, Oliver had £30. In fact, Wakeling won it this year fishing with a tiny little feeder catching roach, and it's quick because you're straight down to them. Your hook length drops down and they take it immediately, and sometimes straight lead or little feeder you can actually catch them quicker than you can on a pole.
Yeah,
it's a great method.
It is, and it's probably a little bit forgotten. It really is.
Yeah.
I'd love to see you in action on that, because I always remember whenever we have a national on Trent, you always chirp in and say, lads, just to let you know, make sure you got a little lead rod. And you did it other year, if you remember, and Eddie actually caught a barbel on it and won as national.
Yeah.
So it is still a method.
Oh, it's a method. Don't worry about that.
So River Trent, Al, what would you say is one of your most memorable matches on there? You must have fished so many over the years.
I mean, the fact at Burton Joyce, I mean, I won 3 in a year. Now, when
are they big matches?
Oh, big matches, yeah. I think, I'm not sure whether you at least over 100, 110 peg matches, I think there were that Roy used to run.
And the best
There might
of
have
the
been
best.
more than that, but I seem to think there were 110 of top class anglers, really. Now, I won 3 in a year. There's only actually 3 anglers that's ever won 3 Burton Joyce Opens in a year. And
Who are they?
I mean, that's counting your John Deans, your Dave Thomases, all framed a lot. They framed a lot in matches. They were very, very good. But there were only 3 anglers that actually won 3 in a year. I was one of them. The other were Roy Tulson, who run the matches, and other one were Dick Clegg. Right, Dick Clegg were brilliant on River, fantastic. He actually, he caught, I think he had over £30 in 10 matches on trot.
What,
Now
this Chubb?
The Chubb and Roach, right? He had a phenomenal run, right? But he used to go to a midweeker at Trent Lock. He won there. He won all over on River. He had a spell where he was like incredible, absolutely incredible. But he won 3 in a year. But there were, same as I said, there were only actually 3 anglers that won 3 in a year. So, that's some achievement on River.
You must have been quite young to do that as well. I bet people were surprised at this youngish lad's come along and absolutely blown it away.
Yeah. I don't know you can remember Johnny Malt.
John, I've heard the
You'll
name.
have heard the
I've
name.
heard it a lot.
Johnny Malt. Oh, he used to fish. I mean, he was a top class angler that you would have walked straight past.
What do you mean?
Right.
Why?
He used to sit on a little wooden sewing type box. Honestly. And his tackle, I mean, his rings were taped on his rod. And you would not have gave him a second glance.
Right.
Right, walking back. But he used to catch loads of fish. It was different to anybody else I've ever met. I mean, if you ever talk to Wayne Swinscoe about Malty, I mean, he'd have a bucket of bait with casters, maggots, corn, wheat, everything in bucket. And
What, together?
Yeah, and he'd throw it in. Right. And he'd throw it in. And now this tells you something a bit about fishing, really. He'd throw it in and he'd put a caster on. If he didn't catch on that, he'd put a maggot on, or try wheat, or try tear, or try pit. And there were days when he'd only catch on one bait that he'd fed. So they wouldn't eat others, but they'd eat some. Right. And it's sort of, like when they say, oh, you can't put casters and maggots in together and things like that. Well, he just fed everything. But he used to catch loads of fish. And I can remember when I won World Championships for, I don't know what, 2nd or 3rd time, I went to present prizes for a match on Steyner Canal it was a national championships for vets, right? And I've gone walking down bank and I'm watching anglers, some good anglers fishing. I mean, they're all older end anglers. And suddenly I've got behind this and I've realised it were Malty, right? Fishing a veterans national. And I've sat there up top at bank and he actually got better kit than what he'd ever had. God, your kit wasn't that good when I used to fish Trent. But anyway, I've sat there and I've watched him a bit, right? And I'd got my hair a lot shorter then when I was a bit older, like. And he sort of, he's glanced round over his shoulder, like, and he's clocked me sat behind him, and he sort of studied for a little while. And all of a sudden, he's looked round and he's gone, I know you. He says, you're that long-haired lout that used to fish at Burton Joyce. And I went, yeah. Brilliant, honestly.
Did you get talking to him?
Yeah, I chatted to him for a while, yeah.
So you used to watch him and fish with him at Burton Joyce?
Yeah. I used to watch him all when I used to go walking. But it were great for learning about river and, presentation of bait and everything. I mean, obviously then, feeder started to come into it. I mean, when I said to you that nobody used a feeder, I mean, in early days of Barnsley fishing against Trentmen, there were a team of likely lads that that won it one year, fishing like big feeders, that it was new actually using, feeders on river. I've grown up through a period of, we used to make a lot of equipment. We used to make floats, we used to make our own feeders, and your rods you changed and put different eyes on and changed quiver tips. And I mean, when I first started fishing, nobody fished with a quiver tip, so all that came in. So I've sort of grown up of the era of so much to learn. I mean, you look at fishing now, and there's so much you can learn from videos and even what's been written down over years, but certainly videos and watching how people fish. You can learn a lot about fishing very quickly, where in them days you sort of, we were all learning together, if you know what I mean. So you could learn a hell of a lot.
The actual process for someone, I mean, we've talked so far on this show about you getting into fishing, learning yourself, fishing places like Worsborough, sat behind Swinnow on the Derwen, putting yourself in these matches, or your old man paying your pool so you can fish. Yeah. Your learning process is so different to a young angler that age coming into it now.
Yeah, but because I think, everything progressed. Do you
think that's a good or a bad thing, or have you not got an opinion on that, Al?
I have an opinion, and I think if you speak to sort of anybody who's, getting on in the fishing career, that I think we grew up in a great era where you were learning all the time, and you wanted to learn, if you know what I mean, and you wanted to progress all the time. So I think the era I grew up in were great. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think sometimes we look back a little bit with rose-tinted glasses. I mean, there were a lot of matches won on Trent with sort of £10 and even a bit less. There weren't the massive weights that sometimes people, there were odd matches that there were big weights, but not, Burton Joyce sort of, 20 to 35. There weren't very many weights much above sort of 30, 35 pound. A lot of weights were a lot less. But, it was an era that were fantastic for learning, there's no doubt.
Definitely. Well, it's not done you any harm.
No.
We've talked about the Trent, we've talked about Worsborough. I know that another venue that I really want to ask you about, that I hear a lot of people talk about on this show, even people like Swinnow, was the River Witham. And that was a venue that you fished as a young angler, and I know you learnt quite a lot fishing that river. Yeah,
again, have you ever been out with them?
I've fished it at Southery for pike, and I've fished at Tat's Bridge a few times, around that little area there, and that's it.
It's a crying shame that river's not used anymore, really.
Is there any fish there now?
I think there is some fish, but I think weed growth in summer's a big problem. I mean, they used to cut weed, and there were always some colour to river, and that it doesn't seem same as what it were. I mean, I've not been and looked at it summer. I went and had a look at it a couple of years ago in winter, and it looked fantastic. It were brown, water were coloured, and there were flow, and it looked absolutely brilliant.
Did you fish?
No, I didn't. I drove all the way up length up Kirkstead, and there were nobody fishing, which it really sort of, I don't know, upset me a little bit, because even road behind were like in bad repair, and a lot of it were overgrown. And it upset me a bit, I'll be honest.
It's a little bit sad.
Yeah, I loved fishing it. It were a place that, like some places you go and you're excited to actually get there. I used to tap steering wheel. I couldn't wait to get there for matches, because there were big matches. There were 350 peg matches, a lot of them, that we fished.
What a match.
In summertime. And it evolved. The fishing evolved. I mean, when I first started going, a lot of matches were won with bream. And not particularly big weights, like 20, 30 pound were good weights, you know what I mean? There weren't massive weights or all like that. But as it sort of progressed, through summertime, I mean, bream, they don't feed very well when it's hot and sunny. Right, it's even on River Trent. I mean, you know, there were times when it were hot and sunny when, you know, you used to catch bream at Iggin. But when it were hot and sunny, you couldn't catch them. And with them, what same? So when we used to go in summertime, you could frame in match fishing for eels. I mean, there don't seem many eels around now.
I don't think there is. You never hear of people targeting eels.
No, I don't know whether they're netted out as elvers or they don't. There's not many eels in systems anymore, even in Trent or in Welland or Witham. Any of these places, there's hardly any. But there were a period where there were lots of them, and you could catch double figures of eels.
Did you used to go to try
fish
and
for
catch
eels?
them?
Oh yeah, you went and fished for them. I mean, you fished like, you know, heavyish elastic, like a number 6 type elastic. We'd actually got as elastics inside as poles back then. But you could catch like, you know, sort of double figures of them.
What were the crack? What were the technicalities of eel fishing? I'm intrigued.
I used to fish with really little hooks. Like, we used to use an hook that were a Daiwa hook, an MLB, I think they called them, a Daiwa hook. Really, really fine, barbless hook. Tiny little hook. Fish single maggot.
What size hook?
24s.
That's tiny.
22s and 24s were the norm. Even on Trent, we were fishing with 24s and 22s, and, you know, for everything, really. But when you were loose feeding maggots, you used to get them in your peg. You had to feed quite heavy. But of course, when they came in your peg, because they were greedy, they used to take loads of maggots in. So when you got a bite, often maggot weren't actually in the mouth, it were on edge of the mouth. So you used to get lots of bites, not catch many fish. It were really weird. You got like a bite of chuck, and you'd think you ought to weigh 40 pound, and you'd catch like 10 pound of them, you know what I mean?
Bit like I envisage a bird picking maggots up. Yeah. We've got a beak full of maggots.
Full of them.
Yeah.
And that's how eels were. So they were really, really difficult to catch. So a big hook never used to go in. So we used to fish tiny little hooks. And not too small a float, probably gram floats. But you could catch double figures on them. So you used to go there, and what they used to pay 20 peg, because it were a 350 peg match, they'd pay 20 peg sections and a 10 peg section. And of course, when it were red hot and sunny, it were like, oh my God, you know what I mean? I'm going to win my section and at least and win my 10 pegs as well. So you go there, and it were like, you were guaranteed to come back with a bit of money, but they also paid top 20 in match. So if you caught double figures, you were nearly guaranteed to get in money, you know, in main list. So you'd win quite a bit of money.
What are you talking about at time, winnings-wise, on them matches, Alan?
I can't really remember. I'll be quite honest. I can't really remember how much we used to win, but in them days, it was quite a bit of money. I mean, when I first started work, I think my first wage was 26 quid.
A week?
A week. So
that's like guru wages, that.
Yeah, I bet it is, yeah. Yeah. But you know, so if you won like 100 quid, it was quite a lot of money back then, and 100 quid would make sure you could go fishing like 4 or 5 times for free. You know, fuel weren't a lot, and, you know, so on and so forth. So
it were very worthwhile going and framing them.
Yeah. So if you won your 20 peg section and won your 10, sneaked in money as well, you got quite a wedge to come home with. So you're quite excited. You were like, you couldn't wait to get there type thing. But the fishing were great, you know, catching these eels. But after a while, they started to get more difficult. So I started to look at other things to catch. Every time you used to go, you used to catch 5 or 6 little roach in with your eels, but not many more. But anyway, I found a pond that was full of bloodworm. Right. I mean, it were actually with a Kes. You know, have you seen the film Kes?
Yeah, with a kestrel.
Right. Well, where that building is with the kestrel.
Hang on, you know that thousands of people are going to listen to this?
I'm not really bothered.
Okay.
There's no bloodworm in it now at all. No.
All right.
Right.
This is Alan Scotthorne's bloodworm pond.
Right, it was the best bloodworm pond in England at the time. Yeah, well, where Keswa filmed, right, we're only, at Birdwell, it was up at Ireland where it was filmed, Kes. And this pond was just below at bottom at hill from where they filmed it on the ruins at the farm. And above it were a stables.
Mm.
Right, so all effluent from stables, there were cutouts back at stables. It used to run into this pond. Well, it was absolutely rammed. Right, I'd have a blade that was sort of, 2 foot long. And when you run it through mud, it'd be like that thick round it. It'd be like a full scrape, it'd be a handful of bloodworm. So you could get 3 pints of bloodworm in like 15 minutes. It was ridiculous how much were in this pond.
How did you find out about it?
Keith Ashmore, who used to fish for Barnsley, told me about it. And he used to go with wellies and scrape it edge and get like half a dozen hookers. Of course, I talked to everybody about who scrape bloodworm, and they said, look, this pond is like really deep in mud, but there's not much water. So like, you need some chest waders and a float. So what you used to do was put 4-gallon bottles on an inner tube and put it between your legs. So you got 2 bottles at front and 2 at back and wade out. And when you got into the middle of the pond, you could actually get your scraper, which was 6 foot long, and shove it, and you couldn't reach the bottom of the mud.
That's dangerous, Al. That's dangerous.
But there were only like this much water.
So if you fell in, you'd sink into mud?
If you went in without to float on, you'd sink. In fact, I once went in with Andy Sellers and he got stuck because he's a bit, you know what I mean. He got stuck in. I had to help him out, but I think his floats weren't tight enough, like between his legs to keep him up. But anyway, but I could get lots of bloodworm. So I got myself set up for this, and I've been and scraped some, and I started going out with them. And I can remember first few matches that I went on, I didn't do very well. I caught like 4 or 5 pound of small fish. And I can remember Tommy Pickering saying to me, he said, Alan, he says, what are you messing about with bloodworm for when you know there's 10 pounder eels to catch? And I just went, well, I want to learn about it, and there's definitely better ways. Anyway, eventually I found out, I worked on things, and I started catching fish, and I found that you could catch them inside. There were a weed fringe, like about sort of 6 metres, but you could catch them inside of the weed fringe with whips. Right, and I started fishing like that. I'd feed off at weed, but I'd start inside. Well, some days there were like sort of these size fish, you know, roach and little skinners.
Ounce and a half.
Yeah, maybe 3/4 of an ounce, and an ounce would be a big one. But you could catch them really quickly. And feeding bloodworm and in ground bait, you'd catch like 250 to 270 fish. And I actually, when I got it sorted, I won one match, 350 pegs, and 2 seconds in 3 weeks.
That's a payday, isn't it?
Right, so that's a right payday, isn't it?
That's worth wading in the pond.
Yeah. So I actually won one fishing of at weed. I had 19 pound on one at matches, but I think I had 11 and 12 pound fishing inside at weeds as well.
What were the technicalities of it, Al? Because at this point, I'm assuming not a lot of other people are using bloodworm.
Kevin Ashurst, he mentioned that he went with them a couple of times. I can remember Kevin going, and he did all right on a couple of matches, but he did actually draw next to a lad that I was working with at time, Jimmy Leach.
I know Jimmy.
Right, he's a great bloke, Jimmy. And Kevin Ashurst, he were good friends with Jimmy actually. They'd met in past and one or two other things, and he'd met him in Ireland and that. And he drew next to Kevin, and of course we'd been and scraped some bloodworm, and Jimmy actually beat Kevin. And when he come back to pick me up, he's like got a beam like this. I beat Kevin. I didn't expect. You actually battered him. I think he had 11 pound, and Kevin had about 7
on bloodworm.
On
as
bloodworm, yeah. But we had a great run. Both of us caught quite a few fish. But me and Jimmy that day were like a dog with 2 tails. It was great. But that period of fishing learnt me quite a lot about, hooking bloodworm and feeding it and scraping it as well, and also looking after it, which, that were a big thing once I moved on to like world championships, knowing how to look after your bait and everything else, because, if you've not got tip-top bait for them competitions, you're not going to do any good. It's as simple as that. So, and
what were the methods for it, Al? Because I'm sure people listening, they want to know, how did you look after it, and what were the key to catching on it on the withem?
Well,
I'm assuming you didn't have joker.
No, I didn't have joker. No.
So you were feeding bloodworm.
Feeding bloodworm. Yeah, feeding bloodworm. I tried. I could get a bit of joker, but I never really got sorted out with joker. I think when I started trying to net joker, a lot of it had sort of depleted and it was difficult to find. I mean, Dennis used to go netting joker, Dennis White, and he used to scrape bloodworm as well. In fact, there's quite a funny story to that, actually.
Go on, you got to tell me about this.
Dennis, he used to sell joker and bloodworm,
right?
And he rung me up one particular evening. I mean, it was dark, right? It was in winter time, and he rung me up. We used to go with lamps on his head. We used to, with them lamps with...
like an head torch.
Yeah. And there was another pond near to where I lived, a massive lake, actually, that were quite a lot of bloodworm in it. Dennerby Ings, actually. But, where your Dennerby Ings...
Yeah.
It's a massive lake.
Is there any in there now?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You could have people up and down the country searching for
No,
bloodworm.
but there were a couple of hides on it, right, where there were all this people walk. There were a nature walk, and you couldn't really go in during it day because people used to get a bit irate when there were duck spotting and what have you.
God, and you're stood there with
stood there with a great big blade scraping blood.
Grim Reaper in middle of lake.
Yeah. So you couldn't really go in day, so we used to go at night. So he rung me up, he says, Al, he says, look, he says, it's freezing cold, he says, and lake's frozen. He says, I need 6 pints of bloodworm. He said, will you come and give me a hand? And I went, of course I will, Dennis. Anyway, I met him at lake, and we've walked down to, and it's frozen solid. It's like proper thick as well. And it's gone, Al, I've got to get in. So anyway, we broke out an area, like a massive area, and shoved it all under. And when I say a massive area, probably, 5 times as big as this room. And we managed to get it all shoved under ice, and we scraped, and we got 6 pints. I think I got 2 pints and he got 4. He was brilliant at it, Dennis.
Very good at it.
Really good, yeah. But can you imagine? Right, next morning, right, it's somebody walking down on that lake, and there's it's all frozen, and there's a massive hole in it. And they'd be like, what the hell's gone off here? A UFO's crashed in it or something. You know what I mean? It was like... But anyway, he got his 6 pints of bloodworm, and it was Robert Moore. In fact, a couple of weeks later, he went in again, and it was one of them nights when it was proper cold, and he got like 3 pints, drove back to their house. When he got to their house, he'd left it back at van. When he got it out, it were all frozen.
No!
To go back in again. Yeah, frost solid it back in his van.
I bet he was gutted.
Oh, he was gutted.
Just out of curiosity, what you said about scraping bloodworm, what is the process? Like how are you actually doing that? Like what?
Can't tell you.
You can't. Oh,
No. It's dead simple, really. You have we scrape our bloodworm. I mean, on continent, the netting. I've tried netting it. It weren't right for me.
Right.
But I just basically have a scraper that's a thin blade that's probably, I don't know, maybe 1.5 mil thick that tapers either side, and it's sort of on a 6 foot pole. Right, so you can run it through mud and basically have a net like a maggot riddle, but then with another riddle underneath, a fine mesh, so you can remove top one, and you've got a fine mesh riddle below.
Wow.
And all you do is scrape it onto that, and obviously your mud and all your sediment sits on top. Your bloodworm goes through. You take that off, wash it off, and then take it home and clean it. There's a
It's quite a process.
It's quite a process, but I mean now I've got one little pond where I can go in where I can get like maybe a pint of ruckers.
Where's that, Al?
Can't tell you. but it's there's not many places you can scrape bloodworm.
And do you still go and get it for yourself now?
Yeah. Still, I've got a bit through winter. Yeah, I think with bloodworm having a good upbait. I mean, to be fair, I mean we'd got his upbait off Sam in past and Taffy this winter, and his bloodworm's been quite good. You know, as long as you look after it, keep it in water, and riddle it and keep it right, change water every day and give it plenty of oxygen, it's pretty good. Really.
I've got some bloodworm off Taffy, and it must be, some of it will be 2 months old now.
Yeah, and it's still good.
Yeah.
It keeps quite hard. So, you know, when it's warm, keep it in fridge. When it's cold, keep it just on sideline. But it's just once you get used to it, it's quite easy to keep, and it's not as expensive bait really as what, you know, it's been in past, because, you know, joker, for skimmers we don't particularly feed a lot, and you know, a little pack of bloodworm would last you all winter almost. So
I almost feel like with the bloodworm fishing on commercials, or even canals nowadays, the actual outlay for the joker, you might say, is 20 quid for a pack, but you very rarely need other baits with it.
No,
you don't need a lot of ground bait.
No,
you don't need maggots, casters, worms, and everything else.
No, I mean, we've been fishing Allcroft throughout winter and use very, very little bait, really. But you know, you can still catch some fish. I mean, on Sunday I had 18 pound, you know, of skimmers, which is great fishing in winter, isn't it? Catching weights. I mean, you'll love it there at Allcroft. Catch lots of fish.
Really enjoy it. I love bloodworm fishing.
Yeah.
I've got to ask you, Al, obviously we've talked about this period, you're going to Worsborough, you're winning a load of matches, we've mentioned the Trent, we've mentioned the Witham, lots of travelling, really into your fishing, it's taking up a lot of your time. What did you do for work or a living during this time?
Not a lot.
That's what I'm saying, thinking.
I mean, I worked, I was a joinery trade, right, and I started at 16-year-old, I started at a building firm called Chadwick's, and I worked there while I was about 21. I finished up running a site on my own at 21, really, putting roofs on and doing all interiors and everything.
You were clearly good at it then.
I was good at it, yeah, I was quite good at it. But when I got to like 21, I thought, a lad, I mean, Jimmy Leach asked me if I wanted to go and work with him, like, on, you know, try and earn a bit more money, and I did. I took the plunge and started working for myself. I was self-employed with Jimmy, and we worked on sites joinery, and it was great really for fishing, because we finished up with, we got it worked out where we could earn quite a bit of money. You could earn 400 or 500 quid, which were a lot of money back then in a week. Yeah, not in a day, in a week. But that was quite a lot of money, and of course I could have, like, we used to have Wednesdays off a lot at time through summer. So I'd work Monday, Tuesday, have Wednesday off, go fishing. We used to go higging and all over the place. So I'd fish Wednesday matches. Of course, it's summer I'd fish Worsborough, winter you'd go higging out Trent, and then work Thursday, Friday. Finish at dinner time on Friday, go scrape some bloodworm or wherever, and, you know, get yourself ready for the weekend, fish Saturday, Sunday. So 3 times a week I was fishing, and sometimes a couple of times at night as well.
Yeah,
you know, we had it worked out really. It was great, really good.
And mate, you got some in. You certainly got some fishing in.
Yeah, but I mean, we've not really talked about sort of when I started fishing, like, and build up to World Championships. I mean, I had a great period where I think in 3 years, in early 90s, I won 33.5 grand.
What, in 3 years?
In 3 years.
That's an awful lot of money back then.
When you think about that now, I mean, 33.5 grand then, early, 1990, 1991, 92, that period there, were a lot of money. You talk about winning 25 grand at some of these competitions, and even more, don't we now? But back then, 33.5 grand were a lot of money then, and it enabled me to sort of go fishing regular, because I was winning quite a bit, but also I bought a couple of houses and
off the back of the winnings.
Yeah, and started, in life you've got to have a period where you've got to get a house and sort of work your way through. I mean, my early days of fishing, we hadn't got a lot of money. I can remember going with Mick Viles, and we drove down to Gold Valley to fish a competition, and Mick were working at sewage plants. He would, you know what I mean? He were working at water industry, and we hadn't got a lot of money, and we drove down to Gold Valley to fish a competition, and it was UK Championships, won at rounds at UK Champs, and we had a practice day, right, and then fish match next day. Well, we'd already spoke to John Raisin, who'd said he wouldn't charge us a day ticket. I mean, I think day tickets were quite dear then, even back then. And of course, when we got there, John weren't there, and Chapel let us in, like, to fish at Gold Valley, charged us a day ticket. Well, we both gave him his day ticket. We hadn't got enough money to get home.
No.
No, I'm not kidding.
Dead serious?
We were proper skint, pair of us.
How old are you at this point?
Oh, I had a little red van, so I don't know. I'd have been in my probably early 20s, I would have thought.
What did you do?
Right, I had to ask John Raisin for it back. Right, I had to ask him for his day ticket money back, so we could actually get home to buy some fuel to get home. And that's gospel truth. We'd not got a lot of money between us. Of course, Mick was saying he was sort of, building his life really. So we'd not got a lot of money.
Would you say that you had you must have had a bit of a business or clever head on your shoulders when it came to money to invest that into a couple of houses? I'm assuming you sold them or rented them out.
Because I were a joiner and I knew quite a lot of people in trade. These two houses, I think I paid about, 7.5 grand for one and 8 grand for other. There were dilapidated houses. Were built up. In fact, I had 4 months where I didn't go fishing for a period, and I'd actually got a little bit of a sponsorship with Census, with Trev Tomlin, because it were all around that period, and because I didn't go fishing for 4 months, he actually took my sponsorship off me, and it weren't a lot of money. It were only probably about 400 or 500 quid and some bait, but I was quite gutted about it, because
I bet
that meant that it sort of took away me sort of bit of money to go fishing, you know what I mean? Because I was ploughing a lot of money into what I was doing at time, like. But people think that you've had an easy upbringing, and it's not always been like that, I can tell you. No.
But you clearly were very good at what you did, and listening to your background in fishing, the thing that stands out to me the most, and I still see it in you now, Alan, is this drive to learn, and you want all the knowledge, and you went practicing, and you watched other anglers, and you just put yourself in the position to be the best you could be, even right back in these early days. You definitely did that. Yeah,
even now, right? We've just fished. I fished with Oliver in a pairs at Allcroft.
Bait Tech Feeder Masters.
Feeder Masters.
Winter pairs.
Yeah, and I've been 3 or 4 times practicing, right? And finished up, weren't happy with things, actually made feeders for place, and changed things around what we were doing. Oliver had been practicing with me as well, and we worked really hard on it, and we finished up winning it by quite a clear margin in the end. And when you think, you got Steve Ringer fishing, Frankie Wakeling, and all top feeder boys, Lee, they were all there.
Will Freeman, the whole England feeder team.
The whole England feeder team were there, but me and Oliver finished up winning it by I think we won with about £25 to spare, which against them boys, well, pretty incredible. Like, so
It's a great result.
I'm still absolutely keen for me fishing. But of course, as you get a bit older, you've got to be I'm 62, and I don't like telling anybody really, but I'm
Can you just repeat that again, please, Al?
I'm 62 now, so you've got to be a little bit careful of. You can't go fishing. I mean, people said to me, "Do you go fishing every day?" And I go, "You're joking." Could you finish up in a box?
I don't think of you as 62, though. I mentioned this to you the other week, and the other lads don't. Me, Denty, Oliver, Lee, all the young uns in our team, we don't think of Big Al as we just think you're a little bit older than us. Because you do everything we do.
Yeah, but you know why that is, don't you?
Go on.
Well, think about it.
Because you're just doing the same as us.
No, because I don't work anymore. I ain't worked since 94.
Right.
Right, so although I worked really hard up to 94, since 94 I have not worked other than in fishing. Right, so I think, can you imagine going on a building site, knocking nails in, lifting roof trusses, lifting, you know what I mean, joists on, and if I'd have carried on having to do that, I wouldn't be in the same state that I am now. I'd be ruined. But because since 94 I've not worked as in the building trade, I've worked at my fishing, a lot of the time you sat down a lot because you're fishing. All right, you're using your arms, you're using your legs for your fishing, but I've not had the sort of hard work of working in building trade. I've been able to keep my body in some kind of relative state of goodness.
Yeah, the wear and tear.
Yeah, the wear and tear's not there, is it? It's a bit like Nuddy. I mean, how old's Bob now?
I think he's 80.
He's 80.
Bob's 80.
He's still fishing. But when you talk to Bob, he says, "Well, I've never worked." And that's the thing. We work hard at fishing. I work really hard at it, but I've not had to work since 94 in the actual trade, and that is down to my dad and Sandra. I mean, Sandra, when I got together with Sandra literally said to me, "Look, there, you've got a period in your life now, you've got a bit of sponsorship." I was sponsored by Mustad. I got a little bit of sponsorship. She says, now's your period to try and make fishing your work. And from 94 to whatever, I mean, in 1996, 97 and 98 I won world championships 3 times in a row. I mean, to win world championships 3 times in a row gave me that sort of springboard to not have to ever go knocking nails in again, and joinering.
Obviously, I'm going to talk to you about the world champs a little bit later, but what did you do for money, or how did money come along? Because you can't just carry on surviving without an income. No. Where did that come from?
Right, well, when I sort of got to 1990, I had an incredible run at fishing, really. I won the European Super Cup at Home Pier Point.
Iconic event.
An iconic event. I mean, we've not spoke about Home Pier Point, but Home Pier Point were probably the best match. I mean, now even mention it makes hair stand up again on the back of my neck. Because
how did it come about fishing there, Alan?
Well, Home Pier Point's a rowing course in Nottingham. And of course, a rowing course is probably the best venue you could ever have if it's full of fish, because it's in a straight line. Generally, these places are all dug a similar depth, right? It's all in a straight line. You can get 200 anglers on Home Pier Point, either bank. Right, so it was perfect scenario for fishing, really. Absolute mega venue. But the biggest bonus were it was full of fish.
Really?
Oh, it was fantastic.
See, I've never seen it or known it, so
you would have absolutely loved it, because you're a bit of a flying machine. You catch fish quicker than anybody else I've ever seen. You would have loved Home Pier Point. It was a fantastic arena to fish in. And I mean, we started fishing home Pier Point. They started fishing night matches on it more than anything, and started to realise how many fish were in it. I mean, still Killen, who had a shop in Leicester, used to do really well on these night matches, used to catch a lot of fish, and he were in our team at the time. And they run some big events on it in run up to Super Cup, and fishing had been really, really good. And I actually, there's a bit of a story to this.
Go on, you've got to tell us.
I've got to tell you this one. One at preceding matches to it, I think it was a Swan Vesta match. I mean, they used to get cigarettes involved in fishing, sponsoring Fishing Embassy, sponsored fishing for a number of years, and Swan Vesta got involved as well, and they sponsored a competition, and there were a qualifier. You got to finish in top 50, right? And this qualifier were on Coronation Channel. Right?
Out in Fens, yeah.
Out in Fens. It's an offshoot at River Welland.
Yeah.
Right. And the fishing was reasonably good. And I've gone on this Swan Vesta qualifier because I wanted to qualify for home Pier Point. And I've been lucky enough to draw outside of this bridge. Right. There were quite a number of bridges of it, Coronation Channel. And I drew outside of this bridge, and I'm outside of the bridge, and next peg to him is Cleggy.
Dick Clegg.
Right, Dick Clegg. Next peg to him's Ivan Marks, and next peg to him's Dennis.
Dennis White.
So I've got me, Cleggy, Ivan Marks, and Dennis all in a line. Well, you can imagine.
That's a lineup.
That's a proper lineup, isn't it? Anyway, when we set off fishing, it became really apparent that I were on a pile, and they weren't. Right, these roach had obviously congregated near bridge. Right, so I've set off catching on pole, and I'm catching like these chunky little roach, and they can't get a bite, none of them.
Are you on bloodworm fishing or not?
I don't know whether I fished bloodworm or not. Maybe not. It could have just been maggots. I'm not. I can't really remember what we fished, but anyway, we've got fishing, and I'm catching these roach, and I thought, well, I'm going to qualify, and I says to Dick, I say, you had any bites? No. And anyway, a couple of hours in, obviously these fish have started to spread out a little bit, and Dick started to catch an odd fish. So with 2.5 hours in, and like I'm flying, Dick started getting an odd fish, so he's half a chance of qualifying. Then Ivan's blanking, and Dennis is blanking. Anyway, it gets to like 3.5 hours in, and all of a sudden, Ivan catches a fish. So they've obviously spread that little bit, and he's got a roach, and then he's got another one, but Dennis still hasn't had a bite. Of course, I'm sat there fishing. Next thing, I'm hooks this roach, and I'm shipping back, and I've seen this plop on far bank.
I know what you mean.
Right. And I'm like, I'm sure that was a bomb dropping in. Anyway, I shipped back, netted this roach, chucked it in my net, and I've looked back up, and right, 10 minutes later, plop, this bomb lands in again.
No.
Right, it's Dennis. It's Dennis from 4 pegs up, like chucking over the top of everybody to this bridge. Of course.
Oh, brilliant.
After this little period, Cleggy's clocked him. Right. Well, he's stood up, Cleggy, and he's gone ballistic. I mean, he was a really angry man at times, Dick, but he's gone absolutely ballistic because he's realised that Dennis is chucking down to this bridge.
You can't repeat what he said, can you?
Oh, it were not good. Of course, I'm sat there like, I'm not saying that, just keep shit. Anyway, I finished up. I've won the match and qualified. Dick's had, I think I had something like £11. Dick's had £5. Ivan's had £2. Dennis has had £1.7. Right, well, he's caught chucking his bomb sort of down in front
4
of me.
pegs up.
But the ironic thing is, top 50, he qualified. He qualified about 48th in match, and he sneaked through.
Little
Right.
devil.
Of course, we've gone home Pier Point, haven't we? He's come second in match, so he's won like £2,000. Right. So you can imagine Clegg. Clegg is just gone ballistic. You're cheating. bugger. He says, you've won $2,000 and you should never even have been there. Oh, dear. Brilliant.
That's a great story.
Oh, it was a great story. I mean, Ivan never said a word. He just like kept his head down, but Clayton went mad.
He weren't having it.
Oh, no. But anyway.
Tell me about Super Cup. Tell me about Home Pierpoint. Back to that.
Yes. Super Cup was... Oh, incredible event, really. I mean, it was Van der Nijn Super Cup.
I had the video, Al, as a kid.
Yeah.
It were filmed, and I had the VHS video.
Yeah. I mean, this was 1990 went first Super Cup were. And it was that bigger event that they flew the Van der Nijn team in on a helicopter. Right, for hype. You know what I mean?
You don't get that in fishing,
Oh,
do you?
no.
Hang on, what, in fishing? You had like a helicopter
arrival.
Yeah. So,
should we get a guru one?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I can't really... I know Jan Porter were in the team because he was sponsored by Van der Nijn. Marcel Van der Nijn. I think Jan van Schendel might... Yeah, Jan van Schendel, I think, were in the team. But they're a real good team. And, of course, they've climbed off this helicopter and it's all filmed and everything. Big hype for it. But it was 50 peg sections. Right, so that's a bit unusual in itself. So there's 50 pegs, 100 pegs on one bank, and then other two sections, 4-man team, right, 50 pegs, 50 pegs, 50 pegs, 50 pegs, 200 peg match. So you'd basically got to win, or try and win your section, right? 4-man team, that what how it were. So anyway, first day I've drawn just above ump, right? There were a place where there were a big ump behind. Obviously, when they've dug it out at some period, they left, and it were all grassed. It was fantastic arena to fish.
You park behind your peg.
Park behind your peg, the road all the way around it. So you could park on every peg. All pegs were very, very similar, but for some reason, ump area, there were always quite a few bream there. I don't know why, whether it was something to do with it built up behind, or nobody ever knows why these fish really were in this area, but there were quite a lot of bream around about the hump area. And I've drawn just above it. Anyway, I've basically, I mean, there weren't a lot of additives in them days. The mix I used were a lot of brown crumb, 3-4 pints of brown crumb, and Van der Nijn World Champion. It weren't a very smelly ground bait. It was a dark brown ground bait, so it sort of darkened your mix off nice with brown crumb. And that what mixed the ground bait that I sort of used at Home Pierpoint and boiled it in quite soft with maybe a pint of bloodworm in it. Right.
Home scraped.
So it was bang fresh bait. I mean, it had been scraped day before. So I boiled it in at start. But Still Killen said, look, the secret to Home Pierpoint to catch bream is to loose feed casters. So a lot of continentals didn't loose feed. They relied on ground bait. And that's what they did. They boiled it in with an amount of bait and rarely topped up much, really. Put probably more bait in than what we would, really. Anyway, I've boiled it in and I've started loose feeding casters, and probably my grounding from Worsborough, when I actually hook a fish, when I'm catching bream, I used to hook them, ship back really low. I mean, poles were reasonably good then. We got Tricast poles. We were actually sponsored by Tricast for a period.
Was that the Barnsley team?
Yeah, Barnsley, yeah. And I had Tricast poles, which were quite good, thin, very strong, maybe 14.5 metres, but I think they were a little bit shy of that type thing. But I caught very well. I finished up catching bream, and I weighed 33 kilo.
That's a ridiculous weight.
Which I don't know. I think I don't know if we fished 4 or 5 hours, but I had 33 kilo first day.
Nearly 70 pounds.
Yeah, but they never really filmed me match because nobody really knew that I'd caught.
How?
Because when I hooked them and kept my pole low, shipped back, I'd literally pull fish round to the side, and when I'd lifted up, it were in net, and I'd caught a fish that nobody really saw me catch type thing. It was just where I played fish from Worsborough. Because with skimmers and bream, if they come to top a long way out, often you can just ping off them. Right. So that's how I used to play them. And I caught on bunches of bloodworm and I caught a few on casters and a few on redworms as well. I think redworms are quite a good bait of a bloodworm. And the cameras never really filmed me because Jan van Schendel were about 3 pegs below me and he'd emptied it as well. So cameras had virtually filmed him a lot at time. They'd also filmed, on that film there's Kevin Ashurst, former world champion, and Dave Roper, another former world champion, next to each other. And it's sort of, there's a bit in film where it sort of pans to Roper and he says, on my left there's Kevin Ashurst, former world champion, he's catching a few. And then it sort of pans to Kevin and Kevin goes, on my right there's Dave Roper, former world champion, he's catching a few. And I thought it was really funny. Kevin could make me laugh just when he talked. I think, the Lancashire lad, he's absolutely brilliant. His spiel of talking was just, I thought it was
Did
great.
you listen to his podcast, Al?
Yeah, fantastic.
What a bloke.
Yeah.
What a bloke.
Absolutely brilliant. But anyway, I finished up, I won my section and won the match on first day. But
So you won the 200 pegs?
yeah, I won the full match, yeah. But
You said that very casually. What, a £70 a bream, 200 peg match?
But anyway, as results, right, I think Dennis won his section with bream I think he were on my side, so he were in other 50 pegs. He had 20 odd kilo, won his section. Still were on other bank, won his section. Right, so we've got 3 50 peg winning sections, right?
You'd almost say that's undoable.
Right. Hobson, what other one in his team, he was 42nd.
No.
Right. Now, Keith was 42nd. Now, no disrespect to Keith, it's unbelievable. His section were won with 9.5 kilo of roach. Right, so what's that, 21 pound of roach?
Yeah.
Right, he had nearly 8 kilo, he'd 7 kilo 800, right, in a 50 peg section, and came 42nd.
That's too close.
How stupid is that?
That shows how good the fishing was.
The fishing were unbelievable. It were all roach in his section. And he's had nearly 8 kilo and 9 kilo odds won, and he's come 42nd in section.
That also shows how good a standard it must have been.
The standard was ridiculous. We're all virtually all pole fishing, but they were all top French anglers. There were all the top teams from all over Europe were there basically. There were French and Belgians and there were a lot of good anglers. So I finished up anyway. I've won my section up first day and left the bank, drove back home, went straight scraping.
Back into bloodworm.
Back into my bloodworm pond. Got some more bait, fresh.
That night,
yeah. So I drove all the way back from Home Pier Point. I never sort of went back after, and a lot of people went for a bit of a drink or whatever at the building and that. I went straight home, scraped some more bloodworm, got back next day for draw. I'd also had a bet. So, I'd had a full bet on myself to actually win, which I didn't used to do things like that.
What made you do that time?
I've got no idea, but I must have had a little bit of spare money somehow, but I'd put a full bet on myself. Anyway, next day I drew on opposite bank, but overnight wind had got up. It was gale force.
Oh, no.
Now, when I say gale force, it was ridiculous. Right? There were rollers on. It was straight down rowing course. There were big rollers on, and it were almost bordering unfishable. It was that windy.
I assume you couldn't use a feeder.
No.
Float only.
Float only. So anyway, I've drawn at other bank, I've drawn it roach section, and I'm like, ooh, right. So I've gone on my peg and I've got set up. Now, then you could wade out so far. There was a limit of where you could actually wade out. So I've waded out with my SI and I filled it full of water.
What, your box?
My box, right. And I've got it as low down as I could. Almost my trays were in water. I've got it really low, right. And I fed it in the same way as what I did day before.
What's your reason for people listening? Why get low?
When it's really windy, if you think about flying a kite, right, when the higher you get your kite, the more wind it catches and so forth. Of course, when it's windy when you're pole fishing, the lower you can get your pole to water, the less wind it's catching, because at waves it blows over the top of it.
Makes sense.
So you need to sit as low as possible, and it's not always possible. But on this venue, you could. I mean, I got my box in, and filled it full of water so it sunk, so it didn't. You know what I mean? And got as low as possible. Fish like plugged in like we do. We hadn't got front rest then. I mean, now we'd front rest it. We hadn't got front rest. We'd not got out like that. We've got very basic equipment, really. I mean, when you probably, if you looked at that film, you think, we'd got a side tray that went on as ASI, and you'd have, buckets up bank, and it were real, a bit Heath Robinson, really, to what, I mean, when you look at our setup, what we've got now is incredible, really. I mean, a lot of time, 2 side trays and front, rests for us poles and everything. Again, it's progressed, hasn't it, from what we had then. But I can remember I fished for like, I don't know, 2.25, maybe 2.5 hours, and fishing was difficult. I'd caught a few roach, and I'd continued to loose feed. And there were a period in match of about, I don't know, 35, maybe 40 minutes when wind dropped, right, and it just dropped enough to be able to like anchor it, you know what I mean, and sit with a still bait. Before that, it was really difficult to fish with a still bait. You couldn't hold it still.
Is that what you're trying to do? Keep your float steady?
You're trying to catch a bream. And as we know, a still bait when you're fishing for bream is paramount. I mean, now with front rests and everything, it's easy to keep a float still. But back in them days, we hadn't got rests. I mean, we'd got nothing. So you sort of plugged in, hanging on, gripping, trying to keep your float still. And
that must have been exhausting.
Hard work, very, very hard work. But especially with poles were quite heavy as well in them days. Yeah. But tri-cast poles were quite stiff, and they were thin. There were actually, I think, in that match, there were 20 odd poles broke.
That shows how windy.
I mean, it was ridiculous. Wow. I mean, to break 20 odd poles, it was scandalous wind. I think. Second day, Tommy Pickering never even set a pole up. He fished a waggler, and he actually won his section on waggler.
Fair play.
I think he was probably one of the only anglers that fished a slider, which, and he won his section. But he was fishing for a different team then. He weren't fishing with us. I mean, our team, the same as I've said, were me, Steel Killen, Dennis, and Hobson. Anyway, second day, I finished up. In that period when wind dropped, I caught half a dozen bream, and I finished up winning full section again with 14 kilo and won it individually. But as a team, I think Dennis was second to third, Stewart did really well, he was top 4. Obviously I won my section. Hobson finished 43rd.
Key?
Yeah, finished 43rd again. And we still came third overall with his team. That's, we'd obviously like round about 50 odd points. So we scored about, I think we had 106 points in total.
You clearly had it absolutely tapped for 3 of you to come I know.
I felt really, really sorry for Keith, to be honest, because he'd been unlucky really on first day, and then second day he'd had a bit of he'd been really wrong end at ump side, really.
And he's amazing at fishing.
Oh, he's good at fishing, yeah.
And you again, Al, you skip over the fact you won your section and you won it individually. That was an iconic and magnificent win for you, surely. It were,
because it catapulted me into limelight to sort of get into England team as such. I mean, it really was an incredible event, and to go and win that. I mean, we come third with team. Funnily enough, the team that won it was Kevin Ashurst's team.
Was it?
Northern Select.
Who were that out of curiosity? Can you remember?
Now, when I tell you this, this team were at an advantage.
Okay.
Right.
Why?
Well, the fish bloodworm all time. Right. So, I mean, the team were Mark Lucas,
Yeah.
Man Mountain, massive. Kevin Ashurst, all right. He didn't look as big when he did podcast the other day, but he were a big bloke back in them days.
Big
you know,
Kev.
Big Kev.
Yeah, you used to call him Big Kev, didn't
Right.
they?
So there were Mark Lucas, Big Kevin, Alan McAtee, literally built like
Triangle.
massive. Right. And what other one? So there were Alan McAtee. Oh,
You're under pressure now,
I'm
aren't
under
you?
pressure. So there were Kevin, Alan McAtee,
Mark
Lucas, Bass Smith.
Baz. Thought you weren't going to get it
Yeah,
then.
got him. Bass Smith. Another like giant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think on second day they were only team that could fish.
Because they could hold the
Because
pole.
they could hold the poles.
Doesn't that, because we've spoken about this before, mate, haven't we? And doesn't that highlight the importance of being in some kind of physical, sort of fit shape
Oh, it
in
must
those
help.
conditions?
It does help. There's no doubt.
How important do you put that, Alan, in your fishing? Because you touched on it earlier. You're fishing obviously with Matt, who's you're a bit older than the rest of the team. But how important do you put fitness into your fishing?
I think you have got to be fit. I mean, not just physically fit, mentally fit, and everything to fish. I think at top level. I mean, when you looked at Home Pier Point, then I mean the anglers. I mean, they were best team that weekend, and physically strong. Where on second day, I mean, they did brilliant on first day, but second day they had an advantage because they were all big lads, but also very, very, very good anglers as well. All four of them were top-notch anglers. So they did fantastic.
Have you ever done anything, Al, to strengthen yourself or to change your physical fitness?
Yeah, I fished a lot of 16 metre, 18 metre poles. So
with respect, you're not a small bloke though. You big shoulders, big arms. You are a big bloke. People call you Big Al.
Yeah,
It's got to help.
I think. Yeah, it's strength in fishing has got to help, especially a lot of matches then there weren't limits like there is now. I mean, there could have been a 14.5 limit on then. There probably were, but even going back to World Championships, I think even when I fished in Croatia in World Championships, it were a 14.5 limit. They limited it to 13 metres, which I personally think that were a step backwards. I mean, I think 14.5 were well handleable for most blokes. All right, limit it for girls. I think it was because at girls that they limited it. One at lasses at the back, right, with fishing longer. And so they decided to limit pole length at World Championships and Europeans to 13 metres. And I disagree with that myself. And not because I'm a big bloke. I mean, Andy Kinder, who was a very small
Tiny
lad, could fish a 14.5 pole very, very well. But there's some venues where 13 metre is difficult, and you need that extra length to get into the right place to fish. I mean, you'll have experienced that. So I'm not sure whether a limitation's the good thing. And back then there were no bait limitation. You could use as much bait as you wanted, and there were no pole limitations. Now, bait limitation I can understand because things became very expensive and so on and so forth. But poles, I think, there should have been a 14.5 limit for men.
And it still should be that now,
and it
you
still
think?
should be that now for me.
Especially with how good poles are.
Yeah, poles are brilliant.
They are phenomenal.
Yeah.
You went on to fish the European Super Cup the following year as well, didn't you? There's a bit of a story to this.
Oh, there's a massive story to it. I mean, the year after, the run competition again, and again, I think we had same team. I drew above the hump section in the other section. The 50 pegs on hump, what bottom end of that side, on building side. I drew in other 50 pegs above. Totally different match, really. It was flat calm. There was very, very little wind. Sorry.
Don't worry.
And I actually drew next to Kim Milson. Kim Milson was in England team. And again, probably another stepping stone to helping me to get into England team. I drew next to Kim. And very, very similar way I fished. I fished virtually the same way. I mean, I loose-fed casters again. And maybe were a little bit more reserved with feeding, ground bait and bloodworm. But I won the full match again. I had 21 kilo.
So you won the 200 pegs?
So I won the 200 peg match again.
I bet you thought, this is easy, deja vu.
Well, it should have been, to be honest. I should have won, and I didn't. And I'll be very honest about it. It was a lack of experience on my behalf that I didn't win. I should have won.
What happened?
Well, because I'd caught bream literally 3 times, some roach, but mainly bream, a few skimmers, I were obsessed with loose feeding because I felt that it was that were, drawing the fish in. So I were obsessed with loose feeding casters. And because it was flat calm and hot, right, the second day I drew on the opposite bank again. And it was all roach. But in my mind, they'll turn up at some point, right? So we're obsessed by loose feeding. And I think I finished 10th in the 50 peg section. So I didn't have a disaster. I had just short of 7 kilo. And again, I think 9 kilo about won the section. But I made a massive error. Because it was flat calm and because we were fishing for roach, loose feeding, it was warm, the fish wanted to come up. So I lost a lot of fish, missed bites, had a real sort of really, one of them matches where after match you wanted to smash your gear up because I knew that I'd made a massive error. I'd done something really wrong because I'd had enough fish in my peg to win easily. I'd bumped fish, lost fish, really not got to grips with it right. And it was a real massive learning curve. I mean, when I was driving home, I was so angry with myself after. But
what do you think you should have done? How do you think you should have fished?
Well, I can't remember where we finished with team. We did all reasonably well with team. We were about 5th or 6th, but a lot of continental teams dominated. I think a French team won it. I can't really remember now who actually won it, but a French team did very well. But it was more their style of fishing, if you know what I mean. There were more roach to catch for a team, and they fished in that sort of way for roach a lot more than what we did. I mean,
What do you mean by that way? What were the method that they used that maybe you could have?
I'm not really sure what they did, but of course they probably fished a lot lighter rigs than what we did. I mean, I fished probably a gram float, maybe a 3/4 of a gram. I used to use some Milo floats that were quite thin at top. Really nice floats, actually. They presented bait really well.
Have you still got them?
No, I haven't. No, I got rid of them. But I finished up using a float. I tell you what, they were similar to Ultimate Ones.
Yeah, Trabuco.
You remember
floats.
Trabuco Ultimate Ones?
You used to use them on Staney, I remember.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Brilliant float. But anyway, I think they fished it better than what we did because on continent there were, they fished for roach a lot more and understood bloodworm fishing for roach, and we hadn't quite grasped it really. But the ironic thing is, about 2 or 3 weeks later, they run another big match that were nearly, it were a TV match, TV Classic?
Central TV
Central TV Classic match. right, and it was virtually on all on Pier Point, and I fished this match, and I'd sort of gone away and really thought about how I'd fished. Anyway, when I rocked back up for this match 2 weeks later, the whole lake were flat calm again. Right, and it were obviously where, there were going to be a lot of roach to catch. I drew on ump bank, but above ump. And I set off fishing and I loose fed casters to start with, because I thought, well, if there is some bream, they'll hopefully loose feeding casters, I'll catch them again. But there were for some reason they didn't feed. And after like sort of half an hour, I started catching roach, and I started to experience this similar thing so I thought, right, this is not right. And I started putting my casters in my ground bait and chucking little balls of ground bait, rock hard, and kept them down. Right, and nailed them to bottom.
So obviously the loose feeding, the casters are falling.
Again, talking about this now, I could feel hair standing up at the back of my neck, because it were like almost an iconic moment in my fishing, if you know what I mean, where I changed something and started chucking little balls and finished up. I caught 24 pound of roach and come second in match. I got beat with a bream weight.
Oh.
But I come away like happy, but like unhappy, because I knew that if I'd have changed on Super Cup on second day, I'd have won. I'm sure.
You think you could have won it
there
twice?
There were loads of fish in my peg that I could have won it twice. So I come away a bit angry with myself. Really.
But across them 3 matches there, both Super Cups and that central TV, there's so much learning there.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the nature of that venue, it were magical.
Yeah.
Like the sounds of it, I never experienced it, but I would love to have. It sounds like an incredible arena for learning.
It was, in my match fishing era, it was the best venue that I've ever fished. I mean, we used to go and fish winter matches. Steve Toone, who used to run the matches at Longhaired, used to run on, if River were out of sorts, he'd move it to on Pier Point. Right, and I must admit, I had a little period where I was thinking, I hope River's flooded this week. I used to love going on Pier Point, and we used to fish feeders at, what we thought were at distance, but probably weren't much over 50 metres then. We used to cast it. They used to take ropes down, first couple of wires on Pier Point, because there were rowing lanes up. And they used to take the rowing lanes down, so you could fish up to sort of third cable, I think it were. So it were a reasonable chuck, but we hadn't got the gear that we've got now, so it were probably about 50 metres. But you had to fish tight at rope, and again, you were catching skimmers, and it were like Simon, can you remember Simon Roth?
Yeah.
He was quite good.
Fish with Barnsley
for a bit. Fish with Barnsley.
Rothie, yeah.
He's fishing again now.
I'm sure I've seen him on Riverfest a few years ago.
Yeah, he's fishing again now. But he used to do quite well on it, fishing little feeders up to rope and catching these skimmers. And I had quite a good run on it, where I used to really hope that River were flooded and we could go on Pier Point like.
Superb.
It were great fishing. I won quite, an odd match on there.
Do you think we'll ever see a match on it again, Alan? Or do you think there's any fish in it?
No, I'll tell you what happened with Pier Point. Pier Point was really a rowing course. It's for rowing. Right, and the outfall where the building used to come in, right, there was some sediment sewage used to come in from that outfall, what used to feed Old Lake. Right, so it always had like a green, sort of browny green colour to it. There were always colouring on Pier Point, and of course rowers were on as well, which maintained that colour as well. So
stirring it up.
Yeah, but the lake was fed. Right, it was fed from this sewage outfall. And what they did, they diverted it. There's some big gravel pits at back, and they diverted it through gravel pits. And of course, when water come into Pier Point, then it was gin clear. And it changed. Over sort of a 3 or 4 year period, it sort of went downhill quite rapidly. In fact, the last time I fished it were in a home international. We had an England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales home international on it, just on the hump side. and there'd been a rowing regatta on it week before, so it had coloured it up quite well, and it fished quite well. I won my section on first day. There's a bit of a tale to this, actually. I won my section on first day. I went for a practice, and I knew how to feed it. When you boiled it in at home pier point, I mean, we used to put a little bit of leam in as mix, and I used to mix my ground bait really dry, right, and not put a lot of bait in it.
Why is that, Al? Why was the drying
right,
important?
I wanted it to cloud. Right. If you didn't put a big cloud in, you didn't seem to draw any fish. Right. You had to cloud it up. So I mixed my ground bait quite dry and boiled it in and made quite a big area. I mean, there were a lot of fish, so you didn't want it tight. You wanted a biggish area. So I used to boil it in really dry, but I went on a practice session and I knew about this, and I fished next to Stevie Gardner, and I mixed my ground bait and I made it like really claggy, right, and I boiled it in and I fished like 2 hours for like one roach, right, couldn't catch anything.
Okay.
But in my mind, I knew I wanted to do it because I just wanted to prove to myself that it wanted feeding. So anyway, after a couple of hours, I've got back up bank, and it were only a practice session. It weren't an official or out like that. But I got up bank, mixed it dry.
The whole ground bait mix again?
Yeah, remixed again. Right, and re-boiled it on top of it soft.
So it's making a big cloud.
Big cloud. And then started fishing again, and caught one every chuck in.
So it proved it worked.
It cemented in my mind how it wanted feeding. And I did that on match, and it was quite windy first day. I won my section with about, I think we weighed in kilos, about just short of 8 kilo a roach. It fished quite well. I didn't win that. I think Kim Milson won match that day with about 9 kilo odd. But it fished really nice, you know what I mean? There were plenty of roach to catch. Not so many, there were hardly any bream caught, but roach fishing were really good. Anyway, there were one peg lower down when we'd had a couple of practice sessions and other teams had fished. There were one peg where they'd caught nothing on it both days, right? And then at first day match, the lad who were on it caught 2 roach. And everybody caught round him and he caught 2 roach.
What were the reason for that then?
Right, the bottom were covered in mussels. And these roach won't come over these mussels. Anyway, the second day match.
I know what's coming here. I know what's coming.
Cleggy's gone to draw and he's drawn pegs like. And as he's handed me peg, he's gone, sorry.
Oh no.
And I oh, you're joking, mate. And I'm on this peg with the caught now. Of course, I didn't know it were full of mussels or anything. Anyway, but it were a 14.5 limit, right? So anyway, I've gone to my peg and I've got set up, and there were a limit that you could go out. Anyway, I've just sort of pushed it a little bit, you know what I mean? Made sure I was a slight little bit further out on line.
Yeah.
As I dare. And I've put my pole up. I think then I had a Shimano Super Ultegra pole, which very, very good pole back then. And I weren't sponsored with Shimano then, but I got this Super Ultegra pole, and I'd set up as long as I possibly could, right, to try to fish out. Now I'd worked out how to catch roach by lowering your bait.
What do you mean by that?
Right. If you think about a roach, they're generally off bottom, and if you feed on bottom, they take off at bottom. But of course, everything that comes down travels in I mean, I shouldn't really tell you this, but I think a lot of us know about it now, but probably some people don't. But everything that travels down to bottom travels in a straight line. So if you actually think about it, if you want to present a bait as naturally as possible, you've got to lower it in.
It makes
Because
a lot
it's
of sense.
got to go in a straight line. Right, and I'd sort of perfected this fishing on Stainey a bit, where you were lowering your bait. Now, people see you put your rig in and hold your float up above water, and they think you'd actually lower it float. So you set your float up and lower your float in, but I didn't used to do that. Right, I'd worked out that if you held your float and let everything settle, right, but sort of this far off bottom, but then lower your bloodworm in.
So you're presenting it with the actual lowering of the pole.
Yes, you're lowering the pole and the float and lowering the bloodworm down.
And
Not the float, the
no one else
bloodworm.
were doing this.
Not at the time, no. No, everybody just used to dump the rig in because they thought, get down there as quick as possible, and you know what I mean. But I'd worked this out where if you held your float up like a foot above water and let everything settle, which were the main thing, so everything was straight, and then lowered it, it literally hit the water and went straight under.
So why is that? Because the fish are seeing it.
They're seeing it come down.
Got you. Got you.
Right. And I mean, I think now, I mean, when we go on staying in, a lot of people know, yourself, you know about it.
I've sat and watched you doing it.
You've watched me doing it. And sort of everybody who sort of didn't know us now twigged onto that of lowering the actual bait.
And it's credit to you. I've got to say it because I know you won't. But when we've had things like winter leagues on the Stainey, you have gone, listen, lads, you need to be doing this.
Yeah.
And you've told people about that, which has
Yeah.
probably cost you long term.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, there were other ways of doing it as well, what I twigged later on. But, I mean, that period, I fished, it was flat calm, I fished with a Trabuco float, very, very thin float, and I lowered the bait in. So I balled it in at start soft with, I think I fed only about probably 3/4 of a pint of joker. Not a lot of joker. Balled it in and literally topped up very, very carefully. Maybe only used a pint of joker and caught 24 pound of quality roach. And I won the match on the second day. I had 12 kilo or 24 pound. And I won the match on the second day and won it individually, won it overall. But again, it was all the big learning curve to what to come, really. You know, I learnt a lot. I learnt about double bulking as well. And a lot
what's
of
double bulking, Al, for people
Right,
listening? Because that's a weird term.
Yeah,
you don't hear it a lot nowadays.
No, and it's still a brilliant method when you're on a lot of fish. I mean, I learnt this off at Stainey, double bulking, where you have an olivette and then a block of shots on top of a 6-inch hook length. And I used to fish three number 10s blocked.
So like all tight together.
All tight together on top of a 6-inch hook length. But the secret was, when you shipped out, is to drop your olivette so you got a bubble on surface. Right, and then put your float right in bubble.
What, just plop it in,
Yeah.
dump your float on top
Put
of
your
it,
float right on top of
and
it.
just leave it.
Yeah, so what happened, your olivette, because it entered water, it went down quickly, right? And as your float set with bubble, your shot then passed your olivette,
Got you.
right, which left your hook length above, so it come down as natural as possible. It weren't coming in front side, it passed your shot.
So it's that same straight
So
fall.
it's same straight fall. When you mastered it, I mean, I caught quite a few 20-odd pounds of roach on Stainey. I mean, I had 2 or 3 25 pounds of roach. When there were sort of them stamp roach, you know, when they were nice fish. And it were all about presenting it, putting your float on bubble and getting it to present falling past your shot.
This is what I love about this podcast. You're explaining that to me. And people will be sat next to you fishing going, how the hell is Al getting one every shuck in and I cannot catch?
I've had that where...
they don't know you're doing that.
They don't know you're doing it, no.
It's something that unless you explained it and I was sat on your side tray watching you, I wouldn't even know it were happening.
No. I learned, through that period, I learned a lot about bloodworm fishing and present it bait, and that was a massive grounding really to go on to World Championships. I mean, I'd got a good start because, same as I said, from 94, I mean, Sandra, who obviously, I'm married to Sandra.
She's been on the podcast.
She's been on the podcast. I had a great relationship with Sandra in fishing as well. I mean, Sandra was great, brilliant at fishing. So, once I got together with Sandra, I mean, I split up with my ex-wife that I had Oliver and my other son, Jacob. And I had a great period to learn a lot about fishing and go fishing more regular. I'd got a good sponsor in Shimano. I was sponsored with Trabuco, actually. I mean, that's another story, actually. I'd got a bit of sponsorship from Trabuco, but Sandra sort of gave me a period to try and sort of get, more involved in fishing and make fishing my life as such.
Catapult you forward.
Yeah,
properly.
catapult myself forward.
And that's obviously off the back of this golden run.
Yeah.
You've got the ridiculous upbringing on the venues we've spoke about, and then this time at home Pier Point fishing these certain kind of matches. It's almost inevitable what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I got it team. The run up to sort of getting in World Championships team, Cleggy had obviously, Dick Clegg, Richard Clegg, Sir Richard Clegg, had MBE, OBE, had got his eye on me anyway, because obviously I'd fished with Barnsley and I'd been involved a lot. And that particular period before, sort of got me in limelight, and I made the team for the World Championships in '94 at home Pier Point. Now,
was that your first one?
No, it weren't. The year before, in '93, right, I'd been selected to go to Baleek in Northern Ireland, but not part of the team. He'd selected me as sort of a second reserve type thing.
Bit of a trainee.
Just to gain experience. I mean, he'd also took me, I don't know what same year, probably, it might have been year before, but it could have been same year. I went out to Italy on a friendly international. And we went to Arno in
Florence. Yeah,
right,
been there.
On Arno. What are you on Arno?
I thought it were Ostellato on it.
Ostellato.
I remember you telling me about
right,
it. Yeah,
Ostellato, yeah. You're right, we went to Ostellato.
Which is a big canal.
A massive, massive canal. I mean, you could only just chuck across it with sort of a 20-gram waggler, so it were a big place. But at the time, it were full of Carasio, right? And we went out there to fish this. I think there were San Marino fish, there were England, there were Italy, there were France. I think there was probably another team as well, but there were 5 or 6 teams maybe fished this international, and Cleggy did draw for first day, and it were all waggler fishing for these Carasio at distance. I mean, it was funny in practice. The secret to it were to actually fish past. I mean, you fed sticky mag and some ground bait at a distance, and then fished past it.
Which is a bit of a known Carasio-y tactic, isn't it?
Yeah, fishing past your ground bait. Anyway, first day we've sat down and I've rigged a waggler up. I think I fished a 14-gram waggler. And I'd been out experimenting, so I fished it with a shock leader and quite a light backing line, which was not really normal way to fish it.
Especially on a float. I mean, shock leaders are only really coming in now.
Well, I'd worked that out, that if you put a light backing line, like a 2.4 Ultima I used to use, and a 5-pound shock leader, you could chuck a lot further with a lighter float. So I'd worked this out in practice anyway. I've chucked this float out. My first ball of ground bait I fired out landed right on my float, and I can remember now Cleggy behind me. I've told you, you need to fish past your ground bait, and I've nearly smashed bristle off top of my float, like, and he's like, oops, sorry. Mate.
Which most people would want to do.
Yeah. Anyway, we've had this practice session. The next day we've had this international match. And he's done draw and he's come back and he's gone, there, you're next to best Italian, Roberto Trabucco. And I went, oh, right, shit.
Household name in match fishing.
Yeah, I mean,
Roberto
Trabucco was one of top Italian anglers.
Legend.
A legend, yeah. So I've drawn next to him. Of course, Cleggy being what he is, he says, right, if Alan beats you, will you sponsor him? And of course, Roberto, no problem. If Alan beats me, I will sponsor him. Well, I didn't beat him, I battered him.
Yes. did he sponsor you?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Dead serious?
Yeah. So I finished up sponsored by Trabucco. So...
What a weird but brilliant outcome.
It were, actually. So I finished up a lot of my gear, what I got. I mean, that's why, I used Ultimate One Trabucco pole floats. They were a bit of an iconic float, and I had Trabucco poles, and it looked after me quite well. It didn't pay me very well, but gear-wise, it did quite well for me. But getting money out of him was quite difficult, to be honest. He's a typical Italian, like.
Yeah.
But gear-wise, he was very, very good with me.
So that were your first sort of proper sponsorship, which came off your first kind of international event?
Yeah, it were. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. So that were before on Pier Point. I'm not exactly whether it were a couple of years before or whatever. Anyway, I finished up. I'd been out to Portugal, and... again, our reserve in Portugal, and it was first year that Drennan actually sponsored World Team.
When was that, Al? Can you remember year-wise?
93.
Is that how long
Wow. Yeah, 1993 it were. So that was first year that Drennan had sponsored international team. So there was quite a lot of pressure on Dick. To do well when we went to Portugal. And I can remember in practice, I didn't do very well in practice. I really found it quite difficult to get it right. I mean, with Dave Harrell, I think there were Dave Harrell, myself, Tommy, Dennis, Kevin, Stevie Gardner, and I think Milson. Right, so it took 7, right? So you know what it's like when there's 7. Pegging's quite tight together. Back in them days, everything's a bit more professional now. You get a designated box to fish in, where back then there was none of that. It was like free for all.
What, like pleasure fishing? Right,
you just had to get there early and get your pegs. So... me and Dave Harrell, I think 2 mornings, got up at 3:30, left at 4 o'clock. Me and Fishing World Championship, left at 4 o'clock in the morning to drive 3/4 of an hour to venue to reserve us pegs. So we're putting buckets out to reserve us pegs. So
Can't believe that happened on a World Champs.
No, but it did back then. You sort of had to... we took turns, but I think me and Dave did it twice where we were on, but it was still dark and we're putting buckets out on bank to reserve us peg for a World Championship practice.
Madness.
But I never really got it quite right, and the secret were what after about 3 days I realised what were happening. And some of our anglers, it were all waggler fishing at distance, right?
Is this at Carouge?
At Carouge, yeah.
Got you.
It was 14 to sort of 16 gram size wagglers, fixed wagglers, fishing a long way over depth, right? It was sort of 7-8 foot, I think, but we were fishing like 11 foot deep. And the reason for that was to try to keep your bait still. And a lot of bites pull your rod round. We were fishing for these little barbel. They were up to sort of, they were odd big uns, but a lot of them were sort of, 10 ounce, a pound, some a bit smaller even. but they pulled the rod round. But the secret were, when you fired your sticky mag in with a bit of gravel in, wherever it plopped in, you chuck your float on top of it, but didn't move it. Right, and of course, I'd always been brought up to like sink your line, so I was sinking my line, and I was drawing my float back from where your sticky mag were landing. So I never really caught very well in practice until I sort of rumbled what were happening. You literally, they were coming to splash at float. I mean, almost like, you know, when you feeder fishing, sometimes they come to splash at feeder.
Pellet waggler.
Or pellet waggler, they come to splash at waggler.
You need to leave it where it is.
Yeah, but I mean, this were all a bit new, you know what I mean? It weren't like it is now, where, you know, your cogs weren't working quite the same. But that what idea was to cast out, leave your float where it were, put your sticky mag on top of it, and one of these barbel, it almost like you had your rod on a rest at side and they pulled your rod round. I mean, your float used to go under a lot, but if you struck, they were never out on until one pulled your rod.
What a strange way of fishing.
It were really strange, yeah. It were important to keep your line tight to your float. So when they took it, they felt resistance and up themselves. There were a lot of little wrinkles to it, but obviously it took me a little bit more time than what some lads did. Anyway, to cut a long story short, we fished the first day and really didn't get to grips with it. I think what happened is, again, in practice it was difficult and got a bit better towards match days. And you really needed to feed a lot of maggots, a lot of sticky mag, and be aggressive. And our lads just weren't aggressive enough on first day. Because it was difficult fishing, they were holding back, where Italians who won it first day just kept ploughing sticky mag in, basically, and attracted all fish. So they walked it first day. Anyway, we'd sort of twigged what were happening that we'd not... I mean, Cleggy went mad that evening.
Obviously, he's under pressure.
Oh, he's under pressure. And...
First year with Drennan, totally under pressure because he wanted to do well. I mean, they'd won the World Championships in... Was it 1990 when they won in Hungary? But they'd been very, quite successful up to that point. And of course, with Drennan's sponsorship, he were under pressure, and the team had a bad day. They'd all sort of, Tommy and Dennis had not done too well, and he lost the plot a bit, Dick, I'll be honest. I've never seen him as angry. He was proper furious after the match. And he actually dropped Dennis and Tommy. No.
He dropped both anglers for the next day and put me and Dave Harrell in. Now,
Big change.
You're not allowed to do that. You can only drop one angler. And Harry got away with it. He was that mad, I think, he'd said, right, you two, you're fishing tomorrow. And he was banging on table like he'd lost the plot.
Proper angry.
Oh, proper angry. I've never seen him.
I bet they were a bit of an atmosphere that night, weren't they?
I think he actually did apologise to Dennis and Tommy after. But anyway, he put me and Dave Harrell in.
And how did it go for you? Because this is your first time fishing.
First time I'd ever fished. Right. So
World champs.
So... I mean, 1993, I'd got a fair amount of kit. I mean, Trabuco had been really good with me, and I'd sort of gone to my peg, and guess what? I'm next to another brilliant Italian angler up match. I'm next to Sorte. So there's Sorte above me, right?
Yeah.
We were at top end at match length. So I'm next to another great Italian angler who'd done really well up first day. So it was like, oh, great, here we go. Anyway, we starts off fishing. And I fired some sticky mag across. And at the other bank, there were a load of rushes. There wasn't no cover on most of it. But where we were at top end, it were a bit narrow, and there were some rushes at the other bank. And I've started about sort of 3/4 of the way across. And I fired some sticky mag out, just chucked a bit past. And first bite, after about 10 minutes, it's gone under, and I've gone, and I've got one like, and it's gone 100 mile an hour across the other bank. And rushes have parted, and I've lost the lot.
Oh no!
And I'm like, right,
this
great.
This is your first bite.
First World Championship, first bite, and it's gone through rushes out of the bank and cracked me off.
We're floating like, everything.
Well, I've lost lot. Right, and I'm like, oh, great. So I've picked another rod up. Right, I got 3 or 4 rods rigged up and I've chucked this other waggler out. Anyway, I fired some more sticky mag in about, so it's another 10 minutes as laps gone by and it's gone under it and I've gone, got one, and it's gone, and I've gone, and it's run, and I couldn't stop it, and it's run off this, it'd be one of these bigger barbel. Again, rushes have parted out of the bank, and I didn't lose my rig, it just cracked me off. So I'm like, wow, I can't believe this. Like, World Championships, and like, 20 minutes into it, match, got no tip net, been cracked off twice. Oh. Anyway, I finished up doing all right. I caught some smaller fish, and I had a couple of half-decent ones. And to be honest, I gave Sorte quite a match, but he caught a real big one late on. And he beat me. I think I was 4th in section, and he finished up 2nd. But I was 4th on my first debut match fishing for England, and we actually won on day.
Did you won the second day?
We won 2nd day.
Fair play, good comeback.
Yeah, we didn't make a medal, right? But we won the 2nd day, which I think sort of, I don't know. Cleggy was really, really disappointed, but in a way, it was, you know what I mean? At least 2nd day, we sort of got some credibility back, if you know what I mean.
The fact that 23 years later we sat here talking about it clearly means it meant something to you.
It meant something, yeah. But, of course, World Championships year after were at Home Pier Point.
Before we talk about Home Pier Point, I know Toby's itching for a pee because I can see him twitching. I think we should have a quick break because you're not going to believe how long we've been recording.
Oh, go
on, have a guess. You're not allowed to look. How long do you think we've been recording?
50 minutes.
Right. Keep this in podcast, Toby.
Yeah, should we keep it in?
Take your earphones off and look at that clock.
2 hours 29.
That's how long we've been going.
Wow! You're joking?
That's a trailer for you folks already. I think we surprised Big Al a little bit then when he looked at that clock, but time flies when you are in the Fishing Gurus podcast studio. And while we have a bit of lunch, a few stats for you. Can you believe that over 60% of you that watch this show are not subscribed to the channel, which means when we get a big guest on, like Alan Scotthorne, that you won't be getting a notification to let you know the podcast is there. And one thing I can promise you from our side is the more people that subscribe, you that are watching right now, if you hit that button, it enables myself and the podcast to go above and beyond, to take it to the next level, get guests on with credentials like Big Al that we've got on at the minute, and you can enjoy the very best podcasts in angling. So do us a favour, hit that subscribe button. Now, bit of lunch and back to Big Al. Are they comfortable?
Yeah, all right.
You
get used to them, don't you?
Yeah. Worst thing is you've got my voice in your ears.
That's definitely the worst bit.
It's when Toby speaks that it's like...
Who's that?
Oh, dear.
Well, look, we've just had a little lunch break, folks. It was delightful. And over lunch, we were just reflecting on Portugal, where you fished your first ever World Championship that you just spoke about. You also went back to that venue in 2010. And it's fair to say the result on the European Champs then was a little bit different.
It was very different, actually. The fishing was very, very different. I think sometimes if you're not involved in World Championships, I think people don't sometimes quite understand what you're actually up against. Right, because when I say this, have you ever been fishing in 42 degrees?
Obviously I have, and as a ginger it's not good.
It's not good, is it, mate?
No.
It's not good.
But not a lot of people have, Al.
No, but when we fished, I mean, obviously first time I fished in Portugal it were hot, but I can't remember it being like fry an egg job, because I mean, Portugal Carouche, it's all on sand. Right, so it exaggerates temperatures. Right, it's sun reflecting off at sand makes it really hot. So as soon as you add 42 degrees to it, oh my God, I don't think I've ever fished in something like that before. But when I say we returned to the venue, it was still similar sort of fishing. You were fishing for barbel. There were odd mullet, which, I mean, have you ever caught a mullet in England? No.
Very rarely catch them.
No. So there were odd mullet to catch. There were barbel. But when I say this, this is what you're up against when you go to Europeans and Worlds. A lot of these venues have not been fished before. When I say not fished, they're not fished for a couple of weeks before the event, so they're shut down. So the first day that we've sat down when we've returned, I mean, this is in 2010 it were. Right, we've sat down for a practice. It's absolutely boiling red hot. You've managed to get rigged up, sweat pouring off you. You've set up fishing. I've dropped in with a rig just to test it and caught a borger on a bare hook. Right.
Borger, another fish you don't see.
Another fish you don't see. So the next 5 hours I've sat there and never had a bite. Honestly, I cannot believe how many times that happens where there's a fish caught on a bare hook and then you don't catch a fish actually fishing for them.
Strange.
But first day I actually blanked and never caught a fish. I think £1.10 or £1.7 won our session.
So this is just practice?
This is practice.
Got ya.
Right, a sit-down trial practice. I think team were Darren Cox, myself, Sean Ashby, William, Stevie. Who else were there?
Would it be
Steve
Hemingray?
Steve Hemingray. I think it was Steve. Yeah, Steve Hemingray. So, I blanked first day, but then, from then on, the fishing has sort of improved slightly every day. We're only slightly to start with, but then Thursday, Friday were quite good, and I did well on Thursday and Friday. But, oh my God, you can't believe... I mean, your waggler fishing, very, very similar setup to what we had before. I mean, still fishing way over depth. I mean, there were certain things I did what I felt helped, like fishing fluorocarbon uplens. I put my uplens on metre-long boards, so everything was kept straight. I didn't put them on spools, right, where your line can take a little bit of memory. I put them on boards which I felt kept everything straighter. Right, that was only little thing I did a bit different. Still 14 gram, 16 gram biggest size wagglers fixed, fishing way over depth, 11 foot deep. Things like that didn't change a lot. Probably hooks might have been a bit better. I can't remember where I fished with now. I fished with a dren and a little forage duck, but still fishing with maggots. But what we found, or what became very apparent, is before the fish had come to splash at float and also splash at sticky mag, where you couldn't catch anything doing that. Right.
This is second time you went, it didn't work.
You couldn't catch a fish doing it. And I think that's why I blanked first day, because I got all this in my head. And it weren't, the fish went away from any noise whatsoever. So that obviously this venue had been fished quite a bit, and fish had got used to it, that this noise spelt danger. It didn't spell food, it spelt danger. Keep away from it. So the secret to it was to actually fire your sticky mag very, very low, no gravel in it, right? Fish like 3/4 of way across. Fire your sticky mag really low, so it almost sort of bounced on, like bouncing a stone across surface.
Skimming it.
Yeah, skimming it almost up to your float. So it made very little noise. And when you cast your floating, I found that casting like 10 metres past, almost at far bank, and drawing back, not fast, but really slow, right? Because again, if you pull something through water, it makes a noise. It's shh through water, because bubbles come off it and it makes noise. So again, I found that winding back to your bait really slow were important. So that were two completely different things to what we'd had there before. But what I felt were massive, right? Because in practice on the last couple of days, I caught really well once I'd twigged this. So come match, it were like, right, we're ready. We've got the plan. We've got how to fish. I've realised what to do, and most of the other lads is on it as well. His team has picked, I think Darren Cox were reserve. Darren struggled quite a bit during week. I think I think he took a little bit at wrong rods. They were losing odd fish, and he had a bit of a nightmare, Darren. I felt for Darren, really. But he picked team, and we've set up on first day, and we've had a great first day. But a bit ironic. I'm really confident, can't wait for the match, and Mark's gone and done draw, and he's come to me and he's gone, "You're in hard bit." And I've gone, "Oh my God, where am I?" He says, "You're on sand above bridge." Now, the sand area above the bridge, the top end at section were all trees on other banks, so it cast a shadow, and there were quite a lot of fish there. Right, it were apparent that area were a good part of section. The other half at section, it were barren either bank and just sand and hot.
Too hot.
You can't believe how hot it was.
I'm saying that's the sound effect of the podcast. Yeah.
It was ridiculous, honestly. But anyway, I've set up, and it's like, what they did, because the top end was so good, just in that section, they split it.
Right.
Right, so the top end at section were one half, and the bottom end for points were other half. So just in that section, they split it in half, so it were fair. So I've drawn it crap half, basically, poor half.
Yeah.
To put it better. So I've set off fishing, and I've chucked it far bank, and I've got into my routine of drawing back. And it were brilliant. I had a great day. I've caught like little barbel. I've had 2 mullet. I've had a great day's fishing. Like I've weighed, I think I had something like nearly 6 kilo. And I've not only won the poor half, I've won the lot. Right, so I've won my section off at half that's rubbish. Like
Even if it were one section, you'd have won it.
Yeah. But I've won it onto canter, really. Right, I mean, my half were terrible, and I've had like 6 kilo, and everybody's like, "How you caught that?" But we had it right. There's no doubt in my mind where we fished was spot on, just making very little noise. Small hooks, I mean, you're fishing a 0.1 hook length as well. So 10. So when you hook one, you had to be real careful with him. I think we fished a bit of elastic in rig or not, I can't remember. But you had to be real careful when you hook. But I've had a great match. I've had a couple of mullet in these and finished up winning full section. Of course, they've gone to draw next day, and I've drawn same section, haven't I? So I'm now in best half at section.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, Gary. Right, who am I next to? Sortie again.
What are the chances? That's who you were next to in your first ever world champ.
Yeah. So,
at that venue.
Yeah. So I'm next to Sortie. Anyway, I've had a great match again, and I've finished up. I think Sortie were about 4th or 5th in section, and I've won section and finished up winning it individual. So I think that was one of them sort of returning to a venue that was so different to what it were first time we actually fished it. But the tragic thing we had 2 great days with team, and we lost by a point to Portugal, so we didn't actually win it. I mean, that feeling of 2 gold medals, I mean, a gold and a silver's nice, chinking together, but, you know, if you win it individual, it's nice when you can win both as well. But we lost by a point to Portugal.
European champion, though, is not a bad title, Alan,
no,
is it?
I think there's only there's a 3 of us that's won all 3. I've won club champs, European champs, and world champs as well. And I think there's only 3 of us that's actually done that. So it was nice to add that one. I'd been 3rd a couple of times before, once in Netherlands. There's 2 thirds. Can't remember what the other one were.
In the Euros,
yeah. So it was nice to actually. To sort of
back
to
to
win,
Portugal,
yeah, but win that one. But I've never. I can remember actually on one at practice days, I'd lifted. I mean, there were quite a lot of sand up to a wall, and then your cars, vans, everything were other side at wall. And I can remember lifting my gear onto top at wall, and I was that hot that I was almost passing out, and I finished up laid against wall. It's shade, having like 10 minutes. I have never fished in anything like that. Ridiculous. When you went there, didn't you, on Euros and won there as a team? So
well, we got our own back because we beat Portugal by 1 point.
Right, I didn't know that.
So
right.
we got redemption for you.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, we
Brilliant.
did.
Yeah, but it was a different venue again, wasn't it?
Totally
there were
different.
other fish involved and different
Pole
fishing, wagglet, a bit of everything, weren't there?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it were interesting.
yeah, different venue.
I want to keep international fishing on topic for us. And before we broke for lunch, you were getting into or just mentioned Home Pier Point 1994, which is your second world champs on home soil in the UK on a venue that you've had unprecedented success a few years previous. Tell us about Home Pier Point, world champs.
Yeah, pressure on, really. I mean, fishing in front of your home crowd is like nothing that you can ever think of, because I think at Home Pier at the point, I think there was something like 40,000 people there. Now, if that was slightly exaggerated, there were a lot of people there. I mean, behind me on both days, there were like 6 or 8 deep. You know, it were ridiculous how many people were on bank for that.
That had pressure for you as a team, do you think, Al?
Oh, massive, absolutely massive. But a real crying shame how it fished. It fished really poorly. And when I say really poorly, in practice it weren't so bad. There were some fish to catch. I mean, we had a bit of a trial on it a couple of weeks before, and it was quite good. You know, I think I did really well. I worked out as tactics really for world champs. I mean, we fished slider. We clipped up maybe for first time, like clipping up fishing with a slider, so you were accurate.
What do you mean? Obviously on the reel, like on a feeder?
Yeah, clipped up like you would on a feeder, so you cast past and draw back to where you fed. And also, I mean, we fed some ground bait at the start, but topping up with little balls of grey leam and damp leam with a lot of joker in was something that I sort of formulated, and I really did well in practice. I think I won quite a few at practice sessions that we had on there fishing like that, catching roach, skimmers, perch. You know, not big weights, but it were quite good. There were a couple of days we caught fish on pole, but slider, you know, it dominated in run up to world champs. Sitting down on first day to fish when there's so many people on bank and so much excitement, and realising that it were going to be a real difficult match because it were flat calm. We'd almost, I mean, it was September, but we'd almost had a frost overnight. It were cold, you know, it were a lot chillier than what it had been, and it were one of them really bright, sunny days. Great for crowd behind, I suppose, but horrendous for fishing. Everything dropped really wrong for Home Pier Point.
Clear, cold, sunny.
Does the crowd
not good.
Does the crowd play a part in that for the poor fishing? Like, you think you've got 40,000 people stood around you fishing, surely? Well,
the back from you, I mean, they were behind roads, so there were a road in between and then a certain amount of gravel, and then you were also sat at, I mean, I think it was Mel Wild who did platforms for everybody. There were a platform on every peg for World Championships, a big wooden 6-leg platform that you sat on. So everything were right, everything were run right, boxes were, everything were right, but the fishing were tragic.
Wow. Such a shame when you told me about Super Cup.
Yeah, what a shame. What a shame. How
did you end up doing as a team? How did you end up fishing?
Well,
it's pressure on, like you say.
Yeah, the first day was, I mean, obviously you're wanting to keep yourself in it, and it set off really difficult. There were hardly any fish to catch at all. I think I was next to Fougier, who was one of the top French anglers at the time. I mean, Fougier's record, I mean, he's got his name on trophy. Fantastic angler, and he caught one perch, but that one perch was mega in our section. Now, I can't remember what one section, but it was not a lot. But during match, I mean, I've set off fishing at distance, what we'd worked out, what best distance. And I fed right. I made sticky joker were good. Everything I did was good. But I just had that little bit of bad luck, really. After about 2 hours, I've had a bite and I've struck and I've missed it. Right, and it's like, oh, I've missed a bite, you know what I mean? I've had a bite and I've missed it. Well, like, oh, shit.
What did you do? What did you think?
I've chucked back out. What are you thinking at this point? Oh, it's plenty of time. I'll catch one. And I've chucked back out. I've caught every day. I've caught really well, like. I've chucked back out. And so to a few minutes later, it's gone under and I've hooked a fish. Right, and halfway back, I'm like, nice, coming back nice and steady. It had been a perch. Now, as anglers, we know what perch are like. Hook them in wrong place, and you know what I mean. They can easily come off. Halfway back, it's come off this perch.
Oh no!
Right? It were a good one. You know what I mean. It had got me well up section, and it's come off. All right, I'll catch another one. Chuck back out. I had an indication next chuck, right, where I struck at what my bait weren't marked, and I never had another bite.
Blanked?
I blanked.
Home ground
World Championships blanked.
Bad result, or?
It weren't as it were, because other 4 lads, I mean, Kevin, no, not Kevin didn't fish. Stevie, Dennis,
Bob,
and I think Milson, all did all right. They all caught an odd fish. There's quite a funny story, actually. I mean, when I tell you this, I didn't know whether to laugh or what to do when Dennis told this story, but it was brilliant, honestly.
When is this? Is this after day one?
This is day one of the World Championships.
And you've blanked?
I've blanked. But top end at stretch, right, as Dennis, right, on my bank.
In your team? In
our team, right. And he's set off fishing, and after about an hour, his float's gone under and he's hooked this fish and he's got one hot slider, like. And he's next to Mario Barris, and Mario Barris has had 2 or 3 fish, like. Mario did really well. He was, I think he was in individual second or third, I think, right. Now, Mario Barris was a big friend with Roberto Trabucco. Now, obviously, he weren't an Italian team. He'd have been fishing for Portugal, Mario Barris. Anyway, he's hooked this fish, Dennis, and he's wound it in, and it's come to its side and he's gone. He's forgot to put his landing net up.
No!
It's a World Championships, and he's not got his landing net. He's forgot to put his landing net up. Right. So anyway, he strode over his box as calm as all, walked back, and dragged this perch onto gravel and picked it up. Right. And as he's picked it up, Cleggy's stood there. Right. And Cleggy's just gone, "You idiot," and walked off. Right. I mean, when he told me the story after, I mean, I'm like proper upset, but when he told me, it broke ice a bit, like, because I just thought that is brilliant.
That's just Dennis all over, isn't it?
But it's Dennis all over, isn't it? I mean, he's beached it. He's not like faffed about. He's beached it up, back, picked it up, chucked it in his net, and he's finished. I think he did really well in his section.
And what happened day 2, Al? Did you get left out because you'd blanked?
I feared the worst. Obviously, I thought, well, he'll drop me and put somebody else in, but he didn't. Right. He come to me and he said, "Look, are you all right?" I went, "Yeah, fine, absolutely fine." I said, "I just one of them days. I had a fish come off and missed a bite and had another indication, and that was it." I said, "I can't, you know what I mean?" He says, "Well, I'm going to fish you tomorrow." And I went, "Are you?" I couldn't believe it. I really was a bit. I mean, you can imagine. Anyway, put me in for second day. So second day, similar conditions. I drew on same bank on opposite building. And I think I feel everybody feels pressure in fishing. I think you'll have experienced this. Often when you're rigging up, you've got a bit of nerves. Once whistle starts and you actually start fishing, the nerves go and you get into, you focus on what you're doing. And I think I've always had that ability to focus on, forget about what's happening around you and focus on the job. And I think it's a big thing is to, I mean, Stevie Garner was a fantastic angler, but his head were on a swivel, right? He was looking everywhere. Nah, I was never like that. I tried to just focus. He could get away with it. I mean, I think he was that good that he'd sort of got away with watching everybody, and you know what I mean? It's hard fish, but I weren't like that. I would like to get in zone and concentrate on what I'm doing. So I've sort of blanked everybody out. There's nobody else there. I'm fishing a match and that's it. But I've gone an hour and 3/4 and I'm still blanking.
Bear in mind, these are only 3-hour matches.
A 3-hour match. So an hour and 3/4 in, I've got an empty net.
And the whole previous day you'd had an empty net.
And the whole previous day I blanked.
Surely that tickled your nerves.
Right. We're getting a bit edgy, as you can imagine. Right. An hour and 3/4 in, I've not had a fish. There's an hour and quarter to go because it was on 3 hours, as you've said. Rest at lads had caught, apart from Milson. So there were me and Milson both blanking. Right, and it's like all of a sudden a lad next to me has caught one on pole. Right, now I fed my pole line and everything were right, were I'd done, I felt I'd fed right and everything, and the lad next to me's caught a roach. I'm like, shit, he's got a fish. I mean, nobody else had caught. Anyway, I've whizzed in, picked my pole up, shipped out, dropped in, and it's gone under. Right, and I've gone, dong, and I've got one. Now, when I tell you this, when I think back to it, I think, oh my God, I've hooked this fish. I could not ship back.
What do you mean?
I couldn't ship back. Right, it's like my whole body had set. Right. And it's like you've got a great, you can imagine when they've all gone, ooh, when I've hooked this fish, which has like made it worse.
Good fish and all.
It were a perch, like about 10 ounce. Right, and eventually I've managed to like, it's like my pole weighed 3 ton. Right, I've like managed to sort of get, and I'm going by this guy. Right, and I've nearly shook it off. I'm checking that, and I've managed to ship back, and I've netted this perch, and I put it in net. And when I tell you, I had to sit there for a minute before I put some bait on it. Well, like flipping.
I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it now.
I have never experienced out like that. No, it were unbelievable. Anyway, I finished up. I've caught 3 fish. I mean, next fish I've hooked in, ship back, netted in. It all were well. And we finished up winning. I mean, Kim Milson did blank. So we had 2 blanks and still won the World Championships because the fishing was so difficult. Now, Bob won the individual.
Bob Nudd, yeah.
He's fished a great match second day. But I think he's had, I mean, he'll probably admit this himself, he's had a bit of a stroke of luck second day because he actually drew the peg that I'd fished on first day.
He did say this in his podcast.
Yeah.
I remember this, yeah.
And he's chucked out. I mean, we knew what distance we were fishing and everything. He's chucked out. He's over my bait from day before and he's like caught quite well to start with. And he's won. I mean, we were all made up for him because Bob's Bob. He's brilliant. You know, I've every respect for Bob. He's been a fantastic angler. I mean, we've had a couple of touchy times over his World Championships. We've had a niggle at each other, but all in all, I love Bob. I think he's been fantastic. But for him to win there in front of home crowd it's pinnacle, isn't it, really? And for us to win as well.
I was just going to say, what about yourself, Al? You've been in the team for, a year.
Yeah.
You're second ever world champs. You've fished both days. It's on home soil. There's 40,000 people there watching. How did that feel for you? First gold medal?
It felt literally unbelievable. I mean, you can't beat that, can you? I mean, to win on home soil is the pinnacle. And, 1994 will always be a very special year for me because, it was start to things to come, really.
I can tell it meant a lot with the way you tell that story. Like, literally,
great.
I feel like I were there then.
It was great. It was absolutely brilliant.
You say that he can't be beaten. I'm going to say in the next few events that we speak about, you probably have beat it because...
Yeah, but I think, your first gold medal at team fishing it was really special, and on home soil as well. It's unbeatable, really.
Magical.
Yeah, magical.
Tell me a little bit about the first time you ever won the World Championships, Al.
Well, I think on that, I think I was third or fourth in my section on that one. The year after, we went to Finland, and that were really, really difficult fishing, hard fishing. But I had a couple of fourths. I was fourth in my section both days. I don't think we got a medal there. No, we didn't get a medal. I think, Stevie and Bob were very, very attacking anglers. They were attacking. They'd sort of built the sort of fishing up in an attacking mode. And I think the fishing was so difficult. And I think Bob and Steve just overfed a lot. And they had two bad results, really. And we finished out table a bit. But I think I'd been very reserved in my feeding, and I know Milson had as well, and Milson had done well, and I'd done. I had a 2-force, and it was like a nice start to sort of building up me sort of. I don't know. You need some happiness when you. How can I explain it?
Confidence that you could get a respectable result.
Yeah, I'm not the most confident person, but it were building up some confidence that I could score quite well at World Championships. And I think that brings me to 1996, to Mincio. Mincio comes off Lake Garda. And
it's a big river, isn't it?
It's a big river. You fished it only how many years ago now?
About 4 or 5 years ago.
4 years ago. It's a big river, and it was a very hard river to fish, very difficult river.
What made it hard to fish?
The weed. Now, when I say the weed was growing up off at bottom river, and it come up maybe 3 foot off bottom stream of weed. It's reasonably quick. I don't know. I would have thought if you to nail a flat float, it'd be 10 or 15 gram, I would have thought. But, I don't know. Did you?
Probably right.
Yeah,
maybe 20 gram.
Maybe 20 gram to stop it. But of course, it was impossible to fish like that. We hadn't got flat floats anyway in 1996. We'd never seen a flat float. But the weed coming off at bottom made it so you had to run through with everything. You were, gram and a half floats, bolognese, which, again, an alien way of fishing. Roberto was sponsored by Trabuco. He gave me a couple of bolognese rods. When
I first heard about bolognese, I thought they were fishing with spaghetti on the hook.
Yeah.
I didn't realise it was a method of fishing.
No, we were using 7-metre rods, which the telescopic with rings, basically. And the fishing, it was gin clear. So you could see fish. There were odd chubs swimming around on surface and things, and it was proper clear. There was some bleak, tiny little bleak, that were 4 or 6 grams. Does that sound right?
Tiny little
things you could catch. They use whips with really soft tops. Tommy were quite good at catching them, but you could catch a couple of kilo of these bleak, which could get your up section quite good. 2.5 kilo were difficult, but a couple of kilo were on cards. And Tommy were good at it. Rest of us sort of mediocre. But the way to fish were bolognese, basically. But the problem were, when you gone on the river, there were weed on bottom, so you could literally, you had to run your float through until you started catching up and then just shallow up a bit. That's all you could do. You couldn't fish through weed. But the other big problem were Lake Garda above the weed cutting and things, and there were this weed coming through
on
surface. And a lot. Right. So it were like, how the hell are we going to fish? There was so much weed on it. Right. Well, when I say this, it sounds quite strange, this. By the weekend and the match, there were no weed on it. It were all there, but it didn't bother you. You just chucked in gaps and fished.
You got used to it.
You got used to it. It was a really strange thing that, you know, you just got used to fishing with the weed. But it were all floating casters. What you did, you fed a sticky ground bait. I had a bit of an argument about this with Bob, because I said that, because he kept going on about ground bait's got to be right. I said, Bob, ground bait's just got to be sticky as hell. Go on bottom and casters come out. No, it's got, and we had a bit of a tiff about it, but that, by the by. But anyway, the way to feed, well, I feed like quite a bit at start. So some casters, floating casters, were coming up through weed. So you can imagine these casters coming up and fish taking them as they come out at weed. But of course, when you went in with bolognese, 1.5 gram float, we had strung out shots, right, hook length. I fished with a mustad hook, a very strange hook, what I thought were brilliant for it. But there were really wide hooks, and there weren't many hooks like that on market that were wide, you know, but quite fine. I can't remember what they were, but and on hook you fish with casters. Now, there were a lot of bleak, so if you fish like a single normal caster, they just got shelled every time with these little horrible bleak. So they had some what they call black fly casters. You know your black fly that you get in casters? You get bags of them, right, that were stuck together. And you could put like a little group of them on hook, like 3 or 4 that were stuck together and hook them on. Right, really hard they were, so bleak couldn't eat them.
They're the tough little ones that you don't like.
Them that we throw away, that's
all
horrible.
The crap ones.
The black fly ones. And you'd put a little group of them, like 3 or 4 stuck together, put them on hook. They were like stuck in bag. It really weird, you know, how they were. The other thing that we fed in as ground bait was silkworm, which we call them triotes. Right, they were like silkworms, like, I don't know, that I can't. They were like a bug that they were cut up and put in your ground bait. We fed them as well. All really alien to us, really. But bolognese, right? You chuck it in, and it were hard to catch a fish. You'd like for 3 days we hardly caught out really. But every now and again you'd chuck your float in and you'd like set it up perfect, like. Only about 1.5 rods past your 7 metre rod, or maybe, you know, a few metres past. You couldn't. I mean, Dave Harrell were in team, and he were a bit obsessed at fishing further out. There's a bit of a funny story to that as well. But he were obsessed in fishing further out, and Dave, he struggled during it week. He could hardly catch up, but he sort of persevered fishing past everybody, because I think that's how he'd done so well on, you know, Y and on 7 and places. But anyway, what had happened, every now and again you'd chuck out, get your line behind your float, you'd get it absolutely perfect running through. I mean, we used a float that were like a carrot shape, but only like 1.5 grams.
So like body up sort of thing.
Yeah, body up type float. And you'd get your line behind it and hold it, and you could put it through perfect. And you just get it perfect, you think, oh, I should get a bite. And a piece of weed would get on your float and shove it, right? And it'd be shoving it horrible, and it'd go, and you'd like strike and miss it.
That's annoying.
Right, and it were like, shit, that were a bite, and I've missed it because of that bloody weed. But what you didn't realise, right, but what Mark Addytwig does this. When you were if you held your float back, right, really held it back in between weed, but then let it run, because these casters were floating, because you held it back, it pulled them down. But of course, as soon as you put your rod downstream and made your float run, your casters come up. Same as what were coming out at weed, and you'd get a bite, catch one.
So what were the tactic then? Hold it back and then let it go?
Mark Addy sneaked down bank watching Italians, and Gucciardi, who was the bee's knees on the river. He was the man. He clocked what he were doing.
How clever.
Now, I'd caught it in, I think, next to last day of practice, right, I'd caught 2 scardler, and we were all catching like odd fish. And Mark Addis come up, he says, Alan, can I show you what to do? And I went, yeah, all right, come on then. And I'm giving me rod thinking, this will be funny, this, like. Anyway, he's chucked it out. He's chucked a ball in, like, with some floating casters in, and he's gone. And he's put this float through, and then he's put rod downstream, and it's gone, clunk, got one.
First chuck.
And I'm like, what the... Right, he's wound it in, netted it. And I'm like, well, that would have float, wasn't it? You know what I mean?
What happened next?
Chucked it back out, caught one next chuck in. I went, get off and give me a rod. Anyway, I finished up catching 1 or 2, and then last day I caught quite a few. But, and finished up getting it team. But it was like, when you thought about it, how it worked after, they'd got it. They'd sort of twigged it how to catch him. Anyway, we had all sorts of sessions that week. I mean, we used to fish 3 hours, and I still think 3 hours is best for World Championships. And people who's watching this will go, 3 hours World Championships? Why? Well, when you fish 3 hours, when you practice, you could fish 3 hours in the morning, stop, a little bit of lunch, 3 hour session in the afternoon. So you had, instead of having 5 practices,
1 a day.
You had 9.
Yes.
Right, because on the Friday you had to finish after first session.
Yeah.
So you had 9 practices. Right, well, on a venue like that where there were loads of bleak, in the afternoon we'd have a bleak session. Right, and every time I'd finish round about 3rd or 4th, I would never quite, I mean, I've got big hands that were this big. You were feeling them on with little, soft, and it real 1.5 gram floats as well, fishing deep, not fishing shallow.
Bit faffy.
Oh, it was bizarre. Tommy were good at it. Rest of us were a bit off it, really. But this is funny. One afternoon, it's like, right, we've bleak session, so we're weighing in. Right, I've pulled my net out, weighed in kilos, 700 or whatever. Tommy's had his usual 2 kilo odd and so on. It's got to Dennis, he's pulled his net out.
It's a common theme here. It's always Dennis, isn't it?
It's always Dennis. So Dennis has pulled his net out and he's gone 5 kilo. Right. He's got 2 bass, right, a chub, right, a scardler. Of course, what Dennis has done is fish further out. Fished on bottom, like, chucked his ground bait in and fished up bottom with, like, and he's just caught all sorts.
Were it Dick at time? Or?
Yeah. Cleggy went, you idiot. Again, you got the idiot. Anyway, he didn't get it TV at end, Dennis. He struggled with Bolo, but that session, like, well, it was typical Dennis, that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just worked out a way how to catch all the fish with him. It was brilliant. But of course, there weren't, I mean, he'd some perch, and it also was in his net, like.
He'd been on species.
Oh, he'd been on species. It was brilliant. Right, all catching bleak like this, isn't it? I don't having none of that. But anyway, when it come to match, I mean, obviously, I felt quite confident, but I've drawn in this bend, right, on match, and I've chucked out, I mean, a 7 metre bolognese rod, and I've got 1.5 grams and a 2 gram rig or whatever, strung out shots, and I've chucked it out, and I've run it through, and I've put a bit of depth on, and I've chucked it out, and I've run it through, and I've put a bit more depth, and I've chucked it out, and it's like, what the hell? Everywhere we'd fished, there'd been weed off at bottom, right? In the end, I've wound in, I've put a plummet on, and I've dropped this plummet in, and it's like, my float's that far from my 7 metre rod tip, and my plummet's on bottom. No weed. There was no weed at all.
Deep.
And it was deep. And I'm like, oh my God, the only thing I've got is everything's floating. You know what I mean? And I've got a peg with no weed in it. And it was like, well, I spoke to, I think it was my caddy on bank. I said, what do I do here? I've got all floating bait and there's no weed on bottom. He said, well, no, what you can do, chuck it in and fish. I mean, that's what he said, because we hadn't got any sinking bait.
Can't just go back and get some more.
No. We might have had just a few casters that were sinking, but next to none. Anyway, I finished up, I balled it in and fished almost as we did, but with bolognese, and I could put other baits on, casters and things, and fish a little bit more normal. Anyway, I've had a great match. I didn't win section, I come second. I caught 2 barbel, which we'd not seen, right, and I caught, a few scardler, and I think I'd not far short of 6 kilo, but Milo beat me, Italian in my section.
Milo
Colombo. Nearly everybody on the match had fished bolo, because that's what Italians do. They turned up, Italians, all rigged poles up, and scored 7 points, all fish pole.
No.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Did they really?
Yeah, scored 7 points.
What were they doing different on a pole? What were they catching on a pole?
Well, if you think about it, the 14.5 metre pole limit, then you ship out a 14.5, you hold your float like that, go like that, and it goes straight under. They're just absolutely, they won every section, I think.
Had they kept it a secret all week?
They never set a pole up.
And then match day, they all got them out?
They all set the poles up.
It's clever, really.
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely fair play to them. I mean, the cake walked it. Milo won my section, Trabuco won it. I think they scored 7 points. I mean, there's only 5 of them fishing, so you know what I mean? They'd at least 4 section wins. It were unbelievable. It were like, oh my God.
I think that's is that the catch shot from the end of the first day? Is that the right one?
Is that a barbel? Yeah, it is, yeah. So
beautiful days fishing.
Oh, I had a great match, really.
And what's
really
a scardler? I'm assuming them other fish in that net, they're scardler.
They're scardler, yeah.
And what are they as a fish? Something else we don't have in England.
They're like a rudd roach type, beautiful fish. Ever so hard to catch. They're not easy fish to catch.
And what happened second day then? So you got a second in section.
So I've got a second in section. You're never going to win it. You're never going to win it because there's 4 Italians on 4 wins, right? So it were like, we were lying second as a team. We'd done well. We'd all caught some fish. Tommy had done his usual, caught a load of bleak, and he'd finished quite well up in his section. So we're miles behind him, but we're lying second, right? So there's a nice second medal to fish for. So second day, I've drawn my peg onto my peg, and of course, we've all rigged poles. We've not rigged poles before, but we've rigged poles up. We've got them weirs and everything, obviously, so we rigged them up. I've started on bolo. I've caught a couple of fish. I've had a little chub and a scardler. And I've gone on pole, and I've caught quite a few fish, because all of a sudden you could hold your float nice and just put your pole downstream it with a long line on and let it run, and it was nice, a lot nicer way to fish in weed, to be honest. I can't believe we'd not twigged it, but everybody were fishing bolognese day before, you know what I mean?
It's easy to get sucked in, isn't it?
Oh, we got sucked in big time. They had his pants down, there's no doubt about that. But anyway, I've caught a few fish on pole. I've had a couple on bolo. But mid-match, right, there were a load of chub come on surface. These chub were like pound and a half size fish, right? And they come on surface about, 25 metres out, because everybody were putting floaters in. This block of chub was sort of swimming up and down length type thing, just mopping everything up.
Eating the casters?
Yeah, eating casters. And Sandra were behind me, and she shouted down bank. She, have you seen them chub? I went, yeah, I've clocked them. Now, I don't know why I did it, but I'd had a period where I'd caught a few fish early, but I'd not caught for a while. Bear in mind, it's a 3-hour match, and we're like sort of maybe an hour and a quarter in or whatever. And these chub have come on surface, and I thought, right, I need to try and catch one of these. So I've put like 8 handfuls in a ground bait with floaters in, right, on my line, on my 14.5 metre line. And I've put, you were feeding like blocks of sort of 3 balls and then fishing for a while and then feed again. But I thought, right, I need to do something here. So I've attacked it, right, and I've chucked like maybe 6 or 8 balls in with my floating casters in. Now, what Sandra didn't know, I'd rigged a waggler. Right. And I've gone like that, and I've reached down, and I'd put it in grass outside of me because I didn't think I'd need it. I'd not put it on me stand, and I've picked this waggler up like, and I've set this deep, right, and I've put a block of casters on, and I've chucked it out, and it's its surface, and it's gone, and I've missed a bite off one of these chub. I've chucked it out again, and I've caught one like 1.25 pounds on waggler, right. Now, Sandra says, and a lot of people said, there were not another fish in the match caught on waggler. Right, and I've caught this chub and I've netted it, and I've put some more chuck back out and caught another one. So I've had 2 chub in, 2 chucks in. So now I'm like flying. Right, I'm sort of well up section. Now I weren't winning, but I were doing well. So anyway, I've then put it down. They've gone, these chub. I've caught 2 of them. They've gone. Right. Left the area. So I've put my waggler rod down. And because I'd chucked a load of bait in, I think I picked my pole up and I've gone in. The very next chuck on pole, it's gone under. I've had another 1.25 pounds chub. Yeah. And then I've dropped back in and it's gone under. And I've had the biggest scardler that I've caught all week. And it was bright gold. It got gold on it. It was bright gold, this scar.
Like a funny colour.
It was darker than the rest of them that I'd caught. Really dark coloured gold. It was a beautiful fish. And I've netted it. And as I've netted it, Sandra shouted down, bang, that's got gold written all over it. And I'm like, ooh. You know, I mean, at that point, then I've like got shaky legs and lot as I've netted it.
What are the chances?
Right. And anyway, I finished up. I fish rested, and I've won the section. Now, at this point, I'm thinking, well, I've got a win in a second. I don't think I'll get on board and be full of Italians, but you never know. Anyway, after a while, it come back that they'd all failed, basically. And I think I tied with Gucciardi and beat him on weight, and Milo had 1 point less, so it went. I won, Gucciardi was second and Milo was third. So
World champion.
And we come second with team as well. So
absolutely awesome. How did that feel, Al?
Oh, it's not. I mean, there's the old cliche, you know. It won't sink in. I don't think it's sunk in now. You know what I mean? It's what you work for in your life, isn't it? Is, you know, to fish or what I've worked for in my life is to fish for England, and you know, to do well fishing for England. I mean, you never expect, you know, to actually win world championships, but to go on and win it, and in such a fashion and in such a fantastic fishing arena is pretty unbelievable, really.
Italy, an amazing place to win.
Yeah, amazing place. I mean, there's another little story to Italy that I'll mention with this, and I don't think it had ever happened in England. I think in 2005 we went on a World Club Championships with Barnsley to Umbertide. Right, and I mean, I'm going off piste a bit, but we went to Umbertide, and it was a river again, flowing river, full of chub, right, and downstream on one of the other sections or a few little carp, and it a bit of a mixed fishery, but chub what main species to catch. And funnily enough, first day I drew next to Sorte.
Common theme here, isn't
it? I've been next to him a number of times. I drew next to him again at
after
top
everyone
end.
in world.
Yeah, and to cut a long story short, I won the section. I had 8 chub, big uns, and won the section. And he had a little chub and a carp, 5 kilo. Now I won the section with 8 kilo, and he was second with 5 kilo, but he caught this one carp. Right, but we finished up with, again, we lost by a point to Italy.
Ooh.
Second day, I think I was 6th in my section. I were on difficult end on bottom section. But we lost by a single point to Italy. But at the time, Sandra were ladies world champion. And I can remember I packed up from the second day match, and we walked up, and there were a massive tented village with all Italians in having grappa and, like they do. And as I walked past, I mean, in 2005, obviously, I'd been very successful. But as I walked past with Sandra, they started clapping. Right.
What, this tent full of people?
This village full of Italian people. Now, in Italy, they take the sport to another level. They sort of worship people. I mean, they worship the racing drivers and the fishermen at Seine. They're like your Trabucco, your Milo and Sorte and all. They're like gods to them, you know what I mean? And they take them, you've seen it, they really, pride the sort of angling community.
Top-end sportsmen.
Top-end sport people. And they set off clapping. Right, and it finished up. The whole tented village was stood up clapping us as we walked past.
You and Sandra?
Me and Sandra. I've never experienced out like it. It was like another hairs up back at neck job.
But it
was embarrassing. It was like, wow.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But that's the Italian place to win a world championships. If you wanted to win a world championships, Italy is like the place. I mean, I was sponsored with Roberto as well, so they'd won the team. So it was like,
what a one to win.
Couldn't be much better, really. Couldn't be much better.
Amazing. I've never heard that story from you firsthand, and that were a brilliant listen. Honestly, I'm sat here with a cheek-to-cheek smile.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
It was absolutely phenomenal.
Mega. Tell me about the year after, because this was the start of a run of angling that has never been seen or done before, and I don't think it'll ever be done again.
No, probably not. I mean, we went from there. I mean, again, it was like we went... just before I leave that, I'll tell you a little funny story about Dave Harrell.
I thought you were going to say Dennis again then.
No, before we leave mid-show, I've got to tell you this one. I was rooming with Dave.
Okay.
Right, he'd had a bit of a difficult start to the week, but it got like midweek. It was sort of getting to the point where, you had to do well. And he got stung, right, on his face, and it was swelling up a bit. And I says to him, I've got some Piriton. I mean, Sandra gave me some Piriton in case I got stung or out like that, which is a little tablet that you take for stings. But of course, you've got to be careful with them because they make you a bit drowsy, the drowsy ones, aren't they? So anyway, I've given her these tablets. She says, I'll take 2 just to, make sure, because this sting will like bugging him a bit. Anyway, of course, it was on Wednesday when it was like most important day. He was falling asleep on his box because he took these Piriton. And he always says to him every time, whenever we talk about like world championships, he always goes, you blooming got me. He says, you drugged me. He says, I could never get in that team because you drugged me on Wednesday. But that's Dave. He's funny.
You poisoned him with Piriton.
Yeah. But anyway, moving on from that.
1997.
Yeah. To
Italy? No, Hungary.
No, Hungary. I went to Hungary. Lake Valence. Marvellous venue, a lot of fish in it, full of skimmers. We had a really, really interesting practice.
What happened?
Right, they'd stopped you fishing on venue. You couldn't fish on venue then. It was still 14.5 pole limit, right, everything. There were no bait limits then. So it's 1997. We've drove over there. I've drove over I had a 1,300 escort estate. I still weren't minted. I hadn't got much money. I was still working as a joiner. I think I was still sponsored by Roberto then. And I've drove out to Hungary in this 1,300 escort estate. And of course, Bob's like got a bit of money, like, and he's there in Mercedes estate, and I'm following him. Of course, this 1300 Escort of mine were about on its knees, it was knackered. Right. Of course, it's all the way to Hungary, and I'm like foot to the floor trying to keep up with Bob in his Mercedes. The trouble was, it were all right on flat or downhill. I could keep up with him. Once it come to an hill, my 1300 Escort estate dropped down to about 65 mile an hour, and of course it's like Bob's gone, hasn't he?
Top of hill.
So I mean, we ain't got sat nav in them days or out like that, so it were like once you get over the top of the hill, it were like foot to floor trying to catch him. Anyway, eventually we've got to Hungary, and Mark Addy's with me. Right, Mark Addy were in team. There were me, Mark Addy, Bob, Stevie, Kim Milson, Dave Vincent. Right, if I remember right. Yeah, that's team. And of course, Bob Cleggy flew out. Anyway, we've got there, and we can't fish on match length. So where Lake Valence is, round from Lake Valence, it's sort of carried on the lake, and it was a concrete bank, very similar. It was a similar sort of fishing. So we've got in this park and set up to fish, but it was like a holiday camp. Well, when I said there were, I mean, ladies back then didn't seem to bother so much. There were ladies laid everywhere with not a lot on. There were titties and everything.
Really?
Oh, yeah, you've never seen all
What,
like
so
it.
it was
They were all topless sunbathing.
They were
in
that
this.
kind of beach?
No. They weren't, kitted off completely, but they were all topless sunbathing.
Sounds like a shocking place.
Oh, it
to
was
practice
shocking.
at.
Absolutely shocking.
Was Sandra there?
No.
Oh,
No, but...
obviously you focused on
Eventually,
fishing.
we managed to focus on fishing, but we're in this park. There's anyway.
I would not have got a lot of practice
all
in.
week, would you?
No. It was very hard to keep looking that way, if you know what I mean. It was like... Anyway, we fished in this park. You could imagine we had a right laugh. Really strange. Dave Vincent never set up all week. He just messed around with a bit of bleak slop, and we all thought that he must know something. It was really strange. But anyway, we all fished. You could catch £10 of bleak an hour easily. Right, it was solid with bleak, but they were a pain in backside to do all else. I mean, I had a little session for them. It was like ridiculous. I mean, £10 of bleak an hour is like going some, innit?
Oh, just a bit.
It was solid, absolutely
Crazy.
rammed with them. But I'd set up trying to catch skimmers, and I'd balled it in, and I'd mixed some really sticky ground bait to try and feed through these bleak. I'd got some Census River, lake, balled it in with some lake and leam, and then were feeding rock hard balls to try and get some bait at bottom, and I fished for a little while, and I caught an odd fish. It weren't very good, but it was red hot. It was boiling. Right. Anyway, eventually it got to sort of afternoon, and I caught quite a few skimmers. Mark Addy's decided he's stripped off down to his boxer shorts, and he's dove in, right, where I'm fishing. And he's swum out, upended, gone down, and he's come up with 2 balls of ground bait.
Never.
Right. And I've gone, get out of it, you took them out. And he's gone, no, I hadn't. And he chucked him over his shoulder like that, upended, back down, come up with 2 more. Right. These balls of ground bait weren't breaking down on bottom. So it was like, right, well, that can't be right, can it? So anyway, next day we fished. I've just balled it in with like really dry lake and leam. Right, and I've done a similar sort of thing to on Pier Point. I've got grey leam and damp leam, but bear in mind with no pots. Pots weren't allowed in 1996. Everything was chucked.
So you've got to throw every bit of ground
Yeah,
bait.
so I balled it in with no joker in at all, like literally a pinch of joker in a lot of ground bait. And I'd caught quite well, and I thought, we were only messing around, you know what I mean? But I thought this might be quite good on match. I'd found that if you threw like 3 or 4 balls of grey leam and damp leam with joker in, and then followed it in, you could catch these skimmers. So when we've gone up match length, started off like this. Now, Lake Valence was quite a strange venue because it was, I don't know, 6 or 7 foot deep, I'm thinking. I can't exactly remember exactly what it was, 6 or 7 foot deep. But as it went out, it suddenly dropped over a proper shelf, right? It weren't a slope like that, it was a whoomp shelf. And it dropped off like another 2.5 foot type thing over this shelf. So some pegs you could get over it, some pegs you were on top of it at 14.5, right? Well,
Did it make a difference? Did it matter?
Right. Well, the first couple of days I drew where I could fish over it, right? So I balled it in, but I balled it in lake and lean, great big balls of lake and lean, we hardly out in it, chucked it in, big massive cloud, right? You think you'd draw every bleak on planet, never mind, in area. And I've balled it in, and then I've gone through riggers of feeding little balls, like chuck 3 or 4 balls. But what I worked out is that if I clocked watched, right, like every 15 minutes, you could feed again, right? And have you ever done that? Have you ever clocked feeding?
Not setting a timer.
Well, I set my watch to 15 minutes, so every 15 minutes I fed, right?
Okay.
And obviously this has worked out through a week how to feed.
And this is them sticky balls full of joker.
Yeah, but what I used to do was get grey leam and damp leam and atomise it up so it went really sticky. So when you actually made a ball you put a lot of joker in it, there were no limit, so you could put a lot of joker into it. And when you made a ball, it was like a little Sputnik, but hard, if you know what I mean. It'd go down because it was really wetted up. Almost like paste type.
Claggy.
Claggy.
Yeah.
But of course, with a lot of joker in it, it was like a little Sputnik type thing. And I'd chuck like three or 4 balls in and then follow it in. And because you'd not fed a lot at start, which, I mean, since then, we've found out that you can't feed these size skimmers so much. So I'd sort of done something that were a little bit revolutionary almost, but not really knowing this.
It's ahead of the time.
Ahead of my time a little bit. And I fished with Ultimate 1 floats, and it was like, put your float in, lower it in. I mean, you could catch them double bulking as well. But, I had a great week. I had one of them weeks where I won every single morning session. Right.
You must have been confident then, Al.
Well, what happened, morning sessions, there were odd little carp. They were like these size carp, like landable on nice kit. You know what I mean? I fished a 16 black nickel oak round bend, like with 3, 4, 5 bloodworms on. A little bunch of bloodworms. But I think this were right because an hour I were feeding, because the joker stuck together. You can imagine skimmers coming in and being able to take like a chunk off it.
It's all clumped together, isn't it?
It's all clumped together.
So your upbait is similar to the little clumps of joker.
Similar to the little clumps of joker.
Got you now, yeah. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so you chuck, as long as you were accurate and put your float in, you could lower onto it and you could catch these skimmers. And I had a great time. I won every session, I think, morning, and caught an odd little carp with them. But of course, what happened, 3-hour afternoon session, I won't win. I'd come second, third. I don't think I come fourth, but I come second or third afternoon. Because what happened in the afternoon, Bob and Stevie were hell-bent on loose feeding maggots. So they'd catch more carp in the afternoon.
But that's outside match hours,
But
isn't
that's
it?
outside match hours.
Yeah,
But they got really like into it, Bob and Steve, and were like, we've got to loose feed maggots, we've got to loose, and I didn't want to do that. Because I'd won every session in the morning, but of course in the afternoon I'd still compete, but you couldn't beat them loose feeding because they'd catch an odd more carp. But anyway, when it come to match and tactics, I mean, I got in team. I mean, I think team up first day with me, Kim, Dave Vincent didn't fish anyway, so we'd a strong team for first day. And of course Bob and Steve they were the Southerners. They're a bit different to normal.
Oh, they totally. I don't really like them, Al. I mean, there's one side recording.
We're not that bad.
But they're really strong in the, you know what I mean?
They quite, when they think something or want to put something forward, they do it in quite a powerful way.
Yeah.
It's a different nature
Different
to
nature to us, I think. And it was one of them where I didn't want to lose feed, and tactics were lose feed. And I said to Dick, I said, look, I don't really want to lose feed. I said, I'm confident in what I'm... And he says, look, no problem. He says, you can have 1 hour. If you're not catching, bear in mind it's only a 3-hour match, he says, you will start loose feeding. I went, fair enough. Right. Now, Milson were on same hill because he'd been sat on my shoulder for 2 days, like clocking everything up. He was very, very good, Milson, at Kim Milson, that is, at clocking things that were right, and he were good at it. You know what I mean? He picked up on things, and he'd realised what I were doing and got on to the same way of fishing, really. So we've gone to match, and first day I've set off fishing. After an hour, I think Mark Downs come down and he said, Dick's asked me how you're getting on. And what it Mark? Oh, Dick's walkie-talking me, how you getting on? He says, if you're not catching, you've got to start loose feeding. And somebody who was behind me says, catching? He says, he's got 5 kilo already. And he just walked off, Mark. Right, so I just carried on catching. And I think I won the match first day, I think. I had 13 kilo on one section. But the ironic thing about this is I'm not normally a very confident person. But I'd actually rung Sandra after like 4 days. She was coming out on Friday, and I rung her on the Thursday, and I actually said to her, I will win this.
Did you really? That's not you, that.
And that is not me at all. But I'd had such a great week, and what we're practicing and everything else, I was buzzing. And I said, I will win this.
Did you genuinely have that feeling?
I genuinely had that feeling that I was buzzing week. Anyway, so I won my section first day. The second day, I drew a peg where I think I actually fished on top at shelf. I couldn't get over it at 14.5. So I just fished on top of it, right? And I fished probably 1.5 grams, ultimate one, and a nice float, and I could catch like all sides. I had a lovely day's fishing. But second day, I can't remember. I don't think we did that well with team. I can't remember whether we actually won a medal on that.
I don't know.
With team, I'm not sure.
We can have a little look.
We'll have to have a look. But anyway, second day, right, I've drawn a peg where the shelf is right on 14.5.
That's
right, tricky. Right on it. So it was like, right, what do? I thought, well, fish both. Right, so I set up to fish on top with my normal floats, but then it were windy as well. We got quite a wind on it, a big wind. So I've set up to fish on top, but I've also set up a 3-gram rig to fish over it.
What, on a longer line?
A little bit longer line, so I could flick out, right? And I mean, Cleggy come to me and he said, what do you think? And I said, look, I've set up this, like, I says, I'm right on a limit of, he says, well, where are you going to fish? I said, I'm going to fish both. And he went, how do you mean you're going to fish both? I was just going to fill it in and fish where I want. Right, so I finished up so to chuck in an area of ground bait as big as this table almost, where I chucked a lot, 25 great big balls of lake and lean, right, which I'd done the day before, but spread it so I knew some were going over and some were going on top, right. I actually said to Sandra who were behind me, I said, look, when I throw this ground bait in, don't think I've lost my marbles.
Because it's going to go everywhere.
It's going to go everywhere. I says it's going to be dry, it's going to be breaking up in air, and it's going to go everywhere. And it did. It went. I put a massive area in where I knew some had gone over at shelf and some were on top. Right, and I started on top at shelf, feeding on my float with my grey leam and damp leam. And I caught a few, but it weren't good. And I certainly weren't leading section at this point. But the big change was after about an hour I went over at shelf and I caught really well, and I think I had something like just shy of 9 kilo and won my section again, and lo and behold, I'd won it again.
Next year, so 2 years
so
running.
2 year on bounce, and you can't, you sort of can't write that down. It was phenomenal, really.
That's ridiculous, Al.
Yeah.
2 section wins.
Yeah.
It just sounds to me like you had it absolutely sorted, though.
I'd never been. Same as I say, I'm not normally a confident person, but on that particular time, I were right on it. I think Dave Vincent fished second day. Mark Addy, he told we first day, and when it were windy second day, he didn't fish second day. I think Dave Vincent stepped in. I'm not sure whether we got a medal or not. I can't really remember on that.
Well,
one.
I've just put the results up there from the internet. Saying 97,
England second.
England second,
we were
France
second then.
third, and Italy won it.
Yeah, so we were second.
When I talk to you, Al, about this kind of thing, you are so technical in terms, like when you talked about own pier point and the lowering of the rig and the double bulk and what effect that has, and even Portugal on your first ever world champs, and how the presentation was to be still on top of the ball, and then the next time was quiet, and then the lens with a like your difference and your technical take on it is deep and next level.
Yeah.
Do you felt that was just you when you were doing this? Did you have that more than other people?
I think I'd learnt a lot about bait presentation, and even in Hungary, like lowering your rigging, making sure you were. I mean, you had to. Pole cups are great, but for me, they're spoilt World Championships. Because
why do you think that?
Because everybody can put a pot on the end of the pole and put the bait exactly where the float is. But of course, for them, the skill was to throw your bait and put your float on it.
Yeah.
And that is not easy. That is not easy, especially, chucking little balls and, being accurate enough to get everything dead right.
When I actually think about it, and I've never thought about it before, and you'll probably agree, Toby, it actually adds an element of athletics or...
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It were 14.5 metre poles as well, so you had to be accurate where you were chucking, your feed. I mean,
there's definitely more skill involved there, isn't there?
Yeah,
there's
a skill.
100%.
Yeah. The area that I fed is a skill in itself to, to chuck the balls and make an area even, but to be able to feed in that area, say that's the shelf, to feed here with little balls to put your float, and to feed on shelf with little balls, you've got to be accurate. And I think the fact that, my grounding at Worsborough, chucking little balls all the time and fishing in that manner, I was quite good at it. And of course, when they brought pole pots in, it took a lot of that slight edge away almost, if you know what I mean. I think, when we went year after to Croatia, I don't think they were allowed then either. I'm not sure when it's actually started.
But eventually it came in.
Yeah,
and now, obviously, you can pot balls.
Yeah.
2 world champs in a row. What happened the following year, 1998?
Well, when I got home, I scrapped my car.
The Escort.
It were about when I pulled up in my drive after driving back from Hungary, it was scrappable. It weren't drivable. Right, I turned engine off and I think it went. And that was it. So I got
never turned back on.
Yeah, I got myself a new car because it had it. I don't know how we got home, to be honest. But anyway, I did. We had a great ride home with Mark Addy. Mark, lovely lad. He was brilliant. But Mark actually progressed then to helping Dick more at World Championships, really. He helped me tremendously when we fished. I can only put it down to Mark Addy for me winning really in my first World Championships,
with the floating caster
and
story.
even my second World Championships when he did the diving in and what a guy. I mean, he helped me absolutely fantastic. So a great guy.
It's probably gone a little bit under the radar in terms of how much he has helped from a technical point of view.
Technically, he noticed things. He saw things which, he was very, very good on bank.
Really first few years I fished with the team, Mark was still in charge with Mark. It was a joint. And I've got to say, as a young person coming into a team of people like yourself, and this is not disrespectful, but big characters with powerful results behind them, it's quite intimidating for people like me, Cam, Denty, that are stepping in with people who are our heroes. And Mark Addy was the guy out of everyone that just in an evening or just before the start, he was the one that put an arm out and went, all right, young man, are you all right? He was such a good people person. Even in the few years that I were there, I've experienced the amazingness of Mark Addy. I definitely have.
I love him to bits. A great bloke, absolutely great bloke, but definitely a calming influence. But I mean, moving on from there, I mean, when I come back from World Championships, I got a sponsorship with Shimano, which I got a very good deal with them. Which allowed me then to sort of concentrate on my fishing. I mean, I'd had a great run up to that point. I mean, we hadn't even mentioned, I mean, I won UK Championships 2 year hot trot, 91 and 92. But, all that helped me money-wise to get where I were, but getting the sponsorship with Shimano were massive because they paid me quite well. I worked hard for Shimano, but I got a good deal with them.
Was it almost a full-time wage?
Yeah,
fishing, Alan?
Yeah. It was very, very good.
Did anyone else in the country have that at that time?
I think Bob probably, yes. I mean, Stevie had a good sponsorship with Milo, and it was, there was a few anglers that were in a good position really. But when Shimano took me on, it was great really, because it made it so I could concentrate more on fishing. And Lynn Rees was quite a young chap, and he realised potential of me to promote Shimano as well, and he got me a very, very good deal, and he came out at World Championships to watch me fish in Croatia. Now the funny part of this story is that, well, it's not a story, it's true, but the funny side of this is this trophy, when I actually lifted it out of, I've got a trophy cabinet at home where we've got everything in, and I mean, it's still in our house now, an oak cabinet.
We've seen it, haven't we?
And
we've been there.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
It's packed full of silverware.
There's a lot in it.
Yeah.
And as I've picked this trophy out at cabinet, there's like this square, rectangle, left a little bit of a dust print on.
You know what that shows, don't you?
Yeah, don't clean.
Yeah, you need to do more dusting out.
But it were only fair. It's not. I'm not blaming Sandra or myself. But there's this little dust print where I'd sort of lifted it out at trophy cabinet, and as I lifted it out, I said to Sandra, "So, won't we putting that back?" Right. Went off to World Championships, and well, again, you can't write it down. The story from this one, we actually went out to, it was a rowing course again in Croatia, near Zagreb, I think. And
good venue, Al? Were it a promising venue for yourself and England?
It looked a bit dodgy, right? It weren't fantastic fishing. It were very clear, right? There was some Tostula Bic, Lost-a-lots we called them, these great big silver carp with eyes on top of their head.
Yeah.
Horrible looking things.
They're actually filter feeders, aren't they?
Yeah, the filter. You can't catch them, the filter feeders. Stevie Gardner did actually catch them, I'll tell you about that. But you'd hook odd-uns when you were bleaking and it'd be like, what the? It'd just crack you straight off like. But some of them were massive things. But we got rigged up. We got there, got sorted out, and we fished at opposite bank. Right, they allowed us to fish opposite. You couldn't fish on match side, but we rigged up opposite. There were a bit of a bar behind us, what were not good. The funny side of this is we've got sat down and unbelievably we fish same peg every day. I mean, why we didn't swap, I've got no idea. But first 3 days, I think we had about 4 or 5 days on this opposite. But we fished same peg for 3 days, which strange. But William were on top end peg and he balled it in.
This is Will Razor.
Yeah, we balled it in. But we caught some fish, but William, every time he got a bite, it snapped him. Right? For like...
Which is not like
what?
Will.
Oh, no. We were kitted up. We were like, crack, gone. And he can't land out, right? It was driving him insane. He were hooking like some massive fish. But we couldn't really work out why. So after 3 days, he moved peg, right? Now, I can't remember who sat on his peg, but whoever sat on his peg didn't hook any, right? Of course, William had moved like 3 in. Everything he hooked again snapped him. Right? So it was like, what the blooming heck's going off? Anyway, we worked it out at end. It was what it Harry were feeding it, right? And because he'd fished at Gold Valley fishing for carp, he'd mixed his ground bait really overwetted, right? So literally killed it, made it really inert. So when he balled it in, there was nothing coming off his ground bait to attract anything, right? And it basically all he caught were big fish.
What fish were they, Al, that were breaking? Will, what were they?
I think some were obviously bigger fish, bigger carp. But there were a lot of grass carp that were varying sizes. Now, they were ones that were landable. I mean, I think he did catch one carp that were a real big one. I can't remember exactly how big it were, but it were a big one. But these didn't actually feed it much, the bigger fish. But the grass carp, there were some of them to catch. But it's really strange. I don't think any other team will tumble to this. What we found is that, a little bit by accident probably, that using this ground bait and balling it in, you still attracted some of the fish with this really sticky coarse type mix. I think we used census carp, which is, as we know, is quite coarse, and I think we used giallia as well, which again is coarse. So we had quite a coarse mix, but other fish came over it. And when I say other fish, there were an odd little skimmer, there were an odd catfish to catch. There were also an odd roach, you know what I mean? But small fish. But you'd think to catch them fish, you'd have to fish light, you know what I mean? And fish light to catch them fish. But what we found is that if you fished heavy, not heavy as in heavy float, you could still fish a nice float, gram, or whatever, 3/4 of a gram. But line-wise, you could step up to like 0.18 and an 0.16 hook length and fish like a proper hook, you know what I mean, a 14.
And it didn't put the little fish off?
And you could still catch these other fish, right, which were like a right bonus, because the people that hooked an odd grass carp lost them, right? But when we hooked one, we landed him. So you didn't have to fish light. You could still catch these other fish. And same on Slider, you could put like a decent hook on and a decent line. And if you got it, you could still catch an odd small fish. But when you hooked a bigger fish, you got it in. So that were his tactics really for first day. But there were also some bleak. Right, there were bleak to catch.
And did they come into it?
They came into it as well. I mean, William, I don't know how old William would be then. He was quite young, William, when it was first time he'd been in Team William when we went to Croatia. And he fished his way into team. He was brilliant as he is. For such a young lad, he was right on it with everything. And quite funny, really. And another little bit of a story to this. He first day he drew next to John Deskey. Right, so we've done draw. I'm at bottom. I think I were in A section. Will were in B, I think, and so on and so forth. Right, and William is set off trying to catch a decent fish, couldn't catch, and he's finished up. He's gone in for bleaking, but at the start of the match, they've had a bit of banter because Census sponsor as a team, like, and obviously John Deskey is a big influence and a director of Census. Of course, he was looking at Will's rigs, and he says, "William, your float is too big, your line is too thick, and your hook is no good." He says, "To catch the bleak, you have to have everything right." Anyway, at the end of the match, Williams had like 2 kilo odd of bleak, and Deskey's caught next to no.
What did he say about that?
William was quite reserved. He didn't really want to upset John, so he didn't really say out. But like, he scored good points, William, catching bleak like, and Deskey's like, well, he's caught a few, but next to no, like, outside of what Williams caught. So it was like, when he come back and tell us, it was like, oh dear, right.
Fantastic.
But for me, I mean, I've sat down. I've had a terrific match. Really, again, I've started. I've had a quick go on pole and had a couple of little fish and gone out on slider. And I mean, again, we're only fishing 3 hours, so not long into the match, I've had a grass carp about 2 pounds. So I'm getting my points. I don't have to bleak fish because I'd caught, like, same as I say, a few fish short to start with. Probably only about, I don't know, 8 to 10 ounces of these smaller fish. But once I got this grass carp on slider, it was like happy days. Your bleakers are not going to beat you. You know what I mean? So you're fishing for top 5 in section really then. So I've caught an odd fish on slide, a small fish. I've had this grass carp, but it's getting like quite late on it match. And I've been on my ground bait line 2 or 3 times and kept feeling like there were an odd better fish around, because you know, like you get like we get it when we're fishing at Allcroft, when carp come in your peg, you get like your float like lift up, you know what I mean, where there's something underside of your bulk or something that's a bit, you know, a bigger type fish. And I can remember I had a few indications, but it were getting right late in match, and I certainly weren't winning section. But I've gone in and it's like time's like proper ticking on, and I was probably lying 5th or 6th at this point. And I think I looked at my watch. I don't think the signal had gone, or maybe it had. Maybe they'd blown signal, but it was very close to end at match.
Because obviously in a World Champs, there's a 5 minutes to go hooter.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about.
Yes, and it's getting close to end at match, and I'm not sure whether hooter went or I've gone in and I've hooked a big fish on pole. Right, it's like, and I've gone clunk, and I'm like connected, and it's like I've got proper kit on, so it's not breaking me, you know what I mean? It was just like, I hope this comes in type thing, don't come off, you know what I mean? And I've played it for a while, and then them grass carp, they're a nightmare when they come to net. They don't like a landing net, and they turn and they bolt off. And I'd had it to net twice, where it had sort of kicked off and gone back out again, and it weren't massive. It was sort of, I don't know, maybe a 4 pound, you know, couple of kilo like. But with the 3 kilo I got in my net, or 2.5 kilo, it was like, this is going to kick me right up section, this. And eventually it's come to net, and I know hooter had gone, and I've got it in net, and I've managed to unhook it, and I've put it in net. And at this point I'm thinking, well, you know, I'm going to be up there, and I've quickly baited up again. I think we were fishing just a bunch of maggots on hook, and I've gone back out.
Adrenaline must have been pumping at this point.
We're pumping, and I've whipped back out and dropped it in, and it's settled, and it's gone 100 mile an hour, and I've gone clunk, and it's like, I've quickly, and there's like 2 minutes left. And it's like, shit, I'm not going to land this. And it's one of them. As I've hooked it, I've sort of glanced at my watch and I've gone, oh shit. And I've like proper piled pressure on, and this bream about 3 pounds gone, onto the surface, and I've skimmed it across top and netted it.
No, you get it.
It was like, wow. And I finished up with its section with like 6 kilo.
What a last 5 minutes.
But I've had a great last 5 minutes. I've had a good match, but I've had a great last 5 minutes.
What were your heart doing at that point?
Well, I reckon it were about probably 3 foot out of my chest at this point. But no, so I finished up winning my section. It was like, here we go, like that's halfway there. But we'd had a good score as well. We'd all done really well. We were quite a bit in front after the first day, so we'd chance of winning a gold medal. So
hang on a minute. At this point, you've won world champs in 96. You've won world champs in 97. We're in 98 here. One day in, and you've won your section again. Did you win the match?
I'm not sure whether I won the match or not. I can't really remember.
You must have felt invincible.
I weren't far off. If I didn't win it, I was certainly. I might have won it. I'm not really sure. I can't remember whether I won or not. It's all a bit of a blur, that.
What happened second day?
Second day, he's drawn me. I think I were in A, William were in B. I've drawn B section. I've actually drawn William's peg.
Okay.
Right, which it were like a bit of mixed emotions with this, because it were like it weren't a good area for bigger fish. I mean, it finished up bleaking it well, so it weren't a great area. So I've sort of gone to my peg thinking, I need a little bit of luck early here. And we've got set up, and I've set everything up like you do. I mean, your bleak rigs, your sliders. I mean, I fished slider at 50 metres.
That's a long way to fish a fly.
Which is a long way. I mean, it were a big chuck. I fished a 6 gram slider and fished a long way. And I must admit, I fished with slider as that second day. I fished as good as I could have fished. My bait were accurate. Everything about what I did, I felt. I were right on it. I were on it. There's no doubt. Which, at this point, I needed to be really. But I've kicked off on pole, and I've had 2 or 3 small fish. Right, a catfish, a roach, and maybe another catfish. And after an hour, might have been 50 minutes, maybe an hour. Bear in mind, it's a 3-hour match again. Mark Downs has come to me and he says, "What you got?" I said, "Well, I reckon I've got 9-10 ounce." And he went, "Right, 10 ounce." He says, You'll be up with bleakers because they're not catching so many." He says, "So bleak fishing, you'll be about sort of on par with them who's bleak fishing." He says, "Section's not fishing very well. It weren't day before." And he said to me, he said, "Look, I'll give you another 10 minutes, right? But if you've not caught anything else in 10 minutes, I think you need to bleak fish, because rest of the lads are doing all right." So, right, okay, no problem. So I've chucked back out on my slider, and it's sort of settled, and I've sat there, and I must admit, I said a little prayer. It was like, please go under, because I really didn't want to fish for bleak, but anyway, it's gone under, and I've gone, and I've got one, and it's like I've never nursed a fish like I've nursed this one.
What was it?
It were a nace. Now we hadn't caught one in practice, as far as I know. It were a nace that were about 10 ounce, right? Now a nace is a bit like a vimber. The vimber's got the bump on its nose, and it. Yeah. Well, this ant, they're like a big dace, really. But it were like 10 ounce, this fish, and I've netted it, and I thought, thank God, and I've chucked it in my net, and I've chucked back out on slider. 10 minutes later, I've caught a grass carp. Right, and I've had another grass carp on. I've had like a great day, and finished up winning section again. It were like, Lynn Rees were there, main man at Shimano. I think he were more. I were like in a bit of a shock, really. I think he were a rugby player, Lynn Rees, burly chap. He were in tears behind me. Right,
I'm not surprised.
He were proper in tears. He were like, he were bawling with, and he's a bloody rugby player, like, you know what I mean? But
that's 3 times out.
Three on the bounce, but I can't see it ever been done again. That
I'd bet anything on it that it won't be.
Things have got to align for you, haven't they? And that particular day, things aligned for me. You know what I mean? The fact that we worked out we could fish quite a bit heavier on his terminal tackle. When you hooked one of these, bigger fish, you'd got the gear on to land it, so you didn't lose them. We worked out that, between us really, that you could, catch these smaller fish on heavy gear, and there were just so many things that aligned.
Even when I think back to the Mark Downs, listen, you've got 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
If you didn't catch that naze...
You had to been bleak fishing.
And you wouldn't have won a third world champs.
No, impossible. Impossible. That nace won it for me, basically.
It's almost fate, isn't it? The decisions
I just
are so...
it's amazing how it's meant to be.
Yeah.
That's what's happened.
It's decisions in it along the way.
Mm.
You know what I mean? The fact I fished past everybody and gave me some chance of catching like a bigger fish as well. And, although I say it myself, I fished a good match, you know what I mean? Probably a better match than what I fished day before. I fished a good match on first day, but I had that bit of luck at end where, I caught a couple of bonus fish. The second day, I think, I couldn't have fished any better. I think I caught a couple of skimmers, you know what I mean, like nice size skimmers. I caught 2 grass carp. I had some small fish. I caught that nace and
beautiful days fishing.
On a real difficult, clear, tight venue. I had a great day, really.
I just think it's amazing. Like what a thing to be able to say. You are the only person ever to win 3 on the bounce.
Yeah.
Has anyone else ever won? Oh, Bob.
Bob's won 2. So
Yeah,
I've just had a quick look online and been reading back. Bob's won 2 on the bounce.
Yeah.
But just before you won, so I want to go back just one step to what was going through your head. At any point, did you start thinking that you could be the first person to win 3 on the bounce before that match?
Try not to think about it,
but it must have crept in.
Probably it did, but it's a funny thing, World Championships. I mean, you'll understand this, having fished at world level now. You have got to be in the zone. It's like, if you think about a snooker player, he's got any slight thing can upset a snooker player, right? And it's same with darts. If you've not got that rhythm of being able to throw, and for me, it's same with fishing. I think fishing on domestic scene is not the same. I think when, if you're involved in like world championships, Europeans, fishing for England, there's only one way to be, and that's like focus. And focus is a big thing. You've got to focus on what you are doing. And that's what I always try to do, or what I have always tried to do, is focus on what I'm doing. And keep things accurate. Concentrate. Don't, make that slip of a ball that's not in right place. And really, keep the mindset of focusing on what you're doing.
Do you ever, or did you ever, get emotional about that success you had, Alan? Like, did you ever, are you a patriotic person, or obviously winning 3 world championships on the bounce? Sandra will have been there. Were there ever a moment where you had a tear run down your cheek?
Yeah, I think more with Sandra when, Sandra's obviously won ladies twice, and I think that, there's a picture of me and Sandra embracing herself after World Championships at Milton Keynes when she won. And that was like massive, because it's both of you. I mean, as a married couple, for both of us to be world champion, and world champion also in the same year as well, well, like that was proper emotional. That, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, but I don't think I'd shed a tear when I won it for 3 times. I think Lynn Reese did that for me. Big burly bloke like him, he busted into tears on me. He hugged me that tight. I thought he got old at rugby ball.
And obviously, I want to come back to this trophy. Because when you left for that World Champs, you'd left a little square of dust in the corner of your cabinet.
Yeah.
How did it feel when you slotted it back in for a 3rd time?
Yeah, I popped it back in cabinet, and when they said I could keep it, it was like, wow, it's what a piece of memorabilia for that.
So obviously, that was the official World Champs trophy.
Yeah.
And because you'd won it 3 on the bounce, you're allowed to keep it.
Yeah.
Look at some of the names on this, though.
Oh, no.
Kevin Ashurst, Jean-Pierre Fouget, Tommy Pickering, Bob Nudd, Dave Roper, Bobby Smithers, Bob Nudd again, Clive Branson, Dave Wesson, Mario Barras, Nuddy again, Jean-Philippe Jean or Jean-Philippe. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like the legends. And obviously you've spoilt it because there's a big blank bit below 1998.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, really. I mean, when I actually kept that trophy, what happened as Peter Drennan, because I'd won it 3 times and kept it, Peter Drennan actually supplied the World Championships trophy that they've still got today. I mean, it's a magnificent trophy that Peter supplied.
What
for
a
him.
gesture that is.
Oh, absolutely brilliant.
Powerful.
Brilliant.
2003, Madenice on the River, Slovakia. I can remember seeing and reading about this because this was a venue like nothing I'd ever seen before as a kid. And if I remember rightly, what sticks out in my mind is there's a picture of you with your pole up behind you, you're landing it out, and you had a blue-rimmed nylon landing net, and there were a big bream coming in, and you were using massive flat floats. And I always remember as a kid, like, that is the world, like, look at that, that's the World Champs.
Yeah. What a venue that is.
That were number 4.
Yeah, Madenice, it was a strange venue because when you actually got to the venue were low, right? It's an hydro electricity plant that's at top of Madenice. So when you actually got there in the morning, because they weren't running power, the power plant weren't working, so they'd build the water up above in the lock or lake or whatever it is above.
Big
dam. So then, as you sort of arrived, they'd let the water come through. And when I say come in, like come up about a metre and a half up the bank, right, I can remember on one practice day we were at top end and it was first day, and one team had set up on water level and I run up and I said, look, for Christ's sake, get your gear back, you need to be back here. They lost everything because we were up near dam, because when they opened gates it literally come in like you wouldn't believe, it filled up, but it come in that fast that it sort of it waved as it went down length as it filled up. It were going that quick. I mean, our fish sort of adjusted from nearly stood to like rocketing through. I've got no idea. What a strange venue. And the power of the water that come in made the bottom of the river almost waved all the way down. And at top end it were more abrupt than what it was as it got lower down. It was like a sand it were on, and you can imagine it. If you get ripples, it ripples underneath, and it were almost like that all the way down venue, that you had peaks and troughs all the way down it that got less and less as it slowed lower down. But strange venue to fish.
And how did it go there? Obviously the fishing's totally different.
Fishing were hard. I mean, we caught, I think, one of the days we had quite a good day. We caught quite well. But the fishing were hard. I can remember Sandra turning up on last day, and I actually walked up bank and said, I've had a good session today. I'd had 5 fish. And she like, why? 5 fish? But there were proper fish, you know what I mean? There were barbel, bream, an odd big chub, And there were, if you caught a fish, it were a bigger fish. There weren't hardly any small fish in it whatsoever.
Probably got washed away by it sounds, right?
Well, I suppose to live in there, you had to be quite, big. So, but there were barbel and bream.
Was that one of the first times that you'd done that kind of fishing, Alan? Had you done a lot of big flat float
we hadn't
fishing?
done much. No, we'd done very, very little.
And how did you go about learning that?
I think just taking it's same principle as fishing any river, right? If you're ground baiting, you feed downstream so you can set up above it and run over it. And all these who ball it in front of themselves, they're never fishing where the bait is. It don't matter how quick it is, as long as you've got a reasonably sticky mix that goes at bottom, it more or less goes straight down. So, as long as your mix is right, you can feed and it almost stays right where you put it. So once you know to feed down your peg, not too far, but maybe 3-4 meters down, so you can set up and actually run over your bait, then you've got basis of catching some fish. Then the other thing to work out is what bait to put in. I mean, we fed some soil in as ground bait to make it heavy. We put chopped worm in it for bream, and we also used some sticky mag because there was some barbel. And once you'd worked out how to feed, then it were all about float control after that, really. And for me, I think where you put your rig in is very, very important.
And why is that? Why does that matter so much?
Because I think if you just drop your rig in and it settles, everything's like all wrong, right? But if you lower your flat floating, everything's tight, everything's in an arc, and you can almost keep everything running at pace at current, where if you dump it in, before you realise how it's running at wrong speed. But if you're controlling it in and then running with the flow, you are controlling what you're doing with your hook bait. And I think, we actually fished in Croatia on a really, really fast river. It flooded river, a channel in Croatia. World Championships.
We went back on World Club Champs.
Where we went on World Club Championships. Yeah. But when we fished it, it was like ripping through. You'd have needed a car battery on to hold it. We're going that fast. You know what I mean? You couldn't have held bottom with a feeder. I think it'd have just lifted it up. Choose how much lead you'd got on it. But running a float through, I did really, really well in practice. It got by the end of the week where for match it really spoilt it. It come up that much, it were ridiculous. But during the week, I think I caught something like 48 fish, and the next best in our team were 20 odd. You know what I mean?
You've clearly got something worked out with that then.
For me, it's strength. You need strength, right, which I've got for that. But how you actually present your rig over your bait is massive. And nearly always on a river, you catch at the pace of the current. Very rare that slowing it down catches you any fish, because it's unnatural to fish. Everything else is passing them, innit? So keeping to the pace of the current so important. And I think this what's same at Maddenese. You needed to, fish everything correctly to catch fish, and I think that's why it suited me.
How did your matches go, Alan? Because I imagine if you're catching a few fish, it's a world champs, you're catching a few fish, the big fish, and it's this brutal kind of fishing. Yeah, that adds a whole new level of excitement and adrenaline to it.
Yeah, you didn't catch many fish, that is a fact. I think first day I had 2 barbel. Oh dear. The first barbel I caught, I foul hooked. Right.
That doesn't sound easy.
Nah, when you think of a barbel that were probably, I don't know, maybe 2.5 kilo, might have been bigger, 3 kilo, hooked it in dorsal fin.
Oh, no. No,
Right.
no.
Now, I had this fish on for... I've hooked it after... I think it was my first fish. I've hooked it after about, I don't know, we'll say 40 minutes in of running it through and getting everything right. And I've run down and it's like gone... Because obviously it's a line as it's passed or something. And I've hooked it. And you've got a size 12 on. You know what I mean? You can't fish with anything smaller than really a 12. And I got 20 or 21 on hook length. You're fishing robust gear, 40 gram flat float. You know what I mean? And my pole were bent like you would not believe. Right. It were proper.
Right.
How it didn't break, I've got no idea. It was unbelievable. But the problem is with carbon fibre, I mean, it's a tube, isn't it, what you put together? And of course, when it's bent, your joint's bent. Everything's bent, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, although I got this fish on and had it on a lot, I couldn't get my pole apart.
Because it's pulling downstream.
Because it's down there, your line's downstream, the fish is downstream, and it's like your pole's bent. How do you get your joints undone?
You can't unless you point it at it, I suppose.
Right, so it's like, and I've sat there for ages, like, and I'm like, and I'm trying to get my pole undone so I can get some pressure on this fish to bring it up so I could put my pole upstream. Right, there were quite tight boxes as well, so you couldn't put 30 metres of pole round or you'd have been halfway up next box type thing. So you got to break down. So I've got this fish on and it's like, oh my God. Anyway, I'm proper and I've put my hand straight through my pole.
No.
Right, so I've actually broke it off.
On
right.
purpose or?
Well, no, I couldn't get it undone and I'm like, and it's gone and I've cut my hand. I've got a great gash in my hand where carbon's gone through my hand. Right, so I'm bleeding and I've got this barbel that's like, oh dear.
What
Anyway,
happened? What happened?
Eventually I've managed to get it to come up and I've got it where I've got my pole sort of upstream and I'm stood up and I've got my landing net and I can see it like miles down. It seemed like it were never going to come. Anyway, eventually it's come up so far and I've shoved my landing net pole down. We got them, you know, the nets with the illegal nets in England, really, with the knotted mesh on, so water, big holes in it, so water passes through. And I've managed to shove my landing net down, and I've netted this barbel and I've got it in.
Wow.
Right, and it's hooked it dorsally. I've took it off and I've chucked it in my net. And I finished up, I caught another barbel that, it was like playing a kitten. It was like, you know what I mean? I've hooked it and I've gone, yeah, all right. Whoa, no, and I've netted this fish. and I've chucked that and I've had like, I think I caught 3 bream as well, and I've won my section like on first day, but I mean, Eric,
What elastic did you have in, Al?
Oh, I can't really. Probably black hydro. I would have. I'm not really sure. Black hydro, I would have thought. But anyway, because I'd cut my hand, I had blood everywhere. Eric Humphreys actually come down, mopped my hand up, and stuck me a plaster on it. Like
During match.
Doing it match this, yeah. Old Eric Humphreys. He's done a bit of a job on my hand while I'm sort of running down with my hand behind me. But
What about day 2?
Day 2, I think that day I'd drawn a peg that was nice. I always think you need everything to be right to win sections, and I were on a peg where it was flat but then starting on lift. So when you run through, you were not. The pegs I felt you didn't want is where, I mean, I had one in practice that were real difficult where you had to fish down your peg and fish bottom of your peg. And Stevie Gardner were below me and he weren't happy about that. He kept playing hell up with me because I was sort of running to edge of his peg. And we were only practising, but he used to get really uptight about some things, old Steve. But you wanted a peg that just lifted slightly, what better ones. And next day I've drawn a peg where when I've plumbed up, it was opposite way. And I really didn't fancy it. Because I felt that because it was going away from you, everything's sort of not quite right then, is it? But I set up and sort of decided to do a similar thing, fish a little bit down my peg, because I fished a bit longer line and fished further down because of out bottom where, I mean, when you plumbed up, I mean, we used really heavy plummets. I mean, I can't remember what they were, but big plummets to plumb up to make sure, you know, you check your peg.
Because obviously you've got 40 gram of float.
You've got a big float on at end of the day, big flat, so you plumb up. I think summertime we used 30. I think the one I used was 30 gram on second day because I were on, I think I were lower down where it were a bit less, you know what I mean? You'd not got that ripple effect on bottom. And I think I used a 30 gram second day. In fact, I know I did because I still got the float. But I fished more down my peg with it and with a longer line. And again, I caught 3 big, you know, proper, I think I only had 3 fish, 3 proper bream and 1 section again, and finished up winning it individually.
On a totally different kind of fishing.
Totally different kind. I mean, you know, you've gone from fishing with bolognese, right, on a world championships. You've gone to fishing with bloodworm.
On a pole.
Ultimate ones. You've gone to a venue where you're fishing like heavy kit for big fish, big slider, you know, long. Grass carp.
Nice.
Totally different. To a river what's hammering through fishing with a flat float.
You're not getting more versatility in your fishing than that.
No.
And you've won the hardest event in the world to win on all them different venues.
Which, you know, when you look at it like that, is like, wow, pretty incredible, really.
4 times.
Yeah, 4 times in.
Surely can't happen again.
I didn't think that either.
While we're talking about, like, let's move on to 5th, because you've got the nickname 5 times. It's a running joke where we live. Sometimes people write it on the weighboard. 5 times. Your 5th world championship. I know this was a revisit to a venue we've already spoke about, but the fishing were totally different again.
Yeah.
Tell us about the 5th and final time.
Well, we actually went back to Hungary. By this time, I'd got a Renault Espace, so the drive there were a little bit better.
Nice.
I think we had a top box on as well.
I can remember your Espace.
Yeah. It was quite amazing what you could get in one of them Renault
They're massive,
Espaces.
to be fair, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, it was big. I think we had a top box on as well, so I went with Stuart. There were me, Stuart.
Is that Stu Conroy?
Stuart Conroy, yeah. Oh, it's a bit funny story to that as well. Me, Stuart, Bob, Stevie,
William. Kim?
I think it was Dave Vincent. I think that was team. Anyway, we went back and you couldn't have wrote down how different it were.
Weren't Sean, were it?
Could have been Sean.
Might have been Sean.
It could have been Sean, yeah. Yeah, it could have been. Maybe, yeah, I think it was Sean, thinking about it. Yeah, it would have been Sean. Anyway, it was Sean, definitely. So we've gone back to this, to Lake Valence. And of course, when we've actually got there, it's red hot. Right, it's September again. It's absolutely baking red hot. And there were Hungarians and a couple of other teams fishing below match length, on same length, but below it, that allowed them to fish. And though it was like a different world, they were catching on waggler, right, feeding soft ground bait, catching them off bottom, right, skimmers.
Sounds complicated.
Very complicated. But they were catching well. They were catching quite, good weights. But fishing on drop and fishing shallow up off bottom, out in lake. They said that pole, they'd not been catching very well on pole. All fish were out at distance for some unknown reason. So we got to sort of, I think we had a bit of a chuck off at match length, not so much, because we'd been there before. It was like we felt that there weren't much point, but we did fish in park. Well, we wanted to do anyway.
I'm not surprised. First place I'd have gone.
Yeah.
Back to Topless Park.
Yeah, back to Topless Party in the park. Anyway, we did fish, I think, a couple of days off at match length and had a bit of a mess around. But when it come to Monday practice, you can't write it down. It dropped from like 27 degrees to 5 degrees.
Wow.
Right,
That's a drop.
We hadn't even took right clothing, really. I'd got a windstopper that I'd chucked in just in case, if you know what I mean, and some hoodies and things.
Like a seasonal change, that.
It was unbelievable how cold it were. Right, it was freezing cold, and it completely changed fishing. It literally, there were hardly any fish caught on pole. I know first day Walter Thomas caught a carp on pole and won his section, but there were very, very few fish caught on pole. But slider you could catch, but it were difficult, you know what I mean? There were small skimmers, and you know what skimmers are that's that size, they're difficult to catch, especially at 40 metres.
What are you talking there then, like 8 ounce fish?
8 ounce, 10 ounce were a big one. There were a lot of, I think the bigger fish had really took an hit. They weren't feeding very well, but there were quite a lot of smaller fish feeding. But fishing were difficult.
How did you go about it then, Al? How did you target them?
Well, I think for me, I think I'd got a few things in my armoury that were very good. A lot of lads used to plumb up with a plumbing rod with a weight on and a float and plumb up and then set their other rods off of it. Now, I never really liked this, me, because unless everything were absolutely perfect, you couldn't fish with a small amount of line on bottom. I always felt that you were erring on caution to fish more line on bottom. Where a lot of lads fished with olivettes on line, right, which again I didn't like, because you couldn't take your olivette off.
Why would you need to do that, though?
Right, where I went about fishing it was I used anchor shot, the tin type shot, right, which it looks a bit like Mickey Mouse. It don't look as nice.
That big brawly non-toxic
it
stuff.
don't look as nice as an olivette. But the added advantage is you can take it off. Right, so what I used to do to plumb up, the rod I were going to use, right, and my other rods, I plumbed them all individually. So I'd have 3 or 4 sliders set up. I mean, tackle had progressed a bit. We'd moved into era where we'd got a bit more tackle, I'd got a bit more money, I got a sponsorship, I'd got really good rods, I'd got an amount of rods, my pole, things had moved on with more kits, and we were more professional about where we were fishing to what we were in real early days when we didn't have a lot of kit, to be honest. So I got a lot of kit and I'd got my rods all set up, but because I could remove my bulk shot, I could put a plummet on my hook and chuck it out to where I was fishing, and I fished with a finer bristle on my float. I fished with a plastic bristle in top of my slider, which were quite long. And because it was finer, it was better to see it bites, even out at 40 metres. You could, you know what I mean? You could sort of drop it down and see bites off smaller fish. So I thought the float were really important. And
sensitive.
More sensitive than what I'd ever really fished with before. I mean, I actually changed them while I was there. I cut tops off some of my wagglers and put some in, and put some, inserts in where I could put a finer bristle. So I changed my floats, which I think were mega. I fished with a 5 5 swan float, which I could cast, that distance reasonably easy. A lot of time wind were kind for us, and it were kind up match as well. It were off us back. So you could fish nice. But because I plumbed up with a plummet on my hook and took my shot off, your float's then massively undershotted. Right. So when you chucked out, your plummet bossed your float because you got no other shot on. But of course, your float's massively undershotted. So once it got to your stop knot, everything was very tight. And you could literally just let your bristle come up. So you could set it with that much bristle out. It was very flat, ever so flat, the lens. But once you'd set your bristle out, you come in, put your shot back on, put your plummet on. When you chucked out and dotted it down, you knew you'd only got a slight amount of line on bottom. Right, and this I felt were massive on this venue.
It's very technical, but it makes clear sense. You've got plummet on the bottom, really buoyant float. You can plumb up the most accurate.
Most accurate.
I've got you.
So I think this were massive on this venue because at size at fish, if you had this much line, 6-8 inch line on bottom, you never saw a bite. You just come back ragged all the time.
Bust bloodworm.
Yeah, but your bloodworm's battered, right? So you wind in, you've been done, not seen out. But of course, because I had plumbed up with very little line on bottom, I saw bites. So you'd see them literally. I mean, bites were like, some at the time you go, is that a bite? One on. You know what I mean? They were so hard to detect bites because you were 40 metres out and with fish that don't pull float under.
If you were fishing a pole...
Oh, you'd have a fine bristle on, you'd have it almost bang depth, and you'd be like...
And there's still little bites.
And there's still little bites.
So try doing it at 40 metres.
Yeah, so, and I think this one massive, right? Now, when I say this, you'll laugh your head off. The first day I've drawn in A section, which I never really liked drawing end sections at match because I always felt end pegs were quite an advantage. I like to be in middles of sections because you've not got that end peg in your section. But first day I drew A section, right? So you knew you were up I were in middle at section, and you knew we were up against it. But I had a bit of an added bonus. I were next to Sortie again. I couldn't believe it. So I'm next to Sortie again, and it's like. And he looked at me and I looked at him and he just went, no, not again.
You're his nemesis.
Oh, yeah. And I were that day. I think he came about 40th in section. And I didn't win. I think I might have been second or I could have even been third. End pegs beat me. Right. But I finished either second or third. But there were full sections then. Right, not half section. So you'd a full section. So I didn't win my section.
When you say a full section, just put this in context. How many's in a section?
There were probably 36 or 38, I would have thought there.
It's hard to do well, that is.
Yeah, it's very hard to I mean, what's happened in the last few years are the split sections in half, where back then, you fished against everybody, which I agree with. Right, and I'll tell you later why I agree with that. But I think certainly for individual, you should fish against everybody. Right, I'm not saying for team, because sometimes one half at section's better than other, and if you split it in half, can be a bit more even for points. But I think for individual, you should fish against full section. Because that's what it's all about, winning that full section to get your points to win individual. So anyway, so it was a full section, and I think I was third in section. So a good result. We'd done well with team, right? We were all right. Stuart had not had a good day. He'd finished down section quite badly, but he played hell up with me after, Stuart.
Why?
Well, up to that point, the matches he'd fished in, I think he was world number one. His results had been impeccable. He'd been absolutely brilliant. But the year before, I can't remember what year before, I'd looked at his gear and I went, Stuart, what are you doing? I says, you're sponsored by Dren and Camasan. I says, get yourself some, you look tatty. I said, you're fishing a world championships, get some decent gear. So he got a new holder, new box, new bag, new clothes, new hat, new everything. Like, he looked mint, you know what I mean? But he did crap in match. So he's gone, he's like said to me, he says, he said, I've been on my old kit and they're empty. So I got blamed for it. He was like, oh dear. But anyway, that's another story. But another story that's connected to this as well. Me and Stuart, we'd done well in practice, but we'd used same catapults all week, right? We'd both like training catapult, like they're really nice for ground bait. The ground bait,
the
catapult,
best ones by far.
The best ones.
Everyone
by far.
uses them.
Everyone.
In my opinion, they're the only ones to use.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely the best. So we'd use like same catapults all week. Like a couple of catapults, if you break one, you pick another one. We might have had 3 all the same. But we do same ones all week. And the funny thing, I don't know if they've ever experienced this. If you use a catapult for like a session and then pick one up that's identical, it's never the same, right? So you wanted a fresh elastic on for match, because you didn't want to break it and pick another one up, because you knew it would be slightly, because it obviously rubber stretches and it changes where everything lands, right? And I'd twigged this, so I made sure that we'd got like same elastic, new elastics on foot match and everything. But Stevie had a nightmare with catapults.
Stevie Gardner.
Yeah, and we were staying in these lodges with this glass front on them. Each one of us had a little lodge. Right, and Stevie had a nightmare with his catapults. He was not happy. He'd changed frames, changed everything, and we were really having a right moan about his catapults. Anyway, this particular evening, it was probably on Thursday or Friday or whatever, me and Stuart was doing his rigs into with glass doors at front. And old Stevie's walked past, and he's got a bundle of catapults, like what Milo had brought him, about 10 catapults in this bundle. And this roll of catapult elastic, it was like a tyre wrapped round. He'd threaded it over his arm to carry it. It was that big. And he got this roll of catapult elastic. And as he walked past window, Stuart looked at me. He's got his tooth that hangs out. And he looked at me like this, with his tooth hanging out. And we both set off laughing. And we must have been laughing for about half an hour. I was doubled up on settee. Because of Stevie with his catapult, but you had to be there to experience
Brilliant.
it. It was so funny. But anyway, going back to fishing,
Second day.
Second day, I'll tell you what actual thing that for me made quite a difference on this venue. I took some heavy leam, right? The Vandenheim, really heavy leam, right? It were in a green bag, they call it heavy leam, and it really made your mix heavy. And I think that were really important, that you put a ball in that went on the bottom, right? Because I think with skimmers, if you put something soft, they tend to come up. And it had told you that, because when they were fishing for them, feeding soft ground bait and fishing shallow, you feed soft ground bait. But of course, if you want to pin them on bottom, you've got to put something in really heavy. And I used a really, really heavy leam, and I think this made a big difference. I offered it all to the lads, but they didn't. I think sometimes you know what I mean? They use a mix and they get used to it doing it weak, and they didn't want to change. And I'm not blaming them, but I think that was quite important for me. Well, when you put a ball in, it went in with a crunch and went at bottom. So that was another little thing where I felt were important on this venue. But going on from the second day, I didn't win my section against second day. I think I had 5 points overall. Now, 5 points wouldn't normally win the World Championships, but I think because the fishing was so difficult, I mean, there were, 4 or 5 kilos, 6 kilo on mega. I think because the fishing was so technical and so difficult, I finished up winning with 5 points, which incredible, really. You know, I mean, even after the match, it were like, no, you can't win with 5 points. I've got 5 points. I've, a third and a second. You can't win with that.
And it weird.
And it were like, it kept coming down, Tannoy, Alan, you're still leading, Alan. And it were like, almost like, it built up and built up. It was impossible to win with 5. But anyway, I did.
And it was your 5th one.
And my 5th one, yeah.
With 5 points.
5 points, yeah.
5 times world champion.
Yeah, so incredible, really.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I think both me and Sandra on that one both burst into tears.
I'm not surprised.
I don't know if it was because it was so cold, actually. But it was freezing cold. I can remember the second day I had a windstopper on. And I were absolutely perished at end of match.
It's that's never been done though. Bob's won it 4 times. Bob Nudd.
Yeah.
That's the one that puts you in front of anyone.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that.
No.
Bet anything you wanted me to that no one will ever be able to do it again.
No, very difficult. Very, very difficult. But
what an achievement. I've got to ask you before we wrap up on this international stuff. You've won it 5 times, Alan. Could you have won it more than that?
Well, I mean, obviously I've won 5 times. I mean, I won when we won in Croatia. We won gold as well. I think that's pinnacle of it. When you win, if you win as a team, it's like fantastic because you've contributed. You've got 2 section wins. You've contributed to the team. You've won gold medal. In Croatia was special because we won the team and I won individual, which is mega. I think that's pinnacle of it. There is and has been times when I've had chance to win a world championships again. I mean, we fished in. I'm not sure what year it were. You've probably got it down. In Finland.
2005.
2005. I was a little bit unlucky not to win it again then. I could have easily been 6. I mean, Finland we'd been to Finland quite a few years before and struggled with venue because we just overfed. So when we went back, I mean, we had a practice off at match length and did catch quite a lot of fish, but I just knew in my own mind that come match length it were going to be difficult, and it was mega hard. The problem were they'd also limited it to 13 metres then. Now pole pots were allowed, but you literally had to find a hole in rocks where you could put your bait because they were all rocks, and if you could find a little nice flat at 13 somewhere in your peg, you could catch a few fish. It was difficult. You were fishing for 1.5 kilos really to win a section.
Tough sport.
Tough fishing. But I found it really good because even to catch like 1.5 kilos or 2 kilos, you had to do it spot on. This lapping ratter, it moved backwards and forwards all the time because there was some boat and locks and things. So you were always fighting to get over your bait, you know what I mean, to keep right on top of where you were feeding. And we actually fed grayling with the stones in, a few stones to make it really heavy, and joker, and put an area of ground bait and fed it with stones, joker and grayling that you could put it really on top of itself. You float right on it. And
you're talking high level accuracy.
Oh,
aren't
you literally. I've still got the floats that I use for that. There were some roundish bodied red ones. There were reef floats actually, and you really had to nail it right over your bait to catch something. And first day I think I was 3rd in my section. I think I was 3rd, but when I say I lost with 55 grams for winning my section, and I had a fish that was, 8 or 9 ounce, and had it touched it with my landing net,
You did actually touch
I
it.
touched it with my landing net.
It's not an exaggeration.
I've brought it in like as I did with my pole really low, and I think Mark was sat with me and he were talking to me while I were playing it. And I'm not blaming Mark. It was my fault. I was listening to what Mark was saying, but as I've lifted up, it's come to, and I'm not sure whether it were wrapped round its fin or it were foul hooked. Right. It could have just been wrapped round its fin. You know how you get them sometimes, they come in, and it were only like this big. But as it's come to landing there, I've literally just touched it, and it's shot and it's come off.
Oh.
Right. And I'm 55 grams off winning section.
No.
Next day, I fished a great match. I won my section, and when I say I had something like 2.5 kilo, I did really well in my section. But in the last hour of the match, I caught 15 fish, right, all sizes. But I caught 15 fish in last hour. Then when they did fish count, the next best in my section in last hour were 3.
So you must have had it bang on.
Yeah, I felt I really had it spot on there, but I was just I didn't have that little bit of luck that sometimes you need to just get off at line. William came third, I think, on that one. William fished a great match, and we won there. So I come away with a gold medal, but
could have been another double
could have
gold.
been 2 jingling about. You know what I mean? It was like, wow. But
I've got to think back though. You throw back to the barbel in Slovakia, foul hooked, and having to break your pole to get it in, and it swings and roundabouts. You know. Any others, Alan? Is there any more near misses, or am I right in thinking you've had a couple where you've had a perfect score but not won?
Well, so the changed the actual way that they do World Championships now. The sections, because they're so big, 36, 38, 40, whatever they are, they've now split them in half for World Champs. And, I mean, when we went to Poland when we heard about the venue, they said, a kilo of bleak will be brilliant. It's like, right, we're going to drive all the way to Poland to fish for a kilo of bleak. Are you sure? Is there any other fish? Not so many. And this were all rumours before we got there. First day we sat down and we couldn't fish on venue. First day we sat down, it were like, this is all right with the roach, skimmers, you know what I mean? There was some fish to catch, it were great. Lovely fishing, you know what I mean? Like right up our street, a bit of, some joker fishing, little bloodworm, sort of French sort of style almost fishing type thing. Fishing it real nice with nice, proper. But of course, as week went on, we started doing a bit of bleak fishing and messing around. And what became really apparent is if you set off fishing for like roach and skimmers, and somebody next to you were struggling and they started chucking, slopping and fishing for bleak. I mean, William was next to me on one at days, and I caught really well to start with, and he started chucking bleak, slopping, and that were it. He just like completely flattened my peg.
Even though he's next peg?
His next peg. But for some reason, as soon as you fed out soft, the other fish sort of come up and you couldn't catch anything. So I think we had a bit of an argument about, not an argument, but you know what it's like when you're having meetings, bleak are important. And it were like, whoa, Mark, just think about what's happening here. If we fish for bleak, we're not going to catch any other fish. So can we steer clear? And I think last practice session, nobody fished for bleak. We had a great session. We caught short, caught long. And we really had a great session, and it was one of them where, well, if this is out like tomorrow, we'll be good. And I think on first day, I don't know, we won 4 sections and a second. I think
it was a ridiculous.
It
score.
was a ridiculous score. We like proper took it apart. But of course, there are half sections, so points were quite tight because France had done very well as well. Because they'd split sections, and it condenses. If you've got, I mean, I won my full section Steve Hemingray won his full section. Didier had a section win, my French friend.
Didier Delannoy.
But he didn't win his full section, right? But he won his half. But me and Steve have both won his full section. I think Sean did as well. We'd had a great score. But second day, Didier drew at the top end of the match length where there were some bigger fish and you could catch a bigger weight. There were more stamp fish, but it were a little bit more peggy up there. And I think William had won his section up first day and he drew up there. But Didier finished up winning his section up there, his full section, and won it individually. Now I finished up, Stevie Hemingray was third, and I was second, and I was third. Individual. And we absolutely paralysed it as a team. We had a great result. It was fantastic. But in my mind, I think, no disrespect to my friend Didier, I've made up for him. I mean, it was a great podium because Didier's been to my house quite a few times and he's a great friend. And he's a great angler. But in my mind, he shouldn't have won that World Championships. You know what I mean? Steve Hemingray should have won it.
Because he won his big section both
me
days.
and Steve were travelling together.
Yeah.
So when we were driving back, we were a bit great to win it and great for Steve to come second and me third. But in reality, I felt Steve should have won that.
And if it were 12, 15 years earlier, he would have done. Yeah, he would have.
Yeah. So I felt for Steve. I mean, Steve has been European Championship, champion, great angler, and he deserved to win it there because he beat me by quite a bit on weight. He was magnificent at weight.
He still is magnificent as an angler now,
great
Steve.
Angler, great. Love Steve to bits.
Yeah.
He's a class act.
He is. He could do
Really
absolutely
is.
everything as well.
Yeah.
Coming out of the international side of things, how did you end your England career? I mean, you don't fish in the team now. How did that come to an end after such a successful period? When did it happen and how did it happen?
I mean, I think last medal I won individually were I won 2 sections again in Slovenia, at Radecha. I'm not sure what year that were, to be honest, but I won 2 sections. I won my section on. I actually drew an end peg, which is unusual for me. I've had an odd end peg, but it's first time I've done really well on an end peg, and I won my section with 9 kilo on top end section, which were above Radies. And then second day, we were struggling to get a medal there. I think we finished about 9th on first day. We didn't have a great result. So second day we went into it in attacking mode, and we did at Radies. We proper filled it in, me and William. William were there as well, and William won his section, and I won my section. On that match, I caught a carp that were nearly 5 kilo.
I can remember it.
4 kilo, 7 somewhere. But the funny thing is, I mean, you talk about strength playing a bit of a part. I mean, I've hooked this carp at 13 metres and it was 11 metres deep. Maybe more, maybe 11.5 metres deep.
That sounds almost impossible.
So you've got a rig it's really deep in what they call deeps at Radies.
The tomb, you were all calling it, weren't you?
Yeah, it's proper bottomless. So I've hooked this carp. I mean, I've lost one. When I got to my peg, there were 2 floats stuck in my peg. Right. So it obviously snaggy. It was like, ooh, I don't really fancy this. There's 2 rigs already stuck in my peg. There must be something down there that's not very nice. But it was full of rocks anyway. It were not, you know what I mean? It were a difficult place to fish that top end at Radies. But anyway, I've hooked a carp and lost it, or hooked a big fish what I thought were a carp, lost it. But I've hooked another one and it's gone out and I've managed to stop it. I mean, I got, that pink bungee, what Drennan do. I mean, it's pretty aggressive stuff like. I got that in. And I was kitted up, you know what I mean? I got proper kit on. And I finished up playing this fish for quite a while, and it was actually my first fish, I think, that I'd hooked. I'd fished, because we'd filled it in, we'd put a lot of bait in at start. We'd put like 800 grams of bait.
Particles.
Joker and casters, and quite a lot of bait in as mix at start, boiled it in, and so it had just sat there, not feeding anything, where there were another way of fishing it, is to feed not so much and feed all time. And anglers in my section were catching like that. And I can also remember Sam Wildsmith behind me screaming at me, "You've got to start feeding." But he hadn't got a clue where I'd fed at start.
Mm.
You know, if I'd have started chucking bait on top of what I'd got in, I'd have never got a bite. So it were like, sit there, and it were like, for Christ's sake, leave me alone. It's a patience job, this. Anyway, after, I think, match were 4 hours then. When it eventually went under, I'm like connected to something that's big, and I've played it for quite a while. I finished up, there'll be a picture somewhere of me stood on my box, right, with 13 metres of pole and my arm up in air. So I've got 13 metres of pole, right, arm up in air, and carp's still in water. Right, and eventually it's popped up and I've managed to pan it like, so I've got like 5 kilo of carp. I finished up weighing about, 13, 14 kilo. I finished up catching quite a lot of vimber and had a great match. Won my section, but 2 wins didn't win it. There were 2 other lads I think a Russian lad won it. Can't think of his name, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But he won it.
I can remember him.
Walter Thomas was second, and I was third individual. But we clawed back to a third as well. So I got a third medal as well.
So third and third.
Yeah. So
another one though, where
clunky.
2 wins and you've not won the world champs. And you look back to Valence in 2007, and it was 5 points and you win.
Yeah. Got some big sections as well.
The Russian lad was Yuri Sipstov.
Yeah,
Yuri.
that's him, yeah.
Youngish lad, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, quite a good angler,
Very
actually.
good.
Yeah.
He used to be consistent in world champs.
Yeah, good lad.
Obviously, ending the England career, how did it come about, Al? Because I want to talk to you about it. I know it's not always...
Mark Downs... I think I didn't go on the World Championships when it was in... it's something I probably regret. I do regret it now that I didn't go. The World Championships went back to Pescara and on the Mincio. And you went. And I should have been in the team also. But because it was COVID time, right, COVID really cost me fishing. I finished in 2019, I think, the last time I fished. But year after, 2020, there were no World Championships. Was it 2021?
2021, the Mincio,
when it were up Mincio. I should have been going in team then, but because of COVID, I'd gone carp fishing basically, and I'd qualified to fish Maver for like, it's like for 50 grand, isn't it?
I think it was 70 grand
70
at the time,
grand at Ayfield. And I'd also qualified for Golden Reel. So I rung Mark up. I said, look, I'm willing not to go on these, to go. I says, but, it's a big decision because I've qualified for both. And he said, look, it's not even for us to go ahead. And I went, oh, right. He says, because of COVID, it were like, there's only, I think there were 11 teams went to end. Were it 11? Something like
that. It weren't a big attendance.
So it didn't count in points as far as, they have
the rankings.
The rankings. It didn't qualify in rankings. So he said to me, look, you'll be in next year. You've no need to go this year if you'd rather fish them 2 finals. So that's great. If as long as I'll be in next year. So when it come to year after, you went. You got a medal there, didn't you? Fish brilliant.
We come third.
Yeah, third. With a great result. But year after, he rung me up. He says, look, I'm going to take you to
Croatia?
To Croatia, but you'll be reserve. And I said to Mark, I said, look, I I'm not really willing to go as reserve because I think I've still got a hell of a lot to offer. And he went away and thought about it and said, that's it, I'm going to retire you. So I had chance to go, but I felt going as reserve was not really the right thing to do. I mean, for a younger lad, who's just coming into the team, if Mark Downs rung me up and said, right, you're on, I'm putting you in the team, but for first year you're going to be definitely reserve, you've gone, I'm off, you know what I mean? You won't wait to go. But because I'd been fishing for so long, I mean, I was 60-year-old as well, and I had quite I think when you get to 60, I think that's the line in the sand for fishing. I mean, if you look at me, I'm still very fit and still love me fishing, but when you get to 60, it becomes more difficult, right? Because I think probably your concentration levels, maybe slightly lower. I think your physicality, it's not the fishing of the match, it's the practice, it's the driving there, it's the preparation, it's everything involved when you start getting 60 and above is more difficult. So I do agree that that's a break point. If I were, a manager and, I got a team that was 60-year-old, I'd be saying that's it, you've done, and taking somebody else. A team of younger anglers and building it back up again, and that's what he's doing. I ain't got a problem with that, but I think I would have really liked to fish my last match at 60, and he took that away from me. But that's life. I made a mistake. I should have gone to Mincio, and I didn't even win out on them 2 finals. I think I was 5th on both of them. So not the greatest way to end my career, but I don't want to slag Mark off and say, he should have took me. No. It was his decision, and that's what he did. He sort of, it was a shame. I think he actually rung Denty and told Denty that he were going to be reserved, but then he finished up fishing Denty.
He did.
So
he did.
But
and James did really well. I think he had a second, and I think he come 4th individual. Yeah. I mean, you've got a great team. There's no doubt. I wish Mark sometimes had have been a little bit more gracious and said, look, Alan, would you come and help? And I'd have gone, you know what I mean? But he's never asked me that to go or anything. He's sort of, done me, really. So. I think that's one thing that the whole England setup could do more. Like, there's so many people, and yourself's just one example. But if you were willing to come out with 30 years of international experience and success, that can only be a benefit for the team. It'd be amazing to have people like you there.
There's sometimes you see things on bank, you know what I mean? And I think somebody with a lot of experience on bank that can see, I mean, Mark Addy, perfect example, he saw things. And even the last time I fished, I fished, I think last World Championships I fished were on that canal in
Novi Sad, Serbia.
Novi Sad, not the best venue, but we missed things. We missed things in practice. And on second day, I mean, our fish first day got mullered out with tiny little catfish. Really, I couldn't catch anything where I really struggled with it. And had a poorish result. I can't remember where I finished, about 10th or whatever, and finished up drop for second day. But we missed the thing on, I mean, the upstream section, it was a split length, weren't it? There were 2 sections on another bit that were a bit more realistic, normal fishing. But where these little tiny catfish were, we had something a bit wrong. And I watched Steve Hemingray fished on second day, so I run his section, and I've seen Italian angler fishing, and anybody that fed any amount of joker had little pimples on surface where there were small fish and tiny little fish on surface, because odd joker always come to surface, don't they? I mean, with Russian joker you get an odd floater, and I could see that some pegs had got pimples and indications on surface. And I went to Italian, who were catching really doing well in his section. And there were no signs of anything. And I thought, he's not feeding any joker. And this was an hour in, I run down to Steve, who was doing catastrophic, really. He couldn't catch out other than these tiny little cats. And I said to him, look, discard your mix, right, get your mix with no joker in, start feeding that. And he did it, and he finished up coming back to fourth in section. He started catching skimmers. And he was too late doing it to win section, but he finished up coming fourth. He did brilliant, right? But feeding joker, you didn't need to feed any, and that was something that I'd seen off at top at bank, and that's where experience comes in, just spotting things that tell you things about how to fish. You know, little things.
Would you ever consider, or have you ever considered, coaching or management even of a team?
I'm not a leader. I'm an angler. I'm not a leader. I mean, you know, we've got a great leader in Lee Curry in our team. He can fish, but he can lead as well. I'm not that person. I love fishing, and I still go fishing, and I'm still really enjoying my fishing. And, you know, what I'm doing now at Drennan also, I mean, I do a lot of work for Drennan, involvement in testing products. I mean, some products that I get, you know, might go back 6 or 7 times before they get to market. You know, I work in Drennan now as producing the best equipment we can. So I love that side of things. And I think if I started trying to do, you know, I think I'm a bit past, you know, trying to manage and do things. It's not in my nature. I still want to fish, and, you know, I enjoy what I'm doing. So,
well, going back to the very start, look at what happened this weekend, and look at feeder pairs this winter, and you're absolutely smashing teams of 4 at Allcroft that we're fishing at the minute. And
no, we're not. Our team's not doing very well, but
you're doing great though.
I'm doing a lot better. I've got my head round it a little bit. I got my backside kicked on one of them because I just totally made a complete ash of it, and it learnt me a massive lesson that day. But I've managed to win 2 at matches, which I'd have took that.
The difficult matches to win, 80 peggers,
I've
winter.
got 4 section wins now, so I think, you know what I mean. I've got half a chance of doing all right individually, because I think, is there 5 count on it?
Best 5 count.
And you've got 4 as well.
I've got 4 wins.
I'm chasing you.
Have you got a second? What's your next?
Oh, no, I think my next is a 4.
But there's 2 matches to go.
I know there's 2 matches to go, so it's going to be tight. But
listen, we cannot keep talking forever because the lights are going to go out in this building. And if I'm honest, we plan to talk about other stuff in this show, but I'm not going to do that for a very important reason. I'd love you to come back, and I'd also love to do a show with yourself and the lovely Sandra Scotthorne. So I think if I can move on to our quickfire questions now, that'll leave us an absolutely awesome excuse to continue this in the future, if you would agree to come back on at some point.
I probably would, but Sandra might be difficult. She gets really nervous, does Sandra?
She said this to me,
but she didn't see it, did she?
She was brilliant.
She was brilliant, and her show. And a credit to Sandra, her show has been really popular, isn't it? It's done fantastic views. The comments are great. Yeah, she was great. It'd be lovely to have you both back on.
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you. You don't need me to tell you how much respect I've got for your fishing, Al, but I've mentioned it a few times. If we tried to talk about everything you've done internationally alone, you'd need a week at HQ where we are now. We've not even touched on the commercial side of fishing. The fact
we haven't, have we?
You've won multiple Whiteacres festivals, in 3 of them in the midst of your international.
That's something I'm really proud about, because, you know, fishing at world level, you'll know what it's like now. You've got really 2 months where you're not really fishing. You're prepping, and then travelling, and then practice for world champs, and then world champ. It almost takes a month up, and then you've got European championships, which, you put it same sort of effort in. So
Throw a World Club Champs in with
throw a
Barnsley.
World Club Champs in and like, hold on, but your summer's gone. So for me to be involved in what I were involved in, and then, I mean, I used to go to Ireland. I fished. I mean, we never even mentioned Ireland.
It's definitely coming back for a part two.
Exactly.
Yeah, I spent 20 years going to Ireland. I've got a million stories from Ireland, with Sandra and everything else.
Well,
but it's one of them. I won 3 festivals at Whiteacres. I mean, and all right, it's fishing for points again, but you've still got to catch a lot of fish. You know what I mean? To win one of them festivals, to win 3 and not actually do a great deal of carp fishing through a year, I'm really proud about that, to be honest. And I've been second 3 or 4 times as well.
And I'm saying, when you won the Whiteacres Festival, it was the highest standard of commercial fishing that the world's ever seen.
Yeah, there were 180 fishing, and very, very difficult to win them events.
Well, that's the start of the next show. We're going to go commercial fishing, we're going to go island, and we're going to go Mr. and Mrs. fishing together.
Absolutely. Let's put it out to the audience. If everyone listening or watching wants Alan to come back for a part 2, let us know below in the comments. Right back what you want him to talk about.
Yeah.
And then if the people have spoken, Alan, it's a done deal, I'm afraid.
Shall we have Big Al back on? When do you want it, and what do you want us to talk about? Because we've got to have you back, Al. We've got to.
I've quite enjoyed it. I mean, it's reminiscing, but it's what's happened in my lifetime. So fantastic. I mean, fishing at world level for 20 whatever years I've got a lot of stories. There's no doubt.
I've loved every single one of them. I really have. Thank you.
I've not seen you yawn, which is good.
I've not yawned once. I think I yawned on Sandra's and she went mad at me.
Yeah.
It might have been in a break we had, but she did go mad at me.
Yeah. But if you've been fishing at weekend, I can understand that, because it's quite tiring.
I've got some quick fire questions for you. I don't know if you're aware of them or you read them or what, but just a few to fire at you, which people will love. What's your most embarrassing match fishing moment?
Oh, yeah. Quite a few years ago, I went on a match on Stayny Canal with Sandra. And Derek Burke used to run matches there. I mean, lovely bloke. Really, he sadly died, actually, Derek. But a great bloke, run a great match. And, I mean, payouts were good, fishing were good, everything were brilliant about going on Stayny. There were quite big matches as well. Anyway, this particular winter's day, he decided to put some pegs other side of Whitewell Bridge. And as we know, it can get pretty rubbish at other side of Whitewell Bridge. They get an odd cormorant go on and fish push into towns. But anyway, put these pegs in, and I've dipped in, and I've 136. And I've gone, oh, God, that's other side of Bridge. Oh, that's right. Ooh, that's not been fished for a long time. Anyway, I've gone to my peg, and fair play to me, he'd spread pegs a little bit, right? And he'd put these pegs in. Of course, we sets off fishing, and I've put some joker in some ground bait, and I've rigged up and everything. And I've gone in, and I've had 2 of the littlest water wasps in the world, like this big.
Tiny perch.
And now we're in, I think, half in. I'm like, there's nobody caught anything. So I've got the right ump. Why has he put these pegs in it? It's crap. And they'll all be emptying it other side of the bridge. So I've got off my box. And as I've stood up, they're like, everybody's packing up. Right, because nobody's had out. So we're all packing up. So I've left my gear. Lad, I said, are you carrying? I said, I'm going to stop. I can't be bothered to pack up. He says, lad next to me. So I said, watch my gear. And I've gone trundling off down to watch Sandra. Of course, I've walked down past everybody at Whitewell who was like catching fish, you know what I mean? They're all catching, and I've got down to Sandra who was on near Marina Mouth. But of course, everyone I've walked past, what are you walking for? I ain't had a bite, and I'm like proper chelping. It's like, he's crap down there. I can't believe he's put that in, and I've had a right moan to everybody as I've walked down.
Yeah,
as you do. And I've got to Sandra, and Sandra says, have you had it? I said, I've had 2 perch that big. I said, I can't believe it. She says, don't be moaning. And it was like, when Sandra says that, it's like, right?
Bit late for that.
So I've watched her for a bit. She's catching an odd fish, and I've gone trundling back, and I've got right lemon on by. Everybody's catching an odd fish, and I've got back to my peg, and as I've got back, everybody's gone, and there's just my gear and this one lad, and as I gets there, he's swinging a roach in, and I've gone, how many of them? Yeah, I said I've had 6. I'm like, you're joking, aren't you? And I've looked at my watch, and there's an hour and 45 minutes left.
Okay.
Right, 5-hour match, an hour and 45 left, and I've plonked on my box, and I've grabbed my rig, and I've ripped my hook off, right, and I've put a bigger hook on, right, picked my biggest rig up, and I've swung it out, and I've gone over my stuff, and it's gone, and I've gone, dung. And this fish, I've shipped back, and it's swinging from middle at canal, and it's like, boom, dung. I've caught one a chucked at end, and they were like them stampers, you know what I mean? Like they used to catch. And he's come down with scales like Derek Burke, and I've plonked him on. I've had like £12, and he's gone. I don't think anybody's got that. When we got back, I won the match.
No,
I've won the match. Like I think it was about £11 or something. Of course, everybody were like ripping me to bits because I'd moaned at everybody down bank, so I were like proper embarrassed.
That's one of my favourite.
That's a good
That's
one.
a really good one.
that can be a pull-out on its own, that.
Oh, dear.
What would you say?
I would say I probably moaned more than death shit.
That's impossible.
That
Can't
is
happen.
Nearly impossible, isn't it?
Can't
But I
happen.
did. I ripped it.
What would you say, Alan Scotthorne, this is a big one, is your biggest match-winning edge? If you could pick just one that you've got.
I would say, I mean, at world level, I would say concentration is the big thing. I think practice at World Championships is difficult, and as you know, there's only 2 days that really count, Thursday, maybe Friday. Because all beginning at week, you're pre-baiting. And the fact of now that you only fish 1 session a day almost, because they've upped it to 4 hours, you can't have 2 sessions. So focusing on the small things and then getting to match and really focusing on what's happening in your peg is so important that there ain't anything else really. I think, you know, blocking everything out around you, being aware, but really focusing on what you're doing is so important for me.
I like it, and I think anyone listening can apply that same thing to all their own fishing as well. I really do. Who do you rate as the best angler you've ever fished with, dead or alive?
I mean, William, it is special. There's no doubt about that. He grew up at Gold Valley where he could own his skills. He's aggressive. He's very, very aggressive. He suits like big match style fishing. He's aggressive in his fishing. He tactically wise, I think, you know, he's awesome. He's very, very good. I mean, I fished with some good ones, very good ones. Bob was fantastic. Tommy and Dennis. There's so many, but I mean, they're in World Championships for a reason, right? They're all good anglers, but William's a little bit special. He's got a good technical brain. I sometimes wonder if he's suffered a little bit, you know, in matches that he's just not quite had that little bit of luck sometimes. I mean, he could have won it, you know, other times, World Championships. He's not, where I've had probably a little bit of running at times, I think Williams suffered with not quite getting it. I mean, he could have won in Bulgaria. He hooked a carp that hooked up with, you know, an angler next door.
He actually landed it.
Yeah, he'd have won World Champs there, but I mean, that's the rules, and you know, it's just suffered a little bit. I mean, he could have won in Florence years ago. You know, he fished 2 great matches and come second overall. But he's won a lot of medals. He's a very, very good angler. And, I mean, I drew at cider him the other day, actually, at Decoy.
Oh, yeah.
I were on 15 on Willers and he were on 16, and he gave me a right lesson. He just caught on bread across the island, but I did say him up 1 or 2 to start with, and then just sat chatting to him, really.
I bet it was quite a nice day.
He was all right, yeah. I didn't mind him battering me. I've had enough batterings off him in past. So, I was quite... I don't sort of get as uptight. I used to get quite uptight about fishing, and I don't anymore. I'm quite relaxed about getting my backside smacked at times.
I think the thing we will as well, what we forget is you've mentioned him right back from these dates back here.
Oh, yeah.
And
I mean, Croatia, 1998. I mean, Cleggy had never picked anybody at one time below 30. 32 used to be his sort of limit. And he picked William at a very young age, and that's a marker how good he's been.
And he's still got time to win a few.
Oh,
a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty confident he probably will.
Yeah, he's brilliant. No doubt.
If you only had one day left to go fishing, where would you go and who would you go with?
Well, there's only one person I'd go with, and she's sat in my house.
Oh, bless her.
I love it. I mean, we're both getting a bit older now. I mean, Sandra's a couple of years older than me, and when we go fishing, I love it. I love going fishing with her. She's a tremendous lady. I mean, I don't know, with Sandra, she likes to win, and that's why she don't compete at a level she used to do. I mean, I've been next to Sandra a number of times. I were next to her in Ireland. I mean, we've not talked about Ireland at all, but we went to Patumna, and fishing was phenomenal. And I'd had myself 2 really good days, and Sandra weren't far behind me. She were doing well, and there were a couple of pegs at Rogers Island that weren't very good. The peg 1 and peg 2 at Rogers were really, really deep. And they'd not been fishing too well. You needed to draw lower down. So we went to draw, and it was like, we don't want to draw peg 1 and 2. We've gone in, and Sandra's drawn peg 2, and she's like,
oh dear.
I've gone in, drawn peg 1.
Even
right, so we're proper gutted. Right. And we've drove down lane, and we've actually half pulled in, and we're crying on each other's shoulder because we'd got a chance of winning it again, because I'd done really well there. And we had a bit of a tear, and then we got all this kit across field and got rigged up on his pegs. And Sandra actually fished, I think she had 8 metres of pole, and were fishing, but when she hooked to fish, she had that much line on, she had to put a joint on to swing fishing because it was that deep. I fished 13 metres of pole with 11.5 metres of line, 13 to hand. Right, and we set off, and we both started catching, and we've caught well. And Sandra's, I mean, there were actually 6-hour matches, so it was really hard work.
Just a bit, it's a right workout.
But mid-match, she's had to get up bank for a pee, and she was miles in front of me when she got up for a pee. She's got it back at Brolly and had a pee. And she's come down and she's poured a cup of tea out. And it's I would never beat her. She thought. She poured this cup of tea, and then she's got back on the box. Of course, it slowed the catch rate down, but then I've started to catch odd hybrids. Right. And we've had a right tussle at the end. when we've weighed in, I've had 60 kilo and 380 grams, and Sandra's had 59 kilo 980. We were 300 odd grams in it. Right, but that particular day, Mark Turner, who we were in digs with, won the match with over 60 kilo. I was second and Sandra was third. So we had a great day.
Incredible result.
But it was she was can't believe it.
So what we're saying, a day in Ireland with Sandra.
Sandra, I just love going fishing with her. She's great. Good fun.
If fishing didn't exist, Alan Scotthorne, what hobby would you do?
Very difficult. I like to play a bit of snooker, but I used to, when I lived at Birdwell with my mum and dad, we lived next to a club with 2 snooker tables. So I used to play a bit of snooker, but I weren't very good. I think the best break I ever had was like 50 break. But a little bit of snooker I enjoyed. I'm not big on a lot of else, to be honest. I think when you go fishing, you can't, can you? You're so focused on fishing. But I tell you what I am focused on. This seat where I'm sat on is blooming hard.
Have you got a numb bum?
I've got a very numb bum. It's not like sat on my box.
I was going to say, how's your back? We said your back would be sore by the end.
I'll do you a deal to finish the show.
Right, go on.
If you've brought us a gift, I'll let you stand up off your seat very shortly.
I have actually brought a gift.
Okay.
Right. It's a bit of a sentimental one, actually. I think.
We like sentimental, Al.
I wrapped it. Well, Sandy actually wrapped it. But
what we got in there?
right, I think
Getting unwrapped, folks. It's getting unwrapped. It's like a.
I'd like to say, again, I reiterate it. We have no idea what these gifts are, do they?
No, my heart's beating.
Yeah, we
Is
have
it?
genuinely.
Yeah, my
no
heart is
idea.
genuinely beating. I don't know what it is.
I'm not giving it then.
Well, you're not getting up off your seat.
Right, I knocked this together for you because I thought you'd appreciate this.
I'll learn.
Wow.
Right, they are the 5 floats that I've used at World Championships. The slider, the flat float, the ultimate one. The other float that I used in Croatia was that one, but I also used the same float when we fished in Croatia. So that's actually been to 2 World Championships, that one. It's almost a bit like a Colmick Jolly type float.
Is it one of the old PB floats, a Preston one?
No, it's a Tubertini one, actually. But
Wow.
I've got a lot of them. It's one that I used quite a lot. The ultimate one, a Tubertini float. The float, that's not the actual float that I used on the Min Show. I gave them away years ago.
Okay.
But that's the shape of the float that I use, the upturned body. And then that's one that I used when I won 2 sections at Radice. So
Alan,
I
that-
included
That's
that one.
incredible.
That is.
But that's the 5 style of floats what
Wow.
I've used at World Championships.
You've done it, haven't you? You've come on podcast and you've brought. Am I allowed to say the best gift
No,
that
I
we've had?
was just thinking that is the best gift we've had.
Can I have a look?
I even
That's-
had a little plate put on bottom for you too.
Alan,
That's incredible. Go on, mate.
Thank you.
Show your camera,
Honestly, I want to take that home and put it in my
No,
fishing room.
that's staying in here, I'm afraid.
You've gone and topped it, haven't you?
Well, I mean,
It's brilliant, that, mate.
At the end of the day, it's the float fishing World Championship. So what a better gift
What a
than to
piece.
give you the 5 floats that I've used to win the World Championships and one extra, really.
That's incredible. Thank you. Honestly, thank you
Yeah, thank you,
very,
mate.
very much. That's special, that is.
Yeah,
That needs to take...
I thought I'd put a bit of effort
Absolutely.
in, seeing as you'd invited me down here.
And you'll be coming again, I can promise you. Well, look,
Well, I can't guarantee you're a present as good as that.
you've got to now. You've set the standard. All I can say is thank you very much. I've got to make the end personal because as a kid, if you'd have said to me, I'd be sat in front of my angling hero doing a podcast, talking about some of the stories, experiences, and learning some of the stuff that you've put across today, I'd have never, ever believed it. And genuinely from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it a lot. So
Yeah, it's not a problem. I've quite enjoyed it, actually, and it's been nice to reminisce and bring it all back, really.
let's do another one. Alan Scotthorne.
Brilliant.